Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to wind up with me depending for my life on the only weapon I've got, a mighty powder puff. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do. Steve, how would you go about firing a rocket if the firing mechanism was frozen?
What? You mean you dragged me in here just to try out a riddle on me?
I'm serious. Now answer my question.
Okay. So if the firing mechanism was frozen, I probably wouldn't be able to fire the rocket. I suppose that's the wrong answer.
No, it's the right answer, and that's what's wrong.
Right? Wrong? Hey, look, before we get into a vaudeville routine, I think you'd better start at the beginning.
Steve, as you know, the entire Arctic area is a potential battleground. But sub-zero temperatures do a lot of strange things to weapons of war, all the way from impairing their accuracy to rendering them completely useless.
So what am I supposed to do? Dream up a new plastic made out of pumpkin seeds to protect them from the cold?
You don't have to. It's already been dreamed up. I don't think it's made out of pumpkin seeds, but it's a liquid which does protect weapons and electronic devices from the effects of sub-zero temperatures.
Well, that's all very interesting, Commissioner, but I still don't see where I fit into the deal.
I'm coming to that. The private company which developed this new plastic has just concluded exhaustive field tests with it up in the Arctic. They learned under actual conditions just how much of this liquid is to be used, how it's applied, and how it affects the accuracy of the weapons. In short,
they found out a lot of pretty important information.
Vital information, Steve. Their field representative, a man named Holcomb, wrote up a complete report on it for the Western Hemisphere Defense Meeting, which is slated to be held in Quebec, Canada, tomorrow.
Oh, I get it. You want me to go up to Quebec and bodyguard this guy Holcomb?
I'm afraid it's a little too late for that. Last night, on a side street in Quebec, they found Holcomb's body. He was quite dead.
What?
And the report was missing. It's vital we get it back.
Any contacts in Quebec who might be able to help me?
One, Jack Manville, head of research for the plastic company. He's waiting for you in Quebec right now. Now, Steve, get up there, talk to Manville, and go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to find that report. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. In all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of flying to Canada to find a missing report containing secret information about Arctic warfare. The only hitch is whoever's got the report is already killed to get it, and it's a cinch he'll kill to keep it. All of which means happy times ahead for lucky me. Well, it's Thursday when my plane lands in Quebec. Jack Manville of the plastic company is waiting for me at the airport, and he hustles me into his car.
Looks like a real nasty mess, Mitchell.
Yeah. How much do you know about it, Manville?
Not very much, I'm afraid. Holcomb went up to the Arctic and made the tests. Brought a report back to present at the defense meeting. Last night they found his body, and the report's missing.
You're head of research for the company, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
But you didn't make the trip up north with Holcomb?
Oh, I couldn't get away. But I told him to wire me when he got back here to Quebec, and he did, so I flew up here to meet him. Looks like I got here too late. Holcomb was the best friend I had, Mitchell.
Yeah. You know, that report he had, I suppose you know it's worth a lot of money.
Money?
Yeah. I'm sure that certain interests would pay a big pile to get their hands on it, and wouldn't be too particular what else they had to do to get it.
Well, my job's developing plastics. I'm afraid I'm not up on the international aspects of it.
Sure. You happen to know if Holcomb was alone here in Quebec?
No, his secretary, Phyllis Baxter, was waiting for him here.
Oh, then I guess we'd better talk to her. See if she can give us any additional information.
I thought you'd want to talk to her. That's where we're heading now.
Oh, good. You know her pretty well?
Just slightly. Why?
She pretty trustworthy?
Sure, as far as I know. No, this is her apartment house here.
When did Holcomb arrive in Quebec?
Day before yesterday.
And he was killed last night. Well, that means he was in town about 24 hours.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't get in until this morning. The way things turned out, I sure wish I'd gotten here sooner.
When did Phyllis Baxter arrive, do you know?
Several days ago, I think. This is her apartment.
Looking for Miss Baxter?
Eh? Yeah, I am.
Afraid you're a little too late.
What do you mean?
I'm Mrs. Gaines, the manager here. Miss Baxter moved out last night.
What? You know where she went?
Well, she didn't say. Left in sort of a hurry.
Oh, great.
Where could she have gone, Mitchell?
I don't know where, but I've got a pretty good idea why. Mrs. Gaines, have you had her apartment cleaned up yet?
Oh, no. Haven't had time.
Well, I'd like to have a look inside, maybe get some kind of a lead.
Uh-huh. You a policeman or something?
Or something. Here are my credentials.
I see. All right. Well, there you are. Help yourself. I'll be down the hall if you need me.
Thanks. Come on, Manville.
Right. Mitchell, I can't believe Phyllis could be involved in this thing.
Oh? Why can't you, Manville?
Well, it just doesn't seem like her. She's always been...
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Some ashes here in the fireplace. Yeah. A couple of pieces of charred paper.
You think that could be the missing report?
It might be.
I don't understand. If Phyllis did steal the report, why should she destroy it?
Because she was through with it.
We're through with it. Well, look, man, she couldn't memorize a report like that.
That's not what I mean. Let's see. Not in the room anywhere. Let's try the closet. No, nothing but a few empty hat boxes and... Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, here we are. A couple of white enamel pans, a bottle of hypo solution.
That's photographic equipment.
Yeah, there's your answer, Manville. She knew that report was too bulky to carry, so she transferred it to microfilm.
Where you going?
Down to police headquarters.
Somehow I still can't believe that she had anything to do with this.
Look, what kind of a description of her can you give me?
Well, she was blonde, about medium height, maybe 5'4", blue eyes. Pretty, but I guess that's about it.
Well, that isn't much help.
I know it's pretty general, but it's the best I can do. You want me to give you a lift to police headquarters?
No, thanks. I want to talk to the manager here again.
All right, you call me if I can give any more help, will you?
I will. Mrs. Gaines,
Yes?
I'd like a little more information from you about Phyllis Baxter.
Well, afraid I can't help you much there. She was only here for a few days.
Did she have any visitors?
I wouldn't know. She came and went mostly by night.
Well, I guess my chances aren't too good. Trying to find a blonde girl with blue eyes, there's probably several thousand like that right here in Quebec.
Well, one thing's sure, you'll never find Phyllis Baxter if you're looking for a blonde girl with blue eyes.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, she was a brunette with dark eyes.
What? But Manville just told... Hey, wait a minute. Maybe you'd better describe Phyllis to me.
Well, as I said, she was a brunette. Rather tall girl, quite beautiful. She always used a great deal of makeup, as I remember. Mascara and heavy lipstick.
I see. Well, thanks, Mrs. Gaines. Thanks a lot. So, Manville was lying to me, and at this point he looks like number one on my suspect list. I start checking on him, and what I find out makes him sound even more interesting. Then I go to police headquarters and talk to a Lieutenant Billings.
Well, Mitchell, I'll put out this description of Phyllis Baxter you've given me. See if any of my men can spot her.
Okay. Of course, she's had a 24-hour head start. She could be long gone by this time.
I know. You think Manville is behind the scheme, eh?
I don't know exactly where he fits in, Billings, but it sure looks like he's involved somehow. In the first place, he gives me a phony description of Phyllis. In the second place, he said he'd only know her slightly, and yet he took me right to her apartment. So after I got the real description of her from the manager, I started checking up on Manville, and I caught him in another lie.
Oh?
He told me that he didn't arrive here in Quebec until this morning, but I found out by checking the airport that his plane landed last evening.
I see. Well, want to make an arrest?
Not yet. It's more important that I find out where that report is, and to do that...
Come in.
Well, Manville.
Hello, Mitchell. I knew you'd be here. I want to talk to you.
Well, that's sort of a surprise, Manville. I thought you'd already done your talking.
I lied to you about Phyllis's description.
Yeah, I know. Why'd you lie?
Well, because Phyllis and I were, well, let's just say I had it pretty bad for her.
Oh?
I just couldn't believe, and I still don't believe she's involved in this, but, well, I guess I was trying to protect her.
Well, that wasn't very smart, Manville.
Yes, I know that now.
You also lied about when you arrived here in Quebec.
Yes.
Why?
I came here earlier than I said so I could be with Phyllis, but for several reasons I can't afford to have it known that I was involved with her.
I see. Well, so far you haven't been what I'd call helpful in this deal, Manville.
Well, maybe I can make up for it with this. Here.
A snapshot.
That's right. Snapshot of Phyllis.
Huh. Mrs. Gaines was right. She does wear pretty heavy makeup. Okay, this is more like it, Manville. Lieutenant, I'd like you to have a lot of copies made of this picture.
Right.
We'll put them out at the railroad depots, the airports, and all bus stations. Could be we're not too late after all.
Summers, Lieutenant Billings, I'm sending a picture down to you. I want 100 copies right away. Send some to the airport, some to the railway depot. The rest all...
2 hours. We ought to be hearing something soon.
She could still be hiding somewhere here in Quebec.
Yeah, but I doubt it. Her job probably is to get that microfilm somewhere in a hurry.
Lieutenant Billings speaking. What's that? You're certain? I see. Right. I'm afraid we are too late after all, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
A girl answering Phyllis Baxter's description boarded a plane for Paris 3 hours ago.
Paris? Huh. Well, we've got an agent in Paris. Slater. Okay. I'll cable him to meet her plane, and I'll be on the next one. 15 hours later, I'm in Paris, but Slater isn't at the airport. I start walking towards the taxi stand, and then I spot a little guy hurrying after me.
Mr. Mitchell! Mr. Mitchell!
Huh?
Mr. Slater asked me to meet your plane. I recognize you from the description he gave me. I am Jacques Duval, European representative for the plastic company.
Oh, where is Slater?
At the railroad depot. He wants you to come there immediately.
What's he doing at the railroad depot? Didn't he grab Phyllis here at the airport?
She was not on the plane.
What? Oh, great. Don't tell me they made a mistake back in Quebec.
Come, I will take you to Slater. There is Mr. Slater over there, Mitchell.
Yeah, I see him.
Steve!
Hi, Slater. Well, what's the deal?
Merry-go-round, you mean? I got your cable and met the plane all right, but when it landed, no Phyllis.
I don't get it.
Neither did I. So I made a quick check and found out the plane landed in Ireland first.
She must have gotten off there.
She did get off there, Steve. I found that out, too. But from there, according to what I could piece together, she grabbed a plane for London, then a boat across the channel, and the boat train here to Paris.
That is the boat train just arriving over there now.
Boy, she's sure trying to cover her tracks. That was good work, Slater. Hey, wait, look. That's Phyllis who just got off. Come on.
Hey, she looks like she's trying for that other train standing there.
Yeah, what train is that, Duval?
The Orient Express. Its final destination is Istanbul.
Hey, wait a minute. Where'd she go?
Must have popped into one of those compartments.
No. Oh, there she is. She came out again.
Hey, not so loud.
Look, she heard us. She's taking off through the crowd.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mitchell. I did not realize how...
Okay.
Hey, Steve, there's a train coming along on that other track. Maybe she's trying for it.
No. She could not be. That is a through express train. It does not stop at the station.
Hey, wait. She doesn't even see that train.
Steve, she's right in front of it.
Come on.
Oh, let us through, please. One side, please. Let us... Oh, Steve.
Yeah. Oh, brother.
Oh, sacre bleu.
Well, this is sure the end of the line for Phyllis.
Yeah. I sure hope she's got that microfilm on her, because if she hasn't, it looks like the end of the line for us.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Phyllis Baxter's body is taken to the morgue. I give her purse and the rest of her effects a good going over, but I can't find the microfilm anywhere.
Monsieur Mitchell, perhaps Mademoiselle Baxter passed it along to a confederate before she reached Paris.
Well, if she did that, we're dead ducks. But that doesn't add up either, Duval. If she'd already passed it along, why'd she go to so much trouble to cover her tracks on the way to Paris?
Most perplexing affair.
It sure is. If I could only get a line on who her contact might be. Hey, look, you're the European representative for the plastics company. Has anybody approached you recently trying to get information about this new plastic?
No. As a matter of fact, the development of the new plastic was kept such a secret that even I did not know of its existence until after the report was stolen.
Well, it sure looks like we're up against the proverbial stone wall. That microfilm wasn't in any of her clothes, and it wasn't in her purse. Hey, incidentally, There was something else that wasn't in her purse either, and it bothers me.
Oh?
Steve.
What do you mean?
What is it, Slater?
Just got a code message from our agent in Istanbul.
Yeah?
According to the scuttlebutt there, the microfilm's been placed on the open market for sale to the highest bidder.
What? But the microfilm couldn't have gotten to Istanbul yet. Who put it up for sale?
He doesn't know.
And whoever it is must be pretty sure it's on the way. Hey, wait a minute. That train Phyllis was running for at the depot when we first saw her, Duval. You told me that was the Orient Express, that its final destination is Istanbul?
Oui, but when Phyllis saw us pursuing her, she jumped out of the compartment again.
That's right, Steve. Phyllis probably was planning to take that train. But she didn't, so where does that leave us?
I don't think she ever was planning to take that train, Slater.
Well, what do you mean?
I told you there was something else I didn't find in her purse, and it bothered me. Duval, there was no train ticket.
But in that case, she...
Wait a minute. I think I got it, Steve. You figure Phyllis jumped aboard the train just long enough to pass the film along to someone in that compartment, huh?
Yeah. Hey, what compartment was that, anyway?
Let's see now. Third compartment from the front, I believe.
Yeah, in the second car. Okay. Duval, what's the first stop for the train?
At the Italian border.
Okay, I can overtake it by plane. Slater, get me a reservation for that compartment. I'm getting on at the border.
Okay, Steve.
Mitchell, I have business in Trieste. I will accompany you there. Perhaps I may be of some help.
Yeah, you might at that. Okay, let's get going. Duval and I grabbed the plane for the Italian border. Our tickets are waiting for us there. We jump into the compartment just as the train pulls out. There are 3 other passengers in the compartment. Sitting across from me, holding a few assorted travel folders in her hand, is a freshly scrubbed-looking girl with Holland written all over her, and the kind of complexion that lipstick and powder would be an insult to. Next to her is a loud-talking gent who's waving a hunk of salami around between bites, perfuming the air with garlic, and over in the corner, a smooth-looking boy is reading a newspaper. He's got a briefcase in his hand.
You like some of this salami?
Eh? Oh, no, thank you.
Oh, but it's the best salami you ever ate.
You mean I never ate? Thanks a lot, but no thanks. I'm not a salami fan.
Oh, it's a pity.
What's a pity?
Few people know what a wonderful thing is salami.
Oh?
The greatest thing is in the Leaning Tower of a Pisa. Salami. It keeps me from catching a cold. It settles me in the stomach. And once, it even kept me from getting robbed.
Getting robbed?
See, a man came up to me once on the darkest street in Milano. It demanded all my money, see? But with my good friend, the salami, I overcame him.
Uh-huh. You breathed in his face, huh?
No, I hit him over the head with it. Oh, it's a good salami.
Well, it's powerful anyway. Look, would you mind not waving it under my nose?
Okay, I'll wave it in my mouth.
Oh, fine.
You like some wine?
No, thanks.
Well, how about your friend?
Oh, no, merci, no.
The little lady then, huh?
No, thank you.
Well, so nobody likes the Pironi's wine but Pironi.
That looks like quite a collection of travel folders you've got there, Miss...
Karen.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do not dream there are so many places in the world.
Oh, not much of a traveler, huh?
Oh, no. No, this is first time I ever leave home.
What part of Holland is home?
Why, Rotterdam. But how do you know I am Dutch girl?
Well, that freshly starched and scrubbed look is pretty hard to mistake.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose if I am to travel, I should do as other women do. Mama would never let me wear lipstick, but now...
You're doing fine without it. You on a vacation?
No, I go to live with Uncle in Arabia. Last week, Mama passed away.
Oh.
Yeah, nice cheese, anybody?
Oh, brother, you must have a hollow leg.
Oh, no. Eat and drink is good when riding.
Yeah, how about when you're not riding?
Well, it's just as good.
Mitchell,
What is it, Duval?
that man in the corner reading the newspaper.
Not much of a talker, is he?
He has been watching you over the top of his paper.
Oh?
Look at the briefcase in his lap.
Briefcase? Hey, it's strapped to his wrist.
Salami.
Whatever he's got in there must be pretty important.
Microfilm, for instance.
Anything new in the paper?
Oh, no, only the usual.
Happen to know what our next stop is?
Why, no, I do not.
This your first trip?
Oui. Monsieur, if you do not mind, I am reading...
Yeah, so I see. Real friendly, isn't he?
It would be very interesting to find out what is in his briefcase.
Yeah, but how?
I still got some salami left.
Don't worry, we can smell it. I'm going out for some air, Duval. That garlic is killing me.
Very well. I will keep an eye on them when you are gone.
I go out on the platform between the cars. It's dark. I light up a cigarette, and then I hear the door open behind me. I start to turn around, but just then something hard connects with the back of my head. I hit the floor, stunned. I fight my way to my hands and knees, and then I feel a rush of air. The outside door has been opened. I feel somebody dragging me towards it. I try to hold back, but I'm still groggy. A final shove, and I slide out the door, but just as I do, I manage to grab the handrail. I'm swinging loose now, hanging on by one hand. Then somebody's foot starts kicking at my hand. I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, the kicking stops. I hear running steps. Then I'm being hauled back up on the platform.
Up with you.
What? Oh, the conductor.
I heard the commotion and found you hanging by one hand.
You spot the guy who tried to ease me out?
I saw someone leaving as I approached, but it was too dark to tell who it was.
I see. Okay, thanks for the lift, Buster. Oh, great. My watchdog. Duval. Duval.
Monsieur.
Yeah, Mitchell.
Your hand. It is bleeding.
Here, I got plenty wine. Pour some over it.
What happened, Mitchell?
Hey, where's the guy with the briefcase?
Well, he left the compartment right after you did.
Oh, great help you are, Duval.
Oh, I am sorry, Mitchell. I guess the air in here made me drowsy.
Oh, here, I have handkerchief in my purse. I will bandage your hand with it.
Oh, Okay, thanks, Karen.
Yeah. There you are.
How about you, Peroni?
What about the Ferrari?
Did you leave the compartment?
Oh, me? No. I've been busy eating.
Trieste.
Hey, where are you going?
Oh, I get off at Trieste, but I leave you the rest of the salami. It's very good.
Mr. Mitchell, this Peroni,
What about him, Karen?
well, he lied to you. He did leave the compartment after you did.
What?
Yeah. I was afraid to tell you in front of him.
Mitchell, and now he is getting off here at Trieste. We had better follow him.
I still want to know what happened to the gent with the briefcase. Well, speak of the devil.
Are you referring to me, monsieur?
I sure am, Buster. Where have you been?
Why, I do not see that it's your affair.
You could be wrong. I said, where have you been?
I was getting a drink of water, if that meets with your approval.
You sure you weren't out on the platform a few minutes ago slugging me over the head?
I do not know what you are talking about. I tell you I was getting a drink of water.
Pretty long drink of water.
Monsieur, I am certain these things are none of your business.
You were getting off here, Trieste?
Do I look as if I'm getting off the train?
Then where are you heading?
Istanbul. Now see here, monsieur. I have had enough of these impertinent questions. What is the meaning of this?
Skip it. Come on, Duval.
We must hurry. The train will be starting up at any moment.
I'm staying.
What? But the girl has just told us that this Pironi lied about...
Call it a hunch if you want, but I'm going on to Istanbul.
But if this hunch of yours
That's
is
a
wrong...
chance I'll have to take. But we'll be covered one way or the other.
How do you mean?
You're getting off here at Trieste anyway.
But of course. Oh, oui. I can follow this Pironi.
Okay, go to it. But just one thing, though.
And what is it?
Try to stay awake, will you?
Ah.
Duval scurries off the train after the salami kid, and I settle back in the compartment. The rest of the way to Istanbul, I keep my eye on the gent with the briefcase. He divides his time between reading his newspaper, taking a few naps, giving me an occasional nasty glance, and making a few mild pitches at Karen, who, in her wide-eyed way, seems thoroughly flattered by the attention. Finally, we arrive at Istanbul. Karen heads for a hotel, and the guy is close on her heels. I follow them into the bar and take a table near the corner where I can keep my eye on him. Then, after a while, he gets up. I follow suit, but much to my surprise, he heads for my table.
I think this matter has gone entirely far enough, Mitchell.
Oh?
I know exactly what you are after, but rest assured, you will never get it.
Well, that's interesting to know. Well, now that we understand each other...
You are obviously an agent.
Well, a matter of fact,
For a rival manufacturer. You have learned of our new creation.
Hey, wait a minute. An agent for a rival manufacturer? What are you talking about?
Ah, my friend, do not attempt subterfuge. It is obvious you have learned of our new creation. Learned that we intend to introduce in the Middle East. And so you followed me, thinking you would get a chance to steal it, so that cheap imitations could be attempted.
Cheap imitation? Hey, look, who are you working for anyway?
As you know, for Henri Bonnet.
Whoever that is.
You do not know who Henri Bonnet
No,
is?
and I'm beginning to think I don't know what you've got in that briefcase either.
But you must have heard of the firm Henri Bonnet. In all of France, the most famous, the most exclusive creator of women's girdles.
Girdles? You mean to say that's what you're carrying in your briefcase?
But of course! Our new model, exquisite and revolutionary. Not a two-way, not a three-way, but a four-way stretch.
Oh, great. A girdle salesman yet. That does it. Hey, wait a minute.
What is the matter?
I just remembered something I noticed on the train. It didn't make sense until right now. I'll see you later, four-way. I spot Karen just as she's easing out of the bar. I follow her upstairs and catch up with her just as she's entering her room.
What? Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, Mr. Mitchell. Look, let's go inside. I want to talk to you.
Oh, but I...
Come on, inside.
What is the meaning of this?
I think the meaning of it is in your purse. Let's have it.
No, let go.
But thanks. Now we'll take a look.
I will call the police.
I don't think so. Ought to be here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. A compact.
Yeah, but of course. What is so strange about a woman's compact?
Nothing, except when it's carried by a woman who doesn't wear any makeup.
Oh.
I spotted it in your purse when you bandaged my hand with your handkerchief, but it didn't register until now. No, you don't wear any makeup, Karen. But Phyllis Baxter did. She passed this compact to you at the depot in Paris.
No, that is not true.
Oh, save the pretense, my dear.
What?
Yes, I will take the compact, Mitchell.
Well, what do you know, my friend Duval? What'd you do, fly here from Trieste?
Precisely.
It's been you and Karen right from the start, huh?
Kill him, Duval.
Oh, presently. The compact, Mitchell. Give it to me at once.
You're the boy who slugged me on the train pretending to be asleep in the compartment was a good cover for you. Then Karen tried to throw suspicion on Peroni, eh?
Mitchell.
But I knew it wasn't him. If it had been, I'd have gotten a whiff of that garlic on the platform.
Mitchell, I will not ask you again. Give me that compact.
You know, hiding the microfilm in this compact's a good gag. Where have you got it? Inside this powder puff?
For your information, it is behind the mirror. Now.
Okay, you want the compact, but wouldn't you like some powder instead? You can't shoot when you can't see, bud. Sorry, you're not leaving, Karen.
Let me go.
Sit down.
No.
I said sit down.
You.
Temper. You know, you and Duval had a pretty neat scheme rig. And if you'd been wearing any makeup, I probably never would have tumbled to the compact gag.
Oh.
Yep. I guess you might say that would have put an entirely different complexion on the matter.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood. Tomorrow, be sure to hear The Big Show on NBC.
Thanks for watching. watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
The Cavalcade of America. Many listeners to the Cavalcade of America, presented each week at this time by DuPont, have written letters of appreciation. We take this opportunity to thank all these people for their kindness, and we quote a comment from Miss Mabel Thatcher Washburn, President of the National Historical Society, as follows.
Certainly the DuPont Company is rendering a real service in presenting episodes and phases in our country's history so full of drama, of thrill and romance, but yet so little known to the great proportion of the people. I congratulate you on this endeavor and hope your important work may be continued.
It is likewise the hope of the sponsor that all our listeners are finding interest and information in the little stories of chemistry that are included in these broadcasts to illustrate DuPont's phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Let us turn the calendar back to the 1890s, when the horseless carriage was new, and before there was any radio or movies. Our Cavalcade Orchestra takes us back with 3 songs of that time, After the Ball, On the Banks of the Wabash, and Sweet Rosie O'Grady.
public service of women. Their staunch faith and diligence have long been a shining boast of the cavalcade of America. Our story begins in the autumn of 1889 in a big, shabby old mansion left standing deep in the slums of Chicago's South Side. A young woman, pretty Jane Addams, talks to a caller, a young man from her hometown.
Folks in Cedarville could only understand what you and Ellen are up to, Jane, but for two young girls to move into the worst section of Chicago, well, no one understands it.
Well, it's hard to explain, Bill. But Ellen and I want to see how less fortunate people live and what we can do for them. Oh, we've got a lot of bottled-up idealism, and a settlement house is a good place to use it up.
A settlement house? Did you make up that name yourself?
No, the London homes that serve laboring people use it. But we're not going to be quite so preachy as some of them. You see, we're not a mission, nor a hospital, nor a school.
Well, what are you, for heaven's sake?
Why, a place to be friendly and for anyone who cares to come.
Of all the strange ideas.
A place where people can drop in, you know, like they might in a small town. Where they know they might be asked to stay to supper. That is, if there is any supper. But at least where they can stay and talk or strum the piano or leave their babies to be minded. Where they can find gaiety or consolation, whichever they need.
Well, I suppose you know what you're after, but I doubt if anyone else ever will.
Oh,
Miss Adams, I don't want to butt in, but I just got a minute to see you.
Why, Rosa, come in. You're our very first neighborhood caller.
Oh, Miss Adams, I only ran in to tell you I don't dare come to the night classes like I said I would. Because my old man's kind of off his nuts, see? And he says there's a string tied to it somewhere.
A string tied to it?
He says there ain't nobody gives you something for nothing in this world. Oh, Miss Adams, he's had an awful hard time since he come to this country, and he don't believe in nothing, see? He says if you was a man, he'd think you was running for alderman from this district, but since you're a woman, he can't figure out what you're up to.
But Rosa...
Rosa! Hey, Rosa! Oh, listen, I gotta go. I posted that kid to yell if he saw my old man. I just wanted to say why I wasn't coming to the English classes, and... Oh, yeah, here's that book you lent me.
Oh, Rosa, you keep it.
Can I? Oh, gee. Rosa! Goodbye, Miss Adams. Thank you.
What was the book you gave her?
Appreciation of Abraham Lincoln. I hope her father reads it. He'll know that there was a man who'd have given something for nothing.
It's too bad, Jane. You're going to have a hard time if even the people you're trying to help won't believe in you.
Oh, but they will. I'll make them. You know, once I read somewhere that the things that are alike in people are better and finer than the things that keep them apart. Well, it's true. So I know I'll be able to prove it.
Proving the brotherhood of man. That was young Jane Addams' work on the south side of Chicago. To win over the slum people, to give them free kindergartens, free night schools and clubs, to wash their babies, mind their children, care for the sick, and comfort the bereaved. That was the doctrine of Hull House. But though Chicago became quickly interested in the settlement house, there was always one great problem, the need of money. A few years later, in the living room of Hull House, Jane Addams talks to a small colored boy.
Did you have enough to eat, child?
Yes, I got plenty to eat. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I want you to tell me, why do you and the other children come and stand in our doorway these hot days?
'Cause it's out of the sun.
Cool. But haven't you got homes around the neighborhood?
Yes, but you see, our mammies works out. They don't want to leave us in a room. There might be a fire or something.
So you're turned out on the street. Well, what does your mammy do with you in the winter?
Well, I go to school, but she takes a chance and ties my little brother to the kitchen table. You want this penny, ma'am?
What's the penny for? Your lunch?
Yes, Mammy gives me a penny every day to get something to eat.
Well, you keep the penny. And beginning tomorrow, when it's noontime, you bring the other children down in the entrance, inside the house, and we'll give all of you lunch. Will you remember?
Oh, yes, I'll be here.
Well, then. Oh, Ellen, I heard part of that tete-a-tete, Jane. Where do you think you'll get money to feed that army?
Ellen, are we short on funds again?
There isn't even enough money to finish fitting out the gymnasium. That's what we wanted first.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come in.
I hoped you don't mind. I heard anyone was welcome to walk right in and look the place over.
Well, they generally do at any rate.
My name's Kent, William Kent. Maybe you've heard of me because I inherited a lot of money.
Oh, yes.
I'm a single man. Any amount on something that'll interest me, I'd like to invest. I'd prefer something, of course, that could have my name on it.
Oh, well. Oh. The first thing that came into my mind was lunches for the children of working women in the neighborhood. But, of course, they wouldn't have your name on them.
I'm afraid that wouldn't do. What did I overhear you saying to this other lady about a gymnasium?
Oh, yes. But you see, we've got the building, and, well, we sort of thought we'd name it for the woman who helped us. Of course, we could make...
There's plenty of time for you to think of something. No hurry.
Mr. Kent, wait. Aren't you the man who owns those 2 big tenements over on Polk Street?
Why, yes, I believe those are my buildings.
Well, I know just what you could do. Tear them down.
Tear them down? My own buildings?
But they're awful, Mr. Kent. Now, if you tore down those buildings in that congested district...
Miss Adams, I'm afraid you're the fanatic people say you are. I get rent from those buildings.
Oh, but you've just assured me you didn't need it. Well, you came here especially because you're generous and because you wanted to help us.
Well, it wasn't what I intended to do at all.
Oh, how good of you. Believe me, Mr. Kent, it's the best memorial you could have.
Oh, thank you. It's all come so suddenly. How soon would you have them torn down?
Oh, I can't tear them down because I have no money. But we'll work with you on placing the families in better homes.
But look here now. I have to give up the buildings and pay for wrecking them?
Well,
I'm sorry, Miss Adams. I'm afraid I have to be going. Think over some reasonable request and notify me. Good day. Good day.
I've lost him. Oh, how stupid of me.
I'm sorry I slammed the door, Miss Adams. Perhaps, yes, I suppose I can tear down those buildings, but don't ask me to put up any new ones. Good day.
Oh, Ellen, we have a playground a whole block long. Though I'm not sure the young man knows it yet.
Hull House gained a playground for the South Side, and the basis for Chicago's present playground system was laid. Other Hull House experiments showed the way for civic and social improvement throughout the country. Yet, in many Hull House ventures, Jane Addams found bitter opposition. A few years after her settlement's opening, Miss Addams greets 2 callers.
Gentlemen, have you come to see me again about the sweatshop bill before the legislature?
Miss Addams, after we called on you yesterday, we went back to the men who sent us here. They're men who own shops of the sort that would be put out of business if this bill you're backing so hard becomes a law in Illinois.
Well,
we told them you couldn't be talked out of your stand. So they've got another proposition.
What do you mean?
We can offer you $50,000 to build up Hull House. No strings tied to it.
No strings. Except to forget my interest in ending sweatshops.
Well, naturally.
$50,000 is a great deal of money. And I could use it. But when it comes to forgetting the things I've seen, dark basements where women huddle to finish work that'll net them 5 cents a day, or rickety lofts where children bend over 10-hour-long tasks sobbing as they work, those things I can't forget.
Well, I respect your courage, Miss Addams. Don't forget you're making a certain element of this town pretty mad.
Gentlemen, we'll fight tooth and nail for this sweatshop bill. And, well, if Hull House is destroyed in the fight, well, there'll always be other neighborhoods, other people who need helping.
But Hull House was not to go down. It was to prosper and send into public service from its expert staff countless women who have won distinction through their brilliant deeds of service. After 50 years at Hull House, Jane Addams' idealism received such universal recognition that she was awarded the Nobel Prize for her labors in the cause of international peace. Although Jane Addams has passed on, her spirit is strong in her fellow Americans, in women who give of themselves unselfishly for public service. two melodies of today, I Dream Too Much and I'm the Echo by Jerome Kern, both from the motion picture I Dream Too Much. There are thousands of women in the public service who receive no outstanding recognition, but are nonetheless loyal to their duty. In the backwoods mountain country of Kentucky, the frontier nurses serve on a charity basis or for very low pay the poverty-stricken mountaineers of Kentucky. We are in one of the wayside cabins of the service as dusk falls in the hills. Two young women, Mary Colton and Helen Burns, prepare supper.
Supper's ready.
I'm so tired, I don't know if I can eat. You get a letter from home?
Yeah, it's from my aunt. Read the last paragraph. I've been thinking about it all day.
Let's see. What? A job in the city?
Yes, you remember the city. Bright lights, gay people, and a date now and then.
Oh, I know how you feel. I get streaks like that myself, wondering why I'm in this lonely place, grinding my strength out. Certainly there isn't any money in it, and there isn't any fame.
Well, I haven't quite made up my mind, but remind me on Wednesday, will you? I have to wire my aunt then.
Yeah. I'll remind you.
Maybe I'll feel better when I've had some sleep.
Nurses! Nurses!
Who's that? I'll open it. Is you the nurses? Well, what's the matter, child?
Get your breath, youngster. What's the matter?
I've been a-running most of the last 5 miles.
My little brother's mouth is sick with a choking in his throat. Can you come fast?
I'll go saddle up. He'll have to ride back to show me the way, Helen, so get some food inside him quick.
I will.
Through the lonely, beautiful hills of Kentucky, the frontier nurses ride at all hours on errands of mercy. Mary Colton, with the hill boy Augie riding behind her to guide her, speeds along a trail to answer the plea for help.
Are you all right, Augie? Hang on to me. It's a mighty powerful horse we're riding, ma'am. I got my arms tied around your middle, and
if you're one of the Tackett family, Augie, I don't see why it took you so long to reach our cabin.
I come the wrong way round. Scared of meeting Cotters.
Are your kinfolk in a feud with the Cotters?
It ain't like the Tacketts and the Cotters got a feud, ma'am. It ain't like we're friendly, neither. Cotters is a race full of feistiness and orneriness. Go up, ma'am. We're coming to the ford in the Little Coon Creek.
I see it. Easy, Star. Easy, boy. Star doesn't like cold water very well. Oh, come on, Star. Get into it. Come on. Good. He thinks he'll try it.
What's that? It's Cotters, I reckon. Back of us, ma'am. They're throwing rocks at us.
Whoa, Star. Don't throw stones. You're scaring my horse. Whoa, Star.
I'm slipping.
We're both going into the water, Augie. Jump clear.
Come on, let's see you two. Let's have a look at you.
Augie, are you hurt or just wet?
Lord Almighty, it's a woman.
Yes, it's a woman, you big hoodlums. Must give you a lot of satisfaction to throw rocks at a horse and get us soaking wet. And my horse is scared off.
It's a foreign woman. It's one of them frontier nurses. Got a sharp tongue in her skull.
When you finish sizing me up, maybe you'll chase my horse.
Hey, she's ordering us around. No call to be sassy, ma'am. It was a mistake. We was feeling in an antique way, but we weren't aiming to hurt nobody.
Oh, you idiots. Please don't stand there. Help me.
Lord Almighty, that little one she's got ain't no foreigner. Why, he's a hill boy. What's his name, ma'am?
Why, his name is Augie.
Who's this kid?
He's an Owens, Augie Owens.
I'm a Tackett.
A Tackett, huh? I know there was a reason I scared that nag. I reckon we got to keep Harriet Tackett hereabouts right with us. And...
Don't you touch me.
Oh, don't bother him, please. I'm riding on an emergency case, and he's guiding me.
Come on, Rick. Don't argue fire with the foreigner. We got to get over to Caraville by sunup. Besides, you follow us and bring that Tackett young'un with you. All right. Hey, don't bring the foreigner. Leave her be.
But leave her be. Hours to find a place without Augie.
Oh, I'm plumb shamefaced, ma'am. Feels like I gotta take this boy.
You'll have to whoop me first.
Oh, please. Bige, is that your name? Say, are you little Bige Mayberry?
Yes'm. He was at our cabin when my granny was ailing. Ain't pleasure to me none, ma'am, take this boy, but I gotta.
Oh, but your friends don't really care. See, they've gone up down the path. Why, it isn't even your feud. You're a Mayberry.
Yes'm, but I'm out tonight with Cotters, and they're Texas folk.
They're far down the road. And look, back of me. My horse is coming back. I scared him stiff, but he's doing his best.
Well, if you all could now get on that nag and run for it.
Yes, we can. Here, Star. Here, boy. Come on. I can mount in a second. See? Okay, catch my hand and I'll swing you up. There!
Ma'am, the whole countryside is favorable to you nurses. Once past the creek, you're safe. Rick Carter ain't let water touch him in 20 years. Get up, Star. Get up.
No waiting is more hopeless and fearful than that of the men and women of rural districts who can only pray that the doctor or the nurse will arrive in time to help. On a dark mountainside, as dawn is about to break, Tom and Hannah Tackett stand in front of their small cabin.
Hark. What's that, woman? It's a nag coming up the mountain hell for leather. If it ain't the nurse, my heart'll be plumb heavy.
Oh, got her. Here she is. How's Billy?
Am I in time, Mrs. Tackett?
Well, there's no telling. He's breathing yet. We'd about give you up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got a scare on the road and was delayed.
There he lays. His throat is all fogged up.
Yes, I see. What have you done?
Well, I gave him drops of vinegar to clear the phlegm, but it didn't help him nary mite.
Let me see his throat. Oh, looks like diphtheria. Have your man put on your kettle. Hand me my stick.
Here, there.
Stand here beside me and hand me the things as I need them.
Through the night and for several days afterward, forgetting the passage of time, Mary works on the sick boy. Finally, her perseverance is rewarded.
Well, he's better. out of danger. What day is it?
Most likely it's Thursday. Look at our Billy there. He's asleep in as sound as a kitten against a hot jam rock.
You'll remember what you're to do for him, won't you, Mrs. Tackett?
Yes'm, but you shouldn't ought to leave. You tuck it out. Why, it ain't even sun up yet.
I'll take a pan of cold water for my face. Mr. Tackett, will you ask Augie to saddle my horse?
Yes, ma'am. I'll tend
You're
to it.
cruel to ride off before we can thank you proper. 'Cause it's only fair to say we've got no money.
Well, when you can pay us something to help out someone else, do. Oh, did you say it was Thursday?
If I have it right, and I think I have.
Good heavens. I was to send a telegram. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have gone anyway. I know that now.
You were going somewhere?
No, I'm not going somewhere. But I don't care. This is my work. I think I do it mostly for little ones like Billy.
Nurse, are you leaving now?
Well, I'll be back in 2 days. I expect you to be well for me by then. You promise?
Yes, ma'am.
Goodbye, honey.
Bye.
Bye, Mrs. Tackett.
Good day to you,
I'll
ma'am.
take you to your horse, ma'am. He's kind of restless.
All right, thank you.
There goes a good woman, Billy. And you're not to forget her, do you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
For she's tended you like you was her own kin. And she didn't even want no thanks.
Without public applause, but universally respected, go the thousands of women whose daily lives are dedicated to the public good. Records of their disinterested devotion to duty are being added each day to the nation's history. Women have entered every field of human endeavor, but especially in those professions demanding the highest charitable and humane feeling, they have proved themselves leaders in the cavalcade of America.
Public service is rendered by many people of various professions. And although nurses and social workers are the heroines of tonight's stories, we honor all men and women who serve the public. Among them are the scientists, such as the American chemists who are discovering secrets of nature in order to make many useful materials that we otherwise should have to get from other countries. Just for example, America needs inexpensive camphor. It is an important ingredient in many articles you use every day. In pyroxylin plastics used in making combs and toilet articles, knitting needles, toothbrush handles, fountain pens, and hundreds of other articles. It's also essential to photographic film. And the safety glass used in many automobiles really is a sandwich of glass and transparent pyrrolin plastic, which also contains camphor. Way back in 1421, 70 years before Columbus discovered America, some Chinese visiting the island of Formosa were agreeably surprised to find forests of stately trees with a balmy odor that could be smelled for miles. These were camphor trees, and the Formosan natives made a pleasant-smelling product out of them. The Chinese took some of this camphor home with them, and traders carried it throughout the Orient, where it was already known and prized highly for medicinal purposes and for use in making amulets that would ward off evil. Chemists discovered the structure of camphor as long ago as 1893, and many attempts have been made to produce it chemically. However, all efforts to make a high-grade product at a reasonable cost failed until just a few years ago. DuPont chemists succeeded in perfecting a process which uses as raw material turpentine extracted from southern pine trees. This development is important to every American, for DuPont now produces camphor at a price which makes it unnecessary to go abroad to buy it. This is an achievement that well exemplifies the DuPont phrase, better things for better living through chemistry. Next week at this same time, DuPont will again present the Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Countdown for blastoff. X -5, -4, -3, -2, X -1, fire. From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 would-be worlds. The National Broadcasting Company presents X minus 1. Tonight's story, The Man in the Moon.
Attention, attention. This is the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons calling all local agencies. Attention, this is a coded report nationwide. Missing since 9 o'clock this morning the following persons: Smigley Jonathan, 5 feet 8 inches tall, brown hair, brown eyes, mastoid scar behind right ear, last seen wearing blue top coat and tan cap, wanted by Los Angeles. Hello, get off this wavelength. This is a restricted band.
Hello, Earth.
Whoever you are, you're on a coded wavelength. Tune out. This frequency is reserved for the Federal Bureau of Missing Persons.
Hello, Earth. This is the moon calling Earth. Hello, Earth.
This guy is loony.
This is Jake in transmission.
Jake, this is Charlie of the code room. Some crackpot is on our frequency.
Yeah, I heard him, Charlie. I've got CQ trying to trace a source now. We should have a triangulation any second.
Well, hurry it up, will you? Some ham is in for a good stiff fine by the FCC.
Yeah, they ought to take his license away. Oh, here comes Lenny with the directional fix.
Right.
Thanks, Lenny. Hey, what's this? This is impossible.
What's going on down there? How about it? Get that ham out of my kilocycles.
Oh, listen, Charlie, unless this is a gag, that interference is being beamed from 240,000 miles away.
Oh, now, Jake, you know there ain't no such thing as 240,000 miles away.
Yes, there is, Charlie, straight up.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Charlie, that signal is coming from the moon.
Are you nuts?
Oh, somebody might be bouncing it like a radar signal.
Radar on this frequency? Where'd you study basic radio?
Now, listen, Flathead, you asked for a fix. I gave the best fix our instruments can find. Take it or leave it. Somebody on the moon is calling the Bureau of Missing Persons.
Mr. Timken. Timken.
What's the sweat, Charlie? Shouldn't you be broadcasting?
Listen, Mr. Timken. You know I'm a sober citizen, right? Mm-hmm. Never once have I broadcast with the smell of alcohol on my breath, right?
Right.
In all your 12 years here at the Bureau, did I once
what's
ever...
What's the matter, Charlie?
We're picking up a message on our wavelength.
Well, did you report to the FCC?
I ain't got the nerve.
Well, what's wrong?
You'll scream when you hear this, Mr. Timken. You'll jump right out the window, but... We are getting an SOS from the moon. Well, that's it. He started on voice and switched to Morse. The way the signal repeats sounds like a phonograph record or automatic sender of some sort.
Well, what's it say?
Let's see here. Can you read me? Help, Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Let's have that again.
Can you read me? Help, Otterburn. Will contact when moon is in phase.
Otterburn.
That sounds like a name, huh?
Otterburn. Otterburn. Wait a minute.
Something registered?
Cornelius Otterburn. Holy jumping Jehoshaphat.
Hey, where are you going?
Talk to the chief.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to tell him? We just got a CQ from the man in the moon?
That's exactly what I am going to tell him, Charlie.
Hey. Oh, this is just too much for me.
Washington Star Ledger.
Let me have O'Brien on city desk.
A moment. O'Brien?
Seamus,
Yeah?
Charlie Starbuck down at the Missing Persons Bureau. You want a hot one? No kidding. This'll cost you a beer, okay?
All right, shoot, Noodle Brain. I'll stay on your wavelength for 30 seconds.
Okay. We just got a radio message from the moon.
Yep. What?
From the moon.
Call me back when you're sober.
Okay, Seamus, if you don't know a story when you see one,
I'll send you the name of a good psychiatrist. So long, Orson Welles.
How do you like that? You don't believe me.
Otterburn, Mr. Wade. Now, does that name ring a bell?
You're the man with the photographic memory, Henry. What about Otterburn?
Cornelius Otterburn, atomic physicist, reported missing from his home in Baltimore on June 5th, 1945, just 5 years ago. Vanished completely.
Are you trying to tell me you really think there's something to this man-on-the-moon business? Henry, I'm surprised at you. This is some crackpot trying to jam the airwaves.
Yes, but the name Otterburn is so unusual.
So are a lot of names.
And I have a theory that...
I was afraid of that. Henry, you always have a theory. Let's see, what was it last year? Oh, yes, that people disappear in occupational psych.
But it's true.
Please, Henry, I'm a busy man. You expect me to believe that this Otterburn is sitting up on the moon, sending out shortwave messages?
Well, he might be on Earth bouncing the messages off the moon. But who's to say he isn't on the moon?
Henry, as chief of this bureau, I have my hands full trying to coordinate reports from 48 states and Alaska. I have no time to include the moon.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, Henry.
But, Mr. Wade...
Out, I'm busy.
Yes.
Oh, here. Take this folder of reports for the dead file.
Yes.
And no more nonsense, eh, Henry?
Yes.
I appreciate that you have a very dull job filing old missing persons reports, and I appreciate that you take an active interest in the affairs of the Bureau. But no more nonsense, huh?
No, sir. No more nonsense.
Pardon me.
Hmm?
You are Mr. Henry Timken.
That's my name.
Permit me, Jefferson Philo, scientific feature writer.
Oh, how do you do? Oh, are you a newspaper man?
Not exactly. I write as a hobby. Occasionally, the papers give me leads on an assignment. If I may have a moment of your time.
Well, certainly. Just sit down at my desk over here.
Thank you. My, that's quite a stack of papers.
Filing. I'm the records custodian of the Bureau, 12 years, and never misplaced a record.
Magnificent. I admire the precise mind, Mr.
Timken.
Of course. Now, Mr. Timken, Mr. O'Brien, the editor of the Star Ledger, said I might drop by and investigate a rumor. Only a rumor, mind you, that a message from the, moon?
Well, we aren't certain it's from the moon. It may be a bounce. They have bounced radar waves off the moon, you know.
Yes, I know. I wrote the first newspaper article on it.
Really? I'd be interested to read it.
I must have a copy in my briefcase.
Well, don't bother.
Oh, but I insist. Oh, yes. There you are. I'll leave it on your desk.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, about this message from the moon, Mr. Timken.
Well, now, we don't know for sure, as I said. But I believe that this message, wherever it originates, is from Cornelius Otterburn.
The physicist?
Oh, do you know him?
I once wrote an article on his contribution to nuclear mechanics. A brilliant man, Otterburn. Years ahead of his contemporaries.
Well, whoever is sending those signals, if he isn't on the moon, is at least using the moon as a sounding board, bouncing the signal.
But why, Mr. Timken? Why?
Well, if you will come here tomorrow night at 8, Mr. Philo, we may learn the answer to that question. I've arranged with Charlie, our radio man, to let me use the equipment.
May I consider this an invitation?
You certainly may.
Very well, sir. Until tomorrow night, then.
Goodbye, Mr. Philo. Let's see now. Aiken, Abelard, Abramson, Rono, Atch. Well, that's funny. Now, where did this list of names come from? Paul Aarons, astromathematician. Robert Simons, electronic engineer. Carl Parker, mining specialist. Well, this must have got mixed up with the papers on my desk by accident. Peculiar list of names. Oh, good morning, Charlie.
Oh, hi, Mr. Timken. See, we made the papers.
Oh?
And how? And as the chief steamed up about it, he really gave me what for.
What did the paper say?
Oh, mostly ha-ha. Here's the Herald. Listen. Man on the moon contacts Missing Persons Bureau. Missing atomic scientists sitting on the moon, say Bureau experts, etc., etc. What a panning.
Well, no wonder Mr. Wade is hopping.
Say, about tonight, Miss Timken, I don't
Now,
know.
you promised you'd give me a key to the radio room.
Yeah, but I didn't expect
Well,
this.
I'll take full responsibility with Mr. Wade.
At the time for the morning broadcast, we got quite a list today.
Well, mind if I listen a while? We may hear Otterburn.
Well, I ain't self-conscious. Just stick around.
Yes.
Attention. Attention. This is the Federal Missing Persons Bureau calling all local agencies. Nationwide. This is a coded broadcast. The following persons are missing. Aaron's Dr. Paul, 5'5", brown hair, brown eyes, scar on left side of chin, thick glasses.
Aaron's.
Occupation, astromathematician. Missing since 6 o'clock this morning. Being sought by Bel Air police.
Charlie.
Repeat. Dr. Paul
Charlie,
Aaron.
shut it off a second.
Hold it. Delay 1 minute. Listen, Mr. Timken, it's okay to stay, but you can't interrupt
Now,
this.
this is important. Did you say Dr. Aarons was reported missing this morning?
6 a.m. We got the report from Bel Air less than an hour ago.
Are you certain, Charlie?
Positive. What is this?
Charlie, what's the next name on the list?
Let's see. Simons, Robert, engineer.
What?
Came in less than 20 minutes ago.
20?
Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
It's nothing, Charlie, except that last night, quite by accident, someone left a list of names on my desk. And that list included the names of those 2 men who were reported missing within the last hour.
What? Oh, that don't sound right to me.
Well, it isn't right, Charlie. It leaves a big question to be answered. Who would make up a list of missing persons before they were missing, not after?
And you say this list of names was left on your desk accidentally?
Well, I believe so, Mr. Wade.
Do you have any ideas, Henry?
Well, it's hard to say. Mr. Philo left some papers from his briefcase.
Mr. Philo?
Well, a science feature writer.
I see. You were the leak on that story, then?
Yes, sir, I'm afraid I was. I didn't think it would be treated as a laughing matter.
Well, we'll deal with that later.
Yes, sir.
What's this Philo like?
Well, he's a strange old duck, bald, thick glasses, tall. He walks stooped over. Seems to know a great deal about scientific data, but, of course, being a science writer,
Is there any other possibility?
I believe that this is all hooked up with the broadcast from Otterburn.
That seems to be a very remote possibility.
Well, the Missing Persons Bureau deals in remote possibilities, Mr. Wade.
I do not require a statement of policy.
Yes, sir.
What's the theory?
Well, for some time now, it has been my contention that in a country like ours, where even the cleverest criminal can be ferreted out and located eventually, there is no such thing as a missing person.
I was afraid of that.
For 12 years now, I have kept the central files, where information from all over the country is channeled and recorded. I have made a private study.
This is beginning to sound familiar, Henry.
And I have discovered that each year, literally thousands of persons vanish, leaving no trace. They are never located. Where do they go? Nobody knows. And they disappear in interesting cycles.
What sort of cycles?
Occupations, for example. One year we'll have a run on, well, say, coal miners. Next year, the proportion of engineers increases. And then scientists. And
what do you think happens, Henry?
I don't know, Mr. Wade, but I'm beginning to suspect that somebody else has discovered the same phenomenon, even to the point, perhaps, of being able to predict who will turn up among the missing next.
Philo?
Well, I don't know. But I would like to find out.
And you think Otterburn may be a part of this picture?
Mr. Wade, I definitely do.
Henry, do you honestly expect me to buy an idea like that?
It is more than an idea. The 2 top men on this list are missing, and...
Maybe so, but the rest of them aren't. Parker, Watson, Gibbs. Why, I saw Parker in the restaurant where I had lunch today.
Yes, but
and if you
Mr.
think
Wade...
I'm going to make myself a laughingstock by accepting such a crack-brained theory...
Well,
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hello, Wade speaking. Yes? Yes? I see. What name? Just a moment. Henry, let me see that list again.
Here you are, sir.
Go ahead. I see. I'll get back to you. I guess I owe you an apology, Henry.
Sir?
Carl Parker was just reported missing.
Parker?
3rd man on your list.
Holy mackerel.
Exactly. Henry, for a good many years now, I've ridiculed these theories of yours. I don't know. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Maybe this time you've really stumbled onto something.
What do you intend to do, Mr. Wade?
I don't know. I haven't thought it out yet.
I was planning to listen for another broadcast tonight in the hope that Otterburn might try to contact us again.
Good idea. I believe I'll join you.
I also invited Mr. Philo, the feature writer.
Oh? I'll be glad to meet him. I'm beginning to get interested in your Mr. Philo.
Wait, you don't think...
That he's mixed up in this?
Yes.
I don't know, Henry. But it suddenly strikes me that we don't know very much about him, really.
We ought to contact the police.
No, Henry. I think we're better off keeping this between ourselves for the moment. We're dealing with the unknown. And in solving an equation for the X factor, it's often easier to limit the number of terms. Follow me?
I don't know, Mr. Wade.
There may be more danger in what you have discovered than you are aware of. Let's keep it quiet. You agree?
Maybe you're right, Mr. Wade. I haven't thought of the danger involved.
8 o'clock. My friend Mr. Philo is late.
Well, he said he'd be here. He strikes me as a man who keeps appointments.
Look out the window.
Yes.
The moon is almost in direct phase. We can't wait much longer.
Well, it's a perfectly clear night for transmission. If anybody's sending, we ought to pick it up with this equipment.
You'd better switch on the set.
Yes. I never realized how eerie this office could be when it was empty.
I'll have to light in the hall for Mr. Philo when he comes. Are you getting anything?
Just some foreign stuff, I think.
Concludes the British portion of tonight's programming from Johannesburg, South Africa. We continue in April.
That's a peculiar transmission sound.
Earth.
Now, that sounds like something. See if I can work the selector.
The moon is in phase.
Yes.
Hello, Earth. Can you hear me?
I'll try to return. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Earth.
Hello, do you hear me?
Oh, I get you now. Thank God.
Who are you? Can you hear me? Who are you?
This is Professor Cornelius Otterburn. Hello?
Go on, I hear you.
Not much time. They're on to me. They've located my sending point. You hear me?
Go ahead, keep talking.
I've only enough oxygen for a few minutes more.
Well, where are you?
I'm on the Earth side of the moon. You get that? The Earth side of the moon. A volcanic crater.
Good. Start that recorder, Mr. Wade. Go on. Explain, please. Explain,
Now
please.
listen closely. There is an Earth colony on the moon. There is an Earth colony on the far side of the moon, made up of renegade scientists and criminals. Professor Ernst Halsman.
He died in an insane asylum in 1938.
Professor Ernst Halsman discovered nuclear rocket power in 1935. Turned his plans over to escaped inmates of the asylum. They took off and set up a colony on the far side of the moon in 1938.
Go ahead, we're recording you.
Each year, they recruit new colonists from Earth. Slave labor, mostly. I was kidnapped in 1945.
Yes, I know. Keep talking.
They wanted me to work on atomic drive for their flying disc. Hello?
Still getting you. Go on.
Last month, 6 others and I escaped.
Speak louder.
You got to stop them. Stop them.
Stop who?
The moon colony. Planning to take over the Earth. Invasion. Oh.
Hang on.
No oxygen. Hard to breathe. Listen. They have agents on Earth. You hear me?
Agents on Earth? Where? Who? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Agents in...
Henry, look out.
Lights.
Someone at the window. Get down. Henry, are you all right?
I think so. His shot smashed the transmitter.
And the lights. Strike a match. Careful.
It was close.
I got a look at him. From the description, it was your Mr. Philo.
We got a recording anyway, but not the most important part of the message. Poor Otterburn, suffocating to death.
Henry, we've got to get you out of here. He said they have agents. Philo is probably one of them. He'll be looking for you now, trying to kill you.
But the police...
Do you think the police would believe a fantastic story like this? People being kidnapped to the moon as slave labor? Moon colony planning an invasion of the Earth? But Henry, believe me, they'd trap us into straitjackets before we could finish.
We've got to do something.
We need time. Time to get proof.
You don't think my theory was bunk then?
I know it wasn't, Henry. Right now, my only concern is for your safety.
But we can't walk out of here. Philo's probably waiting.
Listen, there's a service elevator that leads to the basement garage.
Yeah?
We can get down there. There are some delivery trucks parked there all night. We can probably get one started. The garage door's off the ramp, work from the inside. We'll start the mechanism and make a run for it.
I don't know. I think if we call the police...
By the time the police get here, we'll be dead. You think Philo will wait outside all night? Come on. That's an order.
Okay. But what about the recording of Otterburn's notes?
We'll leave that here in the safe in my office. They'll never get into that. Let's go. You buzz the elevator while I hide the recording. This is the basement. Come on. Keep to the side.
Yes, sir.
Shh. Let's try that delivery truck over there. I'll get in. All right, Henry. You start the mechanism to open the garage door, then jump onto the truck.
Yes, sir.
We'll make a dash for it.
Where can we go?
I have a farm outside Chevy Chase. It's private. Miles from the nearest neighbor and completely hidden by trees. We'll run for that. Go ahead. Start the door up.
All right.
Quick, jump in. Let her go, Henry. Cross your fingers. We made it out all right. Anything doing?
There's a blue coupe behind us, Mr. Wade. It's easily following.
I'll cut up Pennsylvania Avenue. Now Route 1, toward Baltimore.
It is following. He turned with us. Can you go faster?
Not much faster.
Well, he's gaining on us.
I've got an idea. Hang on, Henry.
Yes. Why'd you stop?
I'll turn off the lights. It worked. He shot right past us. Now we'll double back and go out another route.
Well, I don't see anything. I think we've lost him.
Good. I think everything's going to be all right now. We can be at my farm in less than an hour. Not much longer now. Is anyone behind us?
I thought I saw the blue coupe again, but I was mistaken. Whew. This place is really out in the wilderness.
We can stay here indefinitely till we figure out the next route. Just up this dirt road now. There's the house up ahead.
You're not going toward it.
No, I have a better idea. There's a big abandoned wheat silo on my grounds. It's down a hollow where it can't be seen except from the air. And even then, the oak trees shield it. We'll hide you out there. Now, we leave the truck here. It'll never be seen. Come on.
Yes. How did you ever find this place, Mr. Wade?
I've always liked seclusion. I bought it about 12 years ago. Come up here in the summertime to get away from it all. There's the silo.
It's certainly well hidden.
There's a small door around the side. Come on. Be careful of those bushes.
Yes.
It's hard to see them in the dark.
Do you suppose Philo will find us?
I assure you, Henry, Mr. Fowler will never find us here. Not in a million years. Here's the door.
It's pitch dark.
Oh, my arm. I know the way. Just a few steps up and another door.
Steel. This is an unusual silo. Double-walled, wood outside and steel inside.
Completely fireproof. An army couldn't wreck it. We're inside the inner shell. Careful. You're in a circular room. Stay here a moment. I'll go outside and see if the coast is clear. In a moment, your eyes will become accustomed to the darkness. I'll bring back some food and water.
Don't be long, Mr. Wade. This place gives me the willies.
Just a moment.
Wade. I swear I hear something. Mr. Wade. What's that? There is something. Good Lord. There's someone in here. It's locked. Oh, no. Mr. Wade! Mr. Wade, let me out! I'm not alone in here! Mr. Wade! This must be a light switch. Thank God. Oh, no. People. 10, 15, 20. Mr. Wade, help! Help!
It will do you no good to shout, Henry.
Mr. Wade, where are you?
Outside. Speaking over the intercom.
Mr. Wade, there are people in here. 15 or 20 of them. They're sitting like statues, just staring at me.
They won't hurt you, Henry. What? They've all been drugged. They're even more helpless than you.
But who are they?
Permit me to introduce them, Henry, since they're currently unable to introduce themselves. The gentleman seated before you, the one with the scar, is Dr. Paul Ahrens, the astromathematician. Next to him is Mr. Robert Simons, electronic engineer.
Names on the list.
Yes, you're familiar with the rest. They've all been, shall we say, recruited to work with Professor Halsman's group on the moon.
Moon? Then you're one of them.
Of course. Oh, yes. There's one whose name was not on our list. If you'll turn around, Henry, you'll recognize the drugged form of your old friend, Mr. Philo.
Philo? But I thought...
That he was part of the conspiracy? No. On the contrary. His snooping made it necessary for us to include him.
Yes, but the man in the window, the one who fired the shot...
An agent of mine. The pilot of this ship.
Ship? What ship?
This silo is camouflaged for a rocket launching platform. In a moment, the roof will slide back for the rocket's takeoff.
A rocket ship?
In exactly 70 hours, you and your companions will join Professor Otterburn on the moon.
But you can't do this to me.
We have done it, Henry.
No.
You see, there was another name omitted in that list, which I carelessly mixed up with your papers. That of Henry Timken.
No.
Bon voyage.
I won't let you do this. You can't. Please let me out. Let me out, please. This can't happen. Let me out. Let me out.
Attention. Missing since 8 o'clock last night, the following persons. Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds, brown eyes, slightly balding, occupation records custodian. Repeat, Timken Henry, age 45, height 5 feet 8, 165 pounds.
In just a moment, a word about next week's adventure. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you The Man in the Moon, an original radio drama written by George Lefferts. Featured in the cast were Louis Van Rooten as Henry, Santos Ortega as the Chief, Ross Martin as Charlie, Sidney Smith as Otterburn, Bob Haig as Jake, Joe DeSantis as Philo, and Ed Latimer as O'Brien. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Fred Way and is an NBC Radio Network production. And now, next week, the sign on the window said Perigi's Wonderful Dolls. A woman and a child waited outside. The little girl peering eagerly through the window, and the woman glancing impatiently at her wristwatch, as if expecting someone who was late for an appointment. And there was nothing about Perigi's doll shop to warn them that they were waiting to keep an appointment with Doom at X-1.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
If someone from another country were to ask you to explain why the American economic system is the best in the world, what would you say? That's a question particularly important at this time because our economic system is being attacked by other nations. Here's something most of us know, that the American economic system has brought greater material means for happiness to more people than any other the world has ever known. We've been able to outproduce every other nation and to enjoy a steadily rising standard of living. Remember that. When someone attacks the American economic system, just remind him that nowhere else in the world would he benefit so much or enjoy a greater measure of prosperity. Inner Sanctum Mysteries, brought to you by the American Broadcasting Company. Tonight, No Rest for the Dead, starring Arnold Moss.
Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. Yes, it's your old friend, the host again, inviting you through the blood-stained portals of the creaking door, through which so many people have entered and so few return. Well, friends, I just got back from a vacation. I've had a most delirious time. Lovely. We rented a little haunted house in the country right next to a cemetery so that the little ones could play tag around the tombstones. Did you ever play golf with a couple of ghouls by moonlight? The only thing you have to be careful about is that they like to make holes in one. You guessed it. You're the one. And now for tonight's journey into fear. No rest for the dead. Got a stranglehold on your nerves? Remember, if you're the jumpy type, don't sit near windows. All right, then. Gather close, and we'll hear Gordon Wells tell us his story in his own words.
My luck was running high on the night that I went to see Bruce Craig. A raging storm kept traffic off the roads. In fact, I didn't see a single car all the way to his house. When I rang the bell, I waited for a moment. No one answered. And then I heard Bruce call.
Door is open.
The house was empty. Apparently, the servants had gone. You see, these details were important because I knew I might have to murder Bruce.
Is that you, Gordon?
Yes.
I'm in the bedroom.
Bruce. Bruce, what are you doing in bed?
Never mind. Sit down.
Well, I thought I heard you gasp.
Don't be so concerned about me. I'll be all right. If only this pain would go away.
You're sick. You need a doctor.
I've sent for the doctor.
I'd better ring for a servant. Maybe a drink would help.
The butler's gone and the cook never showed up. So there's no one here but us, Gordon. It's just as well. I'm not sure that I want anyone to overhear what I have to say. You must have guessed why I sent for you.
Oh, no, Bruce.
And I'll tell you. I've always regarded you as the closest friend I've ever had. I've given you a chance to make something of yourself, though you were nothing but a worthless gambler when I met you.
I've always appreciated what you did for me, Bruce.
Yes, you showed your appreciation by stealing $10,000 from me.
What are you talking about?
I've been checking the books. I've suspected you for some time, but I couldn't believe it. Are you going to deny that you stole the money?
Have you told the police about this?
No, not yet. What did you do with the money?
Well, I took a chance on a few things, and I lost.
You gambled it away?
Well, yes. It's just a matter of luck.
Well, your luck wasn't very good, Gordon. I'm going to phone for the police. Let go of me. No. If you think you're... Help me, someone. Don't. Gordon, help!
My fingers closed round his throat, and he started to rise from the bed. I didn't relax my hold for one instant. And then, suddenly, his eyes closed. There was a violent convulsion that tore through his body. Bruce managed to writhe free for a second. Then he collapsed on the floor. I kneeled next to him. But there was nothing more that had to be done. Bruce was dead. Anne, wake up.
Mother,
There's someone at the door.
at this hour?
It's probably the police.
The police?
Yes, I want you to do exactly as I tell you, Anne.
Hmm?
If they ask you where I was, you tell them that I didn't leave this house tonight.
Oh, but you did, dear. You went to see Bruce.
Don't be a fool. Bruce is dead.
Dead?
He's been murdered. You were asleep when I came in. I didn't want to tell you.
Gordon, did you kill...
You'll tell them I was here. You'll tell them I never left this room.
Gordon, you...
Shut up!
You can't get away with this.
It's going to be all right. My luck's good. Now, come on. Just a moment.
Oh, hello, Wells. I didn't mean to get you out of bed like this. Oh, good evening, Mrs. Wells.
Good evening.
I hope I haven't frightened you.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Parrish. I didn't know what to expect.
Well, I'm sorry. I've just come from Bruce Craig's house. You live close by. I thought you should be the first one to know. Craig is dead.
When did you find out?
I got a call from his doctor an hour ago. He didn't have any relatives around here. Doctor knew I was his attorney, and he got in touch with me.
Well, this is terrible news, Parrish. It's hard to tell you what Bruce meant to me. Why, he was more than just a friend.
Yes, I knew that when I drew up his will. Why, he's left everything to you.
To me?
Yes, his entire estate. There's only one condition.
Oh, what's that?
Well, Bruce apparently had a brother somewhere. If this man turns up within 48 hours, he'll be the sole beneficiary.
I see.
But you don't have to worry. The brother hasn't been heard from for 20 years. He's probably dead. Well, will you take care of the funeral arrangements? I'll help you if you wish.
Wait a minute. There's something I don't understand.
What?
The funeral arrangements. I thought the police would take the body.
The police?
Well, yes, in cases like this.
Oh, no. The police don't take over when a man dies in his own home. Unless, of course, it's murder.
That's what I mean.
Oh, good heavens. I guess I was so upset I forgot to tell you. Bruce Craig died of a heart attack.
Heart attack? Are you sure?
The doctor was quite certain of it. Why, what did you expect it was?
We were in the funeral parlor the next day. Everyone had gone but Anne and myself.
Gordon.
What's the matter?
Look there. That man.
What about him?
It's Craig. Bruce Craig.
I looked at the man who'd just walked in. It was Bruce. He was standing in the dim shadows. I watched him as he walked over to the open coffin. And suddenly I realized that man is Bruce Craig's brother.
His brother?
Bruce never told me anything about him. He's apparently a twin. And do you realize what this means?
He'll inherit the estate.
Yes.
Well, perhaps it's just as well.
Oh, no, Anne.
But what can you do?
I have to do something.
Now, Gordon, now, please, let's forget the whole thing. It was just bad luck.
My luck can't run out now. If he inherits the estate, I go to jail.
What do you say?
He'll find out about the money that I...
What money?
Anne. Go to the car. Turn on the motor. Wait there. Do as I tell you. If you love me at all, you've got to help me. The man stood near the coffin, looking at the body inside it, lost in thought. I looked at his face, and I looked at the face of my friend in the coffin. They were identical, except that one was alive, and the other had the calm repose of death.
What do you want?
Nothing. You're his brother, aren't you?
Who are you?
Gordon Wells. I was his closest friend.
Were you?
You are Dennis Craig, aren't you?
Excuse me, I'd better go.
No, wait a minute. I'm leaving, too. May I go with you, please?
I'd rather go alone, but... All right, come along.
No, go this way. Will you?
Where does it lead?
To the alley. It's easier to reach your car. Will you be at the cemetery?
When is the burial?
Early tomorrow morning. The alley was dark. I'd been counting on that. The man beside me walked along quietly, but seemed wary, suspicious, as though he could read the thoughts in my mind. It was then that I noticed some paving bricks piled on the side where they were repairing the road in the alley. I stopped. He seemed to sense what I wanted to do.
What are you up to?
Nothing.
Why did you come over to me before?
Well, isn't it only natural since he was your brother?
I never said he was my brother.
It's true, but...
Let go of my
No.
arm. You're not going to get me.
For a moment, I was dizzy from his blow, but in the darkness, I saw him running down the alley. Suddenly, I saw his body shoot into the air, and I heard him scream. I saw him stumble and fall. He lay still for a moment. I picked up one of the paving bricks and quickly came up to him. He was on his back, unconscious. I raised my hand. His eyes opened.
No, don't. I'm not Dennis Craig.
Gordon, what did you do?
Open the back door. Go on, open it.
But Gordon, what...
I gotta get his body in the car, don't you understand? Open it. All right, now get going.
Where shall I drive
Home.
to? But what are you going to do with him?
Go around to the back of the house, Anne.
All right.
Stop there. All right, go out. You may have to help me.
Help you?
You're in this as deeply as I am. Now open the door for me. I'm carrying him out. Turn the lights off and follow me.
But Gordon, how do you expect to get rid of him?
You know the abandoned dry well?
Yes?
No one will ever find him there. No one will ever know. All right, here we are. Now stand aside. I'm going to lift the cover. Turn around if you don't want to see. Now, I'll replace the cover. One of these days I'll seal it up.
Gordon, you'll never get away with it. Never.
Don't be a fool. Can't you see everything's going my way? He even tripped in the alley when he got away from me and not a soul saw us. Nobody knows about it but you.
But why did you have to kill him? Why? You got away with it once. Why weren't you grateful? Why did you have to do this?
You're hysterical. You're losing your head. Stop it. Nothing.
It came from the well.
Couldn't have. He's dead.
Wait a minute.
You may have heard of some animal in the woods. That's all. Everything went perfectly. I knew it would. Nothing can go wrong when you have a run of luck, the way I did. I inherited Bruce Craig's estate. I took over the business. I was wealthier than I'd ever been. I think I could have even been happy if it weren't for Anne. You see, I could forget, but she couldn't. Then one night, about 8 weeks after Bruce Craig died, we were at home together.
Gordon.
Yes?
can't we go out tonight?
And there's a storm.
Yes, I know there's a storm. But it's only a few minutes into town. We can see a movie. Anything would be better than staying here.
And what's the matter with you?
I can't stand this house anymore. We haven't been out of it for one night since Bruce Craig died. We haven't been out because you're afraid. Afraid to leave. You're afraid someone might discover what's in that abandoned well. And you're afraid of me. Because I'm the only one who knows that you're a murderer.
You'd better be quiet.
You hate the very sound of that word, don't you? Well, you are a murderer. Murderer.
And Who's that?
I don't know. But whoever it is, they're welcome. I don't think I can take another night alone with you. I'll answer it. Just a moment. Good evening, I did.
Anne, what is it? What's the matter?
Goodness.
Well, go on, speak. I'll open the door.
No, don't let him in.
Who?
It's Bruce Craig.
Bruce, you're out of your mind.
He was standing there. He wanted to come in.
Get away from the door.
No, don't.
There's no one there. There's no one, no car or anything.
He's gone away. But he'll be back. I know he will.
And listen to me. He won't be back. You're imagining things.
No, Gordon, I'm not. He was real as you are. Then why shouldn't he come back? It was on a night like this that you killed him.
Bruce Craig is dead. He's been buried.
Then it might have been his brother, his twin, Dennis.
It couldn't be. Do you understand what I'm saying? It couldn't be.
Yes. I understand what you're saying.
Anne, come with me.
Where? Where are you going to take me?
You'll see in a moment. Just come with me. To the garage.
Garage?
I want to get a pic. The flashlight.
No, Gordon, no, don't.
Anne, we're only going to the abandoned well.
Well?
Yes. There's something I want to show you.
No, I don't want to see.
You'd better come with me, Anne. This is very important. Perhaps a matter of life or death. There. I've finally broken through the concrete. Now, in a moment, I'll remove the cover.
Gordon, why are you doing this?
You may not realize it, but I'm doing it for your sake, Anne. No! Now, hand me the flashlight.
It's here.
Just as I thought. Anne, look down there. Look down the well.
No.
You must. I want you to see the body. I want you to prove to yourself that this man is dead. Come here.
No, let go of me.
Look. Go on, look down there.
Oh.
Now, will you believe that he's dead?
Yes. I believe it, Gordon. I believe it.
Good evening, Mrs. Wells.
Who are you?
I just wanted to speak to you.
But who are you? Why do you keep that scarf over your face?
You'll find out presently. Where is your husband?
He's downstairs in the cellar.
Does he still think you're losing your mind, Mrs. Wells?
What are you talking about?
He hasn't accused you of having any hallucinations in the last 2 weeks. Looking into the well seems to have helped you a great deal.
How do you know?
Don't you realize who I am now?
No.
Perhaps if I remove the scarf, you'll recognize me.
Craig.
Good night, Mrs. Wells.
Gordon! Gordon!
What's wrong?
Gordon, come here!
What happened? What happened, Anne?
I just saw.
Well, what did you see?
Gordon, I know what's been in your mind. I know what you've been planning. That's why I'm afraid to tell you this.
What are you afraid to tell me?
I saw him again.
Bruce Craig?
Bruce Craig or his brother, I don't know which one. But he was standing as close to me as you are now.
Was he?
And he spoke to me. I know I'm risking my life by telling you this, but I can't help it. I must make you understand. Something strange is happening, something you must believe. You do believe me, don't you, Gordon? I'm not losing my mind. You can trust me. I won't give your secret away. I only told you this because I wanted to help you. Gordon. Gordon, what are you going to do? Tell me.
I've just decided what to do, Anne.
No, you would. You can't kill me like you killed the others. You can't. I've been loyal. I've been faithful. You can't murder me.
Murder you? All I want to do, dear, is take you away on a trip.
Trip?
Yes. Back to Canada, to your hometown. You can see your old friends, take a long rest, regain your health. You said you'd like to get away. You would like that, Anne, wouldn't you?
Oh, Gordon, yes. It'd be wonderful to get away from here. Hello? Oh, yes, Janet. I'm so glad you called back. Well, Gordon and I are leaving tomorrow. No, I won't have a chance to see you. We're going by car early in the morning. Yes, I know.
I held the knife behind my back as I approached Anne. The way she looked that night made the task I'd set for myself even more difficult. She'd been as happy as a child ever since I told her we were going away, and now she turned to me, radiant smile on her face. Yeah, she looked lovelier than I'd ever seen her before.
That was Janet. She sends her regards, dear.
Have you told the people in town we're going away?
Yes, I have. And I paid the grocer and the milk company, everyone. And you see, I checked them off on my list.
Mm-hmm.
Darling, you married a very efficient wife.
Oh, yes. Yes, dear, I know.
Oh, Gordon, I don't think you really understand what this trip means to me. We'll both be able to make a new start. Away from here, away from this place. Maybe we'll even be able to forget. Because I love you, darling.
Oh, Anne.
Gordon, that knife.
Yes?
But, Gordon, I thought...
I know what you thought, Anne.
You mean the trip was just part of your plan?
I'm sorry, Anne. I don't want to do this. But I must.
But why? Why, I'd never give you away. I haven't betrayed you, even in the slightest way, have I? Why must... No, the knife! God.
The first thrust killed her. When she fell to the floor, I made certain she was dead. The rest was all planned. You see, I didn't want to murder Anne. I was forced to. In order to protect my own life, she would have given me away without realizing it because I was convinced that her mind was gone. I stooped to pick her up, but just then I heard someone at the door. For a moment, I felt paralyzed. I looked at my watch. It was almost midnight. Who could it be? Quickly, I put her body behind a couch. Then I put a chair over the bloodstain on the floor. I hid the knife. And then I went to the door.
Hello, Wells.
Craig.
Yes.
Oh, no, it can't be.
Just as your wife told you, Wells. You're not imagining this.
But
You're wondering just who I am?
Yes.
I'm Dennis Craig.
But that's impossible.
Is it? If you don't mind, there's a phone call I must make.
Phone call?
Yes. Hello, operator. Call the police immediately. Tell them to come to the home of Gordon Wells on Glendale Lane. Tell them that Mr. Wells has just murdered his wife.
Craig, how did you...
How did I get here?
Yes.
How do you think?
I don't know. You were dead.
Was I?
I killed you. I saw your body in the well.
So you did.
What? How did you come back?
That's something I'm going to let you wonder about during those last few hours before they electrocute you.
Well, why did you come here?
To show you that your wife wasn't lying, nor was she insane.
You're alive, you...
I wouldn't try to get that knife if I were you.
You've got a gun.
Yes. I think you'd still prefer to take a chance with the police rather than risk certain death from one of my bullets. You overplayed your hand.
What makes you think so?
You didn't have to murder me. You would have collected every penny my brother left without killing me. I could never have claimed a thing from my brother's will. I happen to be an escaped convict. If the police ever found me, I'd go to prison for something like 30 years.
I really didn't have to.
No, as I said, you didn't have to do a thing. I would have walked out of that funeral parlor, and you would never have seen me again as long as you lived. For a man who believes in luck, that's very funny, isn't it?
It's very funny.
And so now, here we are. You'll have to go to the chair for murdering your wife. I guess you'd call that tough luck, wouldn't you?
Oh, this can't be real. When I looked down in that well, when I forced Ann to look down, we both saw you. We both saw your face. And you were dead.
There are the police. I'll have to go.
I'm going with you. I'm not going to let them find me here.
I'm afraid you're wrong about that.
Oh, my leg.
You won't be able to get away now, Wells.
Oh.
Not with that leg.
Why did you do this?
Because you're a murderer at heart, Wells. You had it coming. I think your luck's run out.
He was right. My luck had run out. At the trial, I tried to tell them my wife was murdered by the same man who came into the house and shot me, but no one believed me. I still don't know whether Dennis Craig was alive or dead. Perhaps he was alive when I put him in the abandoned well, and then he could have escaped and dug up his brother's body and substituted it for his own. Sure, that's the only way he could have done it. But then again, perhaps he did return from the dead. I'll never know.
I guess this should teach Gordon not to believe in luck. Which brings us right to the moral of our story, which I found inscribed in blood on an old lace doily. It reads, "Never slaughter your wife while she's cooking dinner. It's liable to ruin your meal." And remember, if a couple of homicidal maniacs come into your room in the middle of the night to murder you, don't be scared to death. Do what I do. Say nuts and bolt.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery was written by Milton Lewis and starred Arnold Moss in the role of Gordon. Charlotte Holland played Anne, and Everett Sloane played Dennis. Music was by Lew White. This month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is Woman Under the Mountain by Roman McDougall. The entire production of Inner Sanctum is under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Well, friends, it's time to close that creaking door. Till next week at the same time, when we'll be back with more spooks and shudders. Next week's Distress, The Baited Corpse, is about a taxi driver who finds a fortune and promptly loses his mind over it. An obliging fellow, our Hackey never shies away from any undertaking. Come, ride along. Next week. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Now, a listening reminder. Stay tuned for the original Amateur Hour as Ted Mack starts tomorrow's talent off on the Royal Highway to fame and fortune. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Suspense, which is usually heard at this hour on Thursday nights, is taking its customary summer holiday. Suspense returns to the air next week on Thursday, September 1st.
You are groping through the midnight darkness of a gigantic department store. 100 eyes are staring at you. 100 hands are reaching for you. And your most urgent desire is to escape.
We offer you Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Tonight we escape to a fantastic world of night dwellers, as John Collier imagines it in his eerie story, Evening Primrose.
Sadie. Sadie, what's the matter? It's me.
Oh, you nearly scared me to death. What do you mean coming in so quiet?
I didn't mean to scare you. I thought you'd be asleep. I didn't want to wake you.
Oh, Sam, I'm glad you're home.
Hey, what's the matter?
Oh, it's terrible. You gotta do something, Sam.
What's terrible?
It's this. Just look at this.
What's terrible about that? Looks like an ordinary pad of paper to me.
That's just it. That's what I thought, too. But it's got writing in it. It's awful.
Now, wait a minute. Maybe you better tell me what this is all about.
Well, today I went shopping at Bracey's department store.
Yeah?
I needed some writing paper, so I picked this up. It was on top of the pile, and I bought it, and I brought it home.
So?
But tonight when I opened it, I found it's got writing in it.
Well, that's nothing so terrible. Just take it back tomorrow and make them give you a new one.
No, you don't understand. It's what's written in it that's so terrible.
What do you mean, what's written in it?
Here, you gotta read it.
Oh, Sadie.
No, right now. Now read it.
Look, Sadie, I'm tired. I've been bowling all evening.
Please, Sam, please. Just read it.
All right. For Pete's sakes.
Sam.
October 13th. Today I made my decision. I decided to say goodbye to the world. To get out, leave, break away. And I have done... Sadie, this is...
Sam.
And now I am free. Really free. Yes, I am free at last.
The world is an intolerable place for a poet. I was broke, starving at my wits' end. And then I had the brilliant idea. I'd escape to a place where I had no need to earn a living, where I could write to my heart's content in peace and security, and where everything was free. And where is this place? Right under your nose, so close you'd never think of it. I am now living in Bracey's department store. I arrived this afternoon. I had spent 3 days looking over all of the department stores in town. I decided on Bracey's because of the completeness of their food department. Therefore, this afternoon, I entered the store and went immediately to the 4th floor to the rug department and hid myself in this dusty, out-of-the-way corner behind a pile of carpets.
After the store closed, I tiptoed as far as the stationery counter and got this paper, the writer's primary need. And now, after making my first entry, I'll stroll around the store and get food, wine, the pillows for my bed, perhaps a fancy dressing gown. Oh, this is perfect. Here I'll be able to write. Dawn, October 14. I am almost too unnerved to write this. The whole thing is unbelievable. After the store was dark and completely quiet, I crept out and started for the food department. One's steps echo hollowly in an empty department store at night, and I found myself gliding along the floor on tiptoe, moving as silently as possible. But the sound of footsteps persisted, and suddenly I realized they were not my own. The night watchman. I was in the Salon Moderne, and quickly I seized a mink coat from a hanger, draped it about my shoulders, and stood stock still. I could have reached out and touched him, but he passed without so much as a glance. I started to smile, but the smile froze on my lips. I was looking straight into a pair of eyes, large, flat, luminous, inhuman eyes, 12 feet away. They belonged to a creature dressed as a man, but he was as pale as something found underneath a stone. His hands, hanging motionless at his sides, looked more like the fins on a fish than human hands.
Not bad.
Huh?
For a beginner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know anybody else lived here.
Oh, yes. We live here. It's delightful.
We?
Yes, all of us. Don't you see? Huh? Look around you.
I looked around and saw nothing. I looked again and saw an old one come clambering out from behind a clock. There were 3 elderly ingenues, incredibly emaciated, pale as lace, almost transparent, simpering before a perfume counter. A chintzy lady swam out from the curtains and drapes, and they came swarming, thick around me, pale, thin, wispy, moving silently, fluttering like gauze in the wind, whispering.
A detective! Send for the dark man!
They were pressing around me, clawing, holding me, their pale faces contorted with venomous, inhuman hatred. I was paralyzed. All I could do was repeat over and over again. I'm not a detective. I'm not. I'm not a detective or a burglar. I'm a poet.
Then what are you doing here?
I've renounced the world. I came here to live where I could be alone, away from the world.
Why, then he's come over to us. He's just like us.
He's come over to us, the poet.
He must meet Mrs. Vanderpant.
Yes, Mrs. Vanderpant. She's coming now.
I followed their eyes toward the balcony, and the hair on my neck rose again. There, coming down the wall like an ancient spider, clambered an old lady, wrinkled and cracked and emaciated. She must have been at least 80, a shadowy matriarch. And the things around me bowed and scraped as she reached the floor and floated toward us.
What's going on here? Where is that stupid girl? What's keeping her?
Oh, Mrs. Vanderpump.
Well, what is it? Who's this, Mr. Roscoe?
Mrs. Vanderpump, may I present Mr.
Snell. Charles Snell.
Yes, Mr. Snell. He's a poet. He has come here to live.
Oh, he has he?
That's what he says, and I believe him.
Well,
He avoided the night watchman quite neatly. For a beginner.
Thank you.
Very well. We shall see. A poet would find inspiration here.
Mr. Snell, Mrs. Vanderpump is our grand old lady.
I am quite the oldest inhabitant here, Mr. Snell. 3 mergers and a complete rebuilding. But they didn't get rid of me. Where is Ella? Where is my broth?
She is bringing it, Mrs. Vanderpant. It will come.
Terrible little creature. She's our foundling, Mr. Snell. She's not quite our sort.
Is that so?
I have been here, Mr. Snell, ever since the terrible times of the 80s. I was a young girl then. A beauty, they said. And poor Papa lost his money. Braces meant a lot to a young girl in those days. So when I wasn't able to have a charge account, I came here to live. Well, that's better than a charge account. I was quite alarmed when others began to come after the crash of 1907. But it was the dear judge,
How do you do?
the colonel, Mrs.
do?
Bilby.
How do you do?
Mrs. Bilby writes plays.
Oh.
And comes of an old Philadelphia family. Oh, you will find us quite nice here, Mr. Snell.
I'm sure I will.
And, of course, all our dear young people came in 1929. Oh, their poor papas jumped from skyscrapers. They couldn't bear to be without charge accounts either.
All these nice people live here?
Oh, and many more.
Oh, here comes Ella with my broth. Come, you stupid thing.
Yes, come, Ella, come.
Yes, sir, I'm coming as fast as I can. Here.
On the table over there, Ella. Be careful. Yes. Don't spill it.
Oh, but she is young.
Well, of course, she is a little younger than most of us.
And she's different. She's beautiful.
That's right. She's really not our sort.
Well, you shouldn't say such things. She can hear you.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Mrs. Bilby, please. You'll understand these things better after you've been here a while, Mr. Snell.
But it seems to me that...
Mr. Snell, we have certain rules here. They are necessary for our survival. I'm sure you won't find it hard to observe them.
Yes, but
I
listen...
should advise that you try. If you do not, it would be most unfortunate, Mr. Snell. Most unfortunate.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Escape. But first, if you want lots of stars, you won't have to look through a telescope or be hit over the head. All you have to do is tune in over most of these same CBS network stations next Monday night and every Monday night thereafter, and you'll find all the stars. They'll be on the Lux Radio Theater, playing in radio adaptations of your favorite motion pictures. Don't forget the Lux Radio Theater, one of 5 great shows on CBS every Monday night. And now we return to the second act of Escape, and tonight's story, Evening Primrose.
October 15. I planned to quit my hiding place, mingle with the crowds, and leave Braces forever. But just at dawn, Mr. Roscoe brought me a cup of coffee, which must have been drugged, for I fell asleep, and when I awoke, night was closing over the store once more. Later, I have spent my second night here. I saw Ella again. Ella, the pearl of this remote, fantastic cave. She's not like the others. Trifle pale, but otherwise normal and human and beautiful. A child of perhaps 18. She's the only thing that makes this nightmare bearable. October 20. Escape is impossible because of the dark men. Who are the dark men? I don't know. But the inhabitants threaten any transgressor with these dark men. Speaking to the night watchman would be suicide. I'm convinced that neither Ella nor I could get out of here alive. She and the night watchman are the only real people here. And how the others hate the night watchman.
Odious, vulgar creature. He reeks of the coarse sun.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Bilby. He's really a personable young man. He's very young for a night watchman.
Mr. Snell, sometimes I wonder about your taste.
You must not stay so much to yourself. You must become better acquainted with our ways.
That's quite true. You must come to the play tonight. We're going to be entertained with one of Mrs. Bilby's tragic comedies, Love in Shadowland. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I'm sure I will.
It's really a festive occasion, you know. Wanamaker's is coming over.
Wanamaker's?
Yes. The entire colony over at Wanamaker's is coming here en masse to attend the play.
You mean there are people living in other stores?
Oh, dear, yes. Didn't you know? Of course, the best people live in Bracey's and Wanamaker's.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Bilby. There are some very nice people at Altman's.
I beg your pardon, Mrs. Bilby.
Oh, hello, Ella.
Good evening, Mr. Snell.
Well, what is it, Ella?
Please, ma'am, I'd so love to see you play tonight. May I have your permission?
Certainly not. You know better than that, you stupid creature. You know where you belong. In the basement by the garbage cans.
But, Mrs. Bilby...
Hush, Mr. Snell.
Ella, you're becoming entirely too forward of late. I'd advise you to watch your step. Remember the dark man.
Oh, no, please, Mr. Roscoe. I'm sorry, Mrs. Bilby. Excuse me.
Well, how can you treat her like that? Why do you always frighten her? What is all this about the dark men?
Well, you see...
Oh, please, Mr. Roscoe. Not now. You'll spoil our whole evening. I do so want Mr. Snell to enjoy my play.
Very well, Mrs. Bilby. Later, Mr. Snell.
But I want to know about the dark men.
Later.
October 21. I found an opportunity to speak to Ella alone. Last night at the play, I induced a fit of hiccups. As I anticipated, I was sternly reprimanded and told to go and secrete myself in the basement where the night watchman wouldn't hear me. This was exactly what I had planned. I went to the basement, and there in the darkness, among the garbage cans and the rats, I heard sobbing. Ella? Ella? Ella, is that you?
Yes.
Why are you crying? What is it, Ella?
They wouldn't even let me see the play.
Oh, is that all?
Oh, Mr. Snell, I'm so happy.
No, you mustn't cry.
You're the only one. The only one who's kind.
Ella, why do they treat you so differently?
Because I'm not like them. I didn't choose to come here.
You mean you're held prisoner?
Yes. You see, I was only 6. I came here on a shopping tour with my mother. I got lost and fell asleep behind a counter. It was dark, and when I awoke, they found me. Some of them wanted to send for the dark men because they were afraid I would tell on them, but Mrs. Vanderpant said no. I could stay and be her maid. I've been here ever since.
Since you were 6, but haven't you ever tried to get away?
Oh, no. I don't know anything about out there. I wouldn't know what to do. Besides, I'm afraid to take the chance. If anyone tries to get out, they send for the dark men.
Ella, who are the dark men?
It's horrible.
Well, tell me.
You know how people live in all the stores at Gimbel's and Bloomingdale's?
Yeah, I know.
Well, the dark men live at the Undertaker's.
Good heavens.
And whenever someone dies or breaks the rules or when a burglar gets in and sees these people and might tell, they send for the dark men.
Well, that's horrible.
They put the body in the butcher shop in the food department, and then the dark men come. I saw them once. It was terrible.
What do they do?
They go in where the dead person is. They have wax with them and all sorts of things. And when they're gone, there's just a wax model left on the counter. Then our people put a frock on it or a bathing suit and mix it up with the other wax models in the window, and nobody ever knows.
Ella, you mean all these dummies around us?
Oh, not all of them, but if you displease these people, the same thing will happen to you.
October 30. Once more, I'm frozen with terror. Not for myself now, but for Ella. They hate her. Any time they might turn against her and send for the dark men. My mind is filled with her. I dream of her every day. I live to see her at night. We've managed it several times. They trust me now and let me roam about without interference. Finally, tonight, I met her again and said it. Ella, I love you.
Charles.
I love you, Ella. Let's get married, or whatever they do here, and then we can live together in my home in the carpet department. They wouldn't dare hurt you then.
Charles.
No, don't look so dismayed. If you like, we'll go away from here. Maybe we can get transferred to Bergdorf Goodman's overlooking Central Park.
Don't, Charles, don't. You mustn't.
But I love you.
Please, Charles.
Ella, you're not in love with someone else?
Charles, yes. Yes, I am.
But who? I thought you hated them all. It must be Roscoe. He's the only one that's young enough.
Oh, no, Charles, not Roscoe. Especially not him. I do hate them all. They make me shudder.
Well, who is it then?
It's he.
Who?
The night watchman.
No, that's impossible.
I love him. He smells of the sun.
Ella.
Oh, it was wonderful, the way it happened. Don't tell me, Charles, or they'll punish me.
No.
I was careless, and there he was, coming around the corner in the ladies' lingerie department. I was caught. There were only some wax models and their underthings, and there was nothing else to do. I slipped off my dress and stood still.
I see.
He stopped near me. He looked at me, and, oh, Charles, he spoke to me. He said, "Say, honey, I wish they made 'em like you on 8th Avenue." Charles, wasn't that a lovely thing to say?
Well, personally, I should have said Park Avenue.
Charles, don't get like these people here. It doesn't matter what avenue. It was a lovely thing to say.
Well, what can you do about him? Ella, he belongs to another world.
Yes, to 8th Avenue, and I want to go there. Charles, are you really my friend?
Yes, of course I am.
Then I'll tell you. I'm going to stand there again in the lingerie department, so he'll see me.
And then?
Perhaps he'll speak to me again.
Ella, you're only torturing yourself. You only think that you love him because you think he'll take you out of here. But you don't know that he will. And I will, Ella. I've made up my mind.
Oh, no, Charles, I couldn't let you do it. Even if I loved you, you couldn't do it, Charles.
Why not?
Because you really belong here. You've become one of them now.
Oh, Ella, you mustn't say that.
It's true, and... Charles, I've got to go. There's someone watching us, I feel it.
Oh, no, wait, Ella.
Goodbye, Charles.
No, Ella, come back. Ella.
Please, Mr. Snell. You'll arouse the night watchman.
Roscoe.
Yes. Love can be very upsetting, can't it?
You heard?
Just the last moment or so. Very touching. So, she loves another. Too bad. Who could it be? Could it be that I am the cause of your heartbreak?
Oh, you flatter yourself too much, Roscoe.
And who? Your judge? Certainly not. The colonel? Hardly.
None of those.
Not one of the customers? The staff?
No, she loves the night watchman. Can you imagine that? She loves the night...
Oh?
Roscoe, look, I shouldn't have said that. It's not true. You wouldn't do anything. Tell anybody. This is a secret between us, Roscoe. Huh? Between friends, isn't it?
Of course. As secret as the grave.
Look, she's young. Perhaps he'll leave and she'll forget him. In time, who knows, perhaps she'll learn to love you or me.
Of course, in time.
And we'll figure a way to keep her safe here.
Absolutely safe. Now, don't you worry about it. It's almost dawn. Time for bed. Good morning, Mr. Snell.
Early evening, November 4. I was a fool. I should have known he couldn't be trusted. He must have gone straight to Mrs. Vanderpant. This evening, the atmosphere has changed. People flicker to and fro, smiling nervously, horribly, with a sort of frightened, sadistic exaltation. An informal dance in the record department has been called off. I cannot find Ella. I'm going out again now to look for her. Roscoe, what have you done with her?
Quiet, the night watchman.
I don't care. What have you done?
Whatever I did for your own good, as well as the good of us all.
Wait a minute. What's that? What are those people carrying? Why, it's Ella. She's tied up. They're carrying her. Ella! Ella!
Stop it, Mr. Snell, stop it!
Let me go. Let me go.
No, stop, Mr. Snell, stop it. You rouse the night watchman.
But they're taking her into the butcher shop. Ella!
Yes, Mr. Snell. Those are the dark men.
Midnight. I'm scribbling this last entry hurriedly. There and there, in the butcher shop, with Ella, the dark man. There's only one thing to do. I'm going to find the night watchman and tell him he and I will save her if we can. And if we're overpowered, well, I will leave this pad on the stationery counter. Tomorrow, if I live, I'll recover it. If I do not, whoever finds this and reads it, look in the windows. Look for 3 new wax dummies. 2 men. One rather sensitive looking and a girl. She has blonde hair and blue eyes, and her nose turns up a little. Look for us, and then find them, smoke them out, exterminate them.
Avenge us.
Oh, Sam, isn't it horrible?
Wow.
We gotta do something. We gotta tell somebody something. Oh, Sam, what'll we do?
Do? Nothing. Go to bed.
But, Sam...
Whoever wrote this has sure got a weird sense of humor, hey? Probably some clerk down at Bracey's ought to be fired.
But you mean you think it's just a story?
Are you kidding? You don't believe this stuff, do you?
Well, I don't know. I just thought...
Forget it, baby. Snap out of it. I shouldn't leave you alone. You get too many ideas when I go out bowling at night.
Oh, Sam. But don't you think maybe we ought to just take it back and show somebody?
Nuts. It's not worth the bother. They'd laugh at you, baby. They'd think you were crazy or something.
Yeah. I guess you're right. I guess it was silly. Huh?
Forget it. Come on, let's go to bed. I'm tired.
Sure, Sam. Golly, you know, there for a while I sure was scared. Well, I even forgot to tell you what I was going to tell you. Sam, I found the cutest dress today, only $19.95.
Yeah, baby?
Yeah. It was in the window at Bracey's, and it was on a beautiful little wax model with blonde hair and blue eyes and a turned-up nose. And there were 2 men standing beside... Sam!
Escape, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, tonight brought you Evening Primrose by John Collier, adapted for radio by John Dunkel, and starred Ben Wright. Featured in the cast were Georgia Ellis, Harry Bartell, Vivi Janis, Wilms Herbert, Lois Corbett, and Ruth Parrott. Music was conducted by Sandy Courage. Next week's Suspense returns to the air with Gregory Peck in a terrifying radio play, Nightmare. Be sure to be with us at the same time next week when once again we present a story well calculated to keep you in suspense. You've got a date with a beautiful blonde Monday night. She's My Friend Irma, the comedy starring Marie Wilson. Returning to CBS for a sparkling new season of laughter, My Friend Irma is one of the exciting lineup of Monday night shows you'll hear over CBS this fall. Marie Wilson is the comic misadventuress, will delight you when her brain goes into reverse, with hilarious consequences for all concerned. Remember, My Friend Irma returns Monday, August 29th, the same Monday night that Lux Radio Theater comes back to CBS over most of these same stations. This is Bob Lamont speaking. Now stay tuned for Crime Photographer, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Hollywood, California, Monday, January 25th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Jeanette MacDonald and Melvin Douglas in Tonight or Never with Louis Alberni. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Jeanette MacDonald, Melvin Douglas, and Louis Alberni. Our guests, Mary Garden, world-famous operatic star, and Marcella Knapp, casting director. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, on whose behalf I welcome you all to Hollywood and the Lux Radio Theater. Now, a word to the ladies. Sometimes housework leaves you not only pretty tired, but feeling sort of, oh, what's the use? You don't feel attractive and scarcely expect to look it. Just try this, will you? Relax for a few moments in a hot Lux toilet soap bath. You'll find it peps you up amazingly, leaves skin smooth and delicately fragrant. A wonderful way to protect daintiness, keep skin really sweet. A luxurious, refreshing beauty bath at a very moderate cost. You'll love it. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. David Belasco's play and Jeanette MacDonald's first film appeared simultaneously on Broadway. Tonight, the play and the star appear simultaneously on the air as the Lux Radio Theater presents Miss MacDonald in Tonight or Never. Jeanette comes from Philadelphia, but her voice has nothing in common with the Liberty Bell. She can hold a high C for 55 seconds without cracking. She's further distinguished because she has one of the smallest and daintiest pairs of feet in the film colony. Red hair and blue eyes, likes practical jokes, owns 6 dogs, and once refused to sing with the Metropolitan Opera Company. In the case of Jeanette MacDonald, this was complete irony. For years, her greatest ambition had been to sing grand opera. Then, when the gentleman who ruled the Metropolitan finally invited her to sing La Bohème, she found that her picture contract would not allow it. However, it's not unlikely that we shall hear her at the Metropolitan soon. Meanwhile, she will appear on the screen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Maytime, in which she's again starred with Nelson Eddy, and tonight on our stage as Nella Vargo. Melvin Douglas will be the young man who likes to give violence. It was he who created the role in the Belasco production. One-time piano and dry goods salesman, gas meter inspector, and elevator operator, Mr. Douglas has been a dramatic teacher and star of many Broadway successes, several of which he directed himself. He's been highly praised for his performance in Theodora Goes Wild, and his next picture is Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Captains Courageous. Louis Alberni, whom you've seen many times on the screen in similar roles, will be heard as Rudig, the music teacher. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater now presents Jeanette MacDonald and Melvin Douglas in Tonight or Never with Louis Alberni. The Opera House in Paris. curtain has fallen on the last act, and the applause of an appreciative audience is echoing through the old theater. At the stage entrance, a well-dressed young American pushes his way through the crowd of opera-goers. He's trying to reach the wings backstage, but the doorman blocks his way.
Here, you can't go in there, monsieur. No one is allowed backstage after the performance.
But I'd like to see Miss Vargo, please.
She's expecting you, monsieur?
No, but,
What name, please?
Well, my name's... Well, it doesn't make any difference. You see, she doesn't know me.
Oh, then you cannot go in. Miss Vargo never sees anyone.
She doesn't have to see me. I just want to see her. As she comes off the stage.
I'm sorry. You want to see her, you buy a ticket for the opera.
I did. I just saw the performance. But I'd like to see Miss Vargo up close. You know.
Up close?
Yes.
Well, next time, buy a better seat. Oh. I'm sorry, monsieur.
Oh, Madame Vargo, you were wonderful tonight.
Was I?
Yes, Madame.
Take this shawl, please.
Yes, Madame.
Any flowers, Emma?
A dozen bouquets.
A dozen. That all? Last time I sang this opera, it was 2 dozen. Oh, well. It doesn't matter. Yes?
Good evening.
Oh, come in, Rudig.
Thank you.
Well, how was I?
All right.
All right.
A little weak on the high notes, but fair.
Well, if I'm weak on the high notes, why don't you do something about it? You're supposed to be my teacher, aren't you?
We will, my dear, we will. We will practice all day tomorrow. You are not singing tomorrow night, no?
No.
You sing again this week?
Tosca, Thursday.
You sang very badly in Tosca last week. No life, no tone.
Well, I put everything into the performance I could. When I got home, I was so tired I sat for an hour before I could even think about taking off my hat.
You mean your diaphragm was tired from breathing? But is your heart ever tired when you finish a performance? No, because there is no heart in it. You haven't got a heart.
Why haven't I a heart? I feel everything I sing.
You have no feeling in your entire body.
Men fall in love with me. You can't deny that.
No. But do you fall in love with them? Also no. Have you seen your Albert lately?
No, not for a week. Why?
Oh, no reason.
He's been away.
Yes, so I heard. How long have you been engaged now, Nella? 3 years?
Oh, does it make any difference?
Well, it is a long time, Nella. A very long time. Especially for such a young lady.
Oh, Madame. Madame.
Yes, Emma.
Madame, the young man was here tonight.
You mean?
Yes.
Again?
Again, Madame. The doorman told me that he tried to come back to see you right after the performance.
You see, Rudig, there's a young man who really appreciates me. He's been at every one of my performances for the last 2 weeks.
Who is he?
I don't know. Comes and sits in the 3rd row, 2nd seat off the aisle. That's all I know about him. Thrilling in a way.
3 nights ago, he sent Madame some violets.
Violets? Very simple taste he has.
I wouldn't expect you to understand, Rudig. The young man is an opera lover. Perhaps violets are all he can afford.
Violets and 3rd row seats in the orchestra. They don't match somehow.
So get out, please.
Very well. I will see you tomorrow, Nella.
Yes, come to the house at 4.
Better make it at 3, my dear. We have a good deal of practicing to do.
All right, 3. But come on time. If I have to wait a minute for you, I won't practice at all. You understand?
Perfectly, my dear. Arrivederci.
Is that better, Rudy?
Just a little.
You aren't very enthusiastic.
How can I be? Hasta Tosca. And last night. Oh, I'm very sorry. You were not very good, Nella.
Oh, really? Well, the critics speak of my voice as an organ of the purest...
So?
Oh, I'm not conceited. I'm simply quoting as an organ of the...
Well, that's just the trouble. It is nothing but an organ. It is as cold and passionless as an ice box. But it is a voice. And someday, when you have learned to live and suffer a little, then you'll sing.
Suffer? Now you want me to suffer?
Now, listen to me. You were off pitch twice Tuesday. And they were two very sour notes.
You never heard me sing a sour note in my life. My pitch is as true as... Oh, you made me perfectly wretched this afternoon. You're malicious. 2 sour notes.
Madame!
Yes, what is it, Emma?
The young gentleman, Madame. He's walking past the house again.
Oh, let me see. Quick. Pull the curtain open, Emma. Oh, be careful. Don't let him see you. Oh, he's good looking, isn't he?
Let me have a look at him.
He's tanned. I like that. Oh, good figure, hasn't he?
Oh, So that's who he is, eh?
He walks so slow, he just hates to pass the house.
A schoolboy exhibition. I wonder why he doesn't turn cartwheels to attract your attention.
Oh, I think it's delightful. It's romantic. I wonder who he is.
I know who he is.
You would. Emma, watch from the dining room window. See if he comes back and let me know.
Yes, madame.
Rudy, tell me about the young man.
All right, but you won't like it. I sat next to him at the Hotel Royal Cafe yesterday. He was with
I know, with a woman. Well, that's not a crime. Was she pretty?
She was awful. Old. A sight.
Well, his mother, of course. Well, you can't give up your mother because she's old and a sight, can you?
Wait until you hear. Do you remember that ancient ruin we saw in Carlsbad last year?
Yes, the old castle?
No, the old woman. A very notorious one. Once a prima donna. The Marquise de Marquise... Oh, no. What the devil was her name?
The Marquise de Saint-Giovanni?
That's the one. Enormously wealthy.
Well, what about her?
They're engaged. She and your young man.
What? Why, she's twice his age. Who told you such a thing?
I didn't have to be told. They call each other darling, sweetheart, every other word.
I don't believe it. Why, he'd be no better than a gigolo.
I said you wouldn't like it.
Well, I don't believe it.
Oh, well...
I'm sure you're mistaken, Rudy.
But I tell you...
No, be quiet. I don't really hear any more of your nasty scandal. We'll go on with our work.
What?
No, not that. I don't want to sing that.
Well, what would you like to sing?
Nothing.
For heaven's sake, Nella, what is the matter with you? First you want to sing, then you don't want to sing, then you want to sing again.
Oh, let me alone.
Nella, what is wrong? What has happened to you?
That's just it. Nothing ever happens. I get up, breakfast, practice with you, have lunch, practice again. Oh, I'm so tired of it, Rudy. I'm so bored.
But you have your career. You should live in the roles you sing. Come now. Tosca, let's begin with La Luna Piena and put your soul into it. Your soul.
I can't.
Manella.
Do you know what that scene means? It means that my lover will be waiting for me. For me. It means that we're going to his villa, we two all alone. The moon's out. The whole night smells of flowers. The sky is starry. We're thrilled to our very souls.
Yes, it's an exquisite vision of love.
Yes. But no one ever carries me off to his villa. No one makes love to me by moonlight when the whole world smells of flowers. I'm never in love with anybody. I don't know anything about love. How can I sing of it? Oh, nothing ever happens to me. I'm the only woman on the stage nothing ever happens to. I might as well be dead as alive.
Well, you have His Excellencies to console you.
Oh, well. If you think Albert von Gruneck is a consolation, I don't. What does he know of love? Nothing. Hardly ever seen him anyhow. And I know why.
My dear girl,
Oh,
now...
you needn't pretend. He's been running around with that Lady Linden again. That croaking mezzo-soprano. Well, let him. You think I care?
Oh, Madame! The young man is back again.
What?
He's just passing the house.
Oh, dear. Oh, quick, Emma. See if he's still...
Nella, please, we must work.
Oh, very well. Emma, we pay no attention to him.
Yes, Madame.
I will sing. Play something, Rudy. Something gay, something light. Yes, that will do it.
I passed by your window when the morning was red. The dew on the rosebud, the lark overhead. And though I sang softly, though no one could hear, who bid you good morning, my dear. I passed by your window in the cool of the night. The lilies were watching, so still and so white. And though I sang softly, though no one was there, good night and God bless you. God bless you.
Better. Much better.
Emma, what is he doing now?
He's standing on the sidewalk. He has been listening.
Quick, shut the window. I don't want him to think I sang to him. No, never mind. Leave it open.
So, you were singing that love song to him.
And you never guessed. What was that?
The vase. It fell off the table.
Madame, look, flowers. The young man throws flowers into the window.
Oh, let me see.
He ought to be more careful of his aim. He'll be breaking everything in the place.
Violets again.
There's something scribbled on the card.
Of all the impudence.
Listen. The song was exquisite. I hope it was meant for me. Oh, how charming of him. How sweet.
Especially coming from a gigolo.
Oh, Rudy, get out of here before I scratch out your eyes.
No, I was just leaving, my dear.
And don't come back.
It's all right.
Well, how are you, darling?
Hello. Quite a while since I've seen you, Albert.
Yes, business, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I passed Rudig on my way in. He was sitting in the hall.
Rudig? I sent him away an hour ago. Malicious brute.
Darling, you seem upset.
I am. Where have you been, Albert?
Oh, here and there.
Are you taking me out tonight?
No.
Why not?
Now, darling, don't be upset. It's business.
Yes. Go on.
There's a man in Paris, Monsieur Collier. He's a scout for the Metropolitan in New York, and I mean to make a point of meeting him.
Will that take all evening?
Perhaps. You see, he travels incognito, ducks in and out of the opera here, signing up singers. I want him to hear Tosca and Samson and Delilah.
Oh, how nice. That means he'd hear me and Tosca and Lady Linden and Samson and Delilah.
My dear
Albert,
girl.
I've had enough. Are you or are you not in love with Lady Linden?
Nella, look here. Let's talk sensibly. I'm not going to lie to you. That would only place me in an undignified position. Now, my dear, I will admit that my acquaintance with Linden has not been entirely, official. There. Now, you see how frank I am?
It's true, then. It is Linden.
Oh, you don't...
You don't intend to break with her, then, I suppose.
No, and you, with your common sense, your good common sense, will understand. Of course. Must I explain to an artist like you that a little flirtation of this sort means nothing? Absolutely nothing?
Oh, can't you see that my position is unbearable at the Opera House? They call me the eternal fiancé.
Pah! Opera house gossip. Who can stop it?
You can.
If you mean our marriage, my dear, I'd ask no greater honor. But I'm not free to consider my feelings. Certain members of my family are narrow-minded, prejudiced. I must give them time to accustom themselves to the thought of an opera singer.
Haven't they grown accustomed to the thought in 3 years?
Patience, dear Nella. A little more patience.
Patience. What would you say if I had a little flirtation?
You couldn't do it.
Why couldn't I?
Because you're a monogamous little angel. And that's why I adore you.
Now, if you adore me so much, then break with Linden.
What again?
You must. If you don't, I shall also consider myself to be free to do a little flirting myself. Now, what do you think of that?
Please don't cry. I never could stand tears.
I'm not crying. Do you intend to give up Linden?
No, I don't.
Very well, then. Get out. Get out!
Nothing could hold me here. What I do is my business, not yours. Goodbye.
Oh.
Nella, what is wrong?
Oh, be quiet. Can't I smash one of my own vases if I feel like it? I'll smash whatever I like. Oh, but
Nella, please.
Don't think I love him. I don't. I hate him.
Mamma mia.
He's humiliated, but I won't be humiliated. I won't.
Put down that lamp.
Very well.
Oh, Nella.
Do you know what's happened? It's Albert. He won't give her up. And I'm to wait until he grows tired of her. But I won't. I'll have a little flirtation myself. Rudy, where does this young man live?
Who?
The one who sends me violets. He must be in love with me. And he's handsome. Where does he live? At the Hotel Royal?
I think so, but Nella.
Emma, lay off my newest gown, the white one.
Yes, madame.
And all my jewels, you know.
Yes, madame.
And my latest perfume.
please.
What is it called? Oh, yes, tonight or never. I'll use that. Rudy, call the florist. Order gardenias, a dozen. No, 2 dozen.
Oh, corpo di bar.
Emma, come here.
Yes, madame.
Order a taxi to be here in 10 minutes.
Please.
But what about dinner, madame?
Oh, feed it to the cat. Food doesn't interest you.
Hello.
Tonight my heart's hungry.
How much are gardenias, please?
Order a lot. I want the fragrance of the flowers to be overpowering. Adventure is just around the corner. Romance, magic, oh, how I've dreamed of it, longed for it, lived for it.
Nella, gardenias are terribly expensive. I'll order 6.
6? Here I am starting for paradise, and you expect me to economize on the trip. I say order 2 dozen.
2 dozen, please, the other way.
we will go on with Tonight or Never, starring Jeanette MacDonald and Melvin Douglas. Meanwhile, let's go over to the RKO lot just a few blocks away. In a small, darkened room there, we can see some rushes. Scenes from the new movie being run off to see if they're okay. Two girls are sitting a few rows from the back. Let's listen.
There I am. That's me on the black bicycle. How can you tell? I can't even see you. You'll see me all right. Wait till the close-up. Oh, there you are. Say, you look swell. Doesn't the close-up make your face look big? Gee, it's lucky your skin is so nice. If you had any blemishes, they'd look a mile wide.
Yes, even tiny blemishes would show up big in movie close-ups. No wonder screen stars guard so carefully against cosmetic skin. Dullness, tiny blemishes, enlarging pores. No girl wants to risk them. Use rouge and powder all you like. But to remove them thoroughly so they won't choke your pores, use Lux toilet soap. This is the soap with active lather, the soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use to keep skin lovely. It's popular in Hollywood with thousands of girls everywhere because it brings results. Be sure you use it. And once again, Mr. DeMille.
Tonight or Never, starring Jeanette MacDonald and Melvin Douglas, with Louis Alberne. Determined to find romance, Nella is growing indiscreet. We discover her now in the lobby of the Hotel Royal, where she has gone to find the mysterious young stranger. As she approaches the desk, the clerk leans forward politely.
Is there something I can do, madame?
Yes. Is there a young man stopping here about, so tall, very good looking?
Why, madame, what is the name?
Well, I don't know.
Then I'm afraid I can't help you.
Oh, wait. The Marquise Saint-Giovanni, is she here?
Yes.
Well, there's a young man with her?
Oh, yes. They have adjoining suite.
That's the young man I mean.
I see.
What is the number, please?
480, 81, and 82. Shall I have a boy take you up?
Oh, no. No, I just wanted to know. I'm not going up. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Strange. Hello. Connect me with suite 480, please. Yes, suite 480.
Hello. Yes? Yes? Who? Are you sure it is? Oh. Oh, I see. Yes, thank you.
Who was that?
The clerk. He says a young lady just asked about me.
Oh, a young lady. Am I to be jealous?
No, not a bit, Aunt Maria.
Please, darling, I asked you not to call me aunt.
Sorry, sweetheart.
I'm the Marquesa, that's all. What would people think if they knew I had a nephew as old as you?
What do they think now?
I don't care. Whatever they think would be flattering to an old lady like me.
Oh, you aren't old, darling.
No. Just experience. Who was the young lady, anyway?
Yeah, that's the funny part of it. It was Nella Vargo.
Nella Vargo, the one you've been bombarding with Violet?
Mm-hmm.
So she looked you up. Shows she's appreciative anyhow. Oh, now I know why you didn't want to go to the opera tonight. She's not singing.
Well, there's nobody else worth listening to in this opera house.
Well, I don't agree with you. If she were a real artist, she'd sing with more than her voice. She'd sing with her heart and her soul and her body. She leaves me absolutely unmoved.
Yes, still, if she'd only wake up. If something or someone would wake her up, shake her.
And you'd like to be the alarm clock, wouldn't you?
Well, it would be a marvelous experience. I wonder why she's come here.
Good heavens. You don't suppose she'll come upstairs?
Well, I don't know. The clerk said she asked what room I was in.
Well, then I think I'd better go.
Oh, don't be silly, Aunt Maria. Sit down.
Oh, no. I'm not going to spoil your chances. What would she think if she saw me here?
That I was a gigolo, probably.
Exactly. Good night, dear.
Good night, Aunt. I mean, Marquesa.
Ah, that's better.
Come in. Oh, How do you do?
How do you do? Is Mrs. Jackson in?
Mrs. Jackson.
They live here.
Oh, is Madame looking for the American consul's wife?
Yes, this is their apartment, isn't it?
No, the Jacksons are on the floor above.
Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. Pardon me. The elevator boy let me off, and I never looked. I just rushed in here. So stupid of him.
Yes, Madame.
But, of course, if he had a great deal of intelligence, he wouldn't be an elevator boy, would he?
No, Madame.
And in a hotel, all the floors look the same. They do, don't they?
Yes, Madame.
Yes. Well, then, I hope you'll pardon my intrusion. I suppose I shall have to go on up to the next floor. I'm on my way to see the Jacksons. We're very good friends, you know.
Oh, really? Well, then I'm surprised Madame doesn't know that the Jacksons have gone away.
Hmm?
Yes, they've been in Deauville for a week.
Oh, no, not really.
Yes.
Oh, dear. Oh, this is most embarrassing, isn't it? I really ought to explain, you see.
Well, it's quite all right. I understand.
Oh, do you? Yes, of course. Dear. Well, I beg your pardon, and good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
I'm so sorry.
Good night.
Good night. Hello?
Oh, hello.
I'm back again.
Yeah. Yes, so I see.
It's raining terribly.
Raining where? Out in the hall?
Oh, no. I could see the window at the end of the corridor. It's simply pouring.
Oh. Well, in that case, perhaps you'd better wait.
Thank you. Shall I close the door?
If you like.
Oh, I never thought. Are you sure I won't disturb someone?
Oh, yes, quite sure.
You're here alone, I suppose.
Well, I'm alone tonight.
Do you mind? I only asked because I noticed such a strange odor of perfume when I came in.
Yes, it's quite a new perfume. Perhaps you've heard of it. It's called Tonight or Never.
No, I never noticed names of perfumes.
Well, that's odd, because you're wearing it yourself.
Oh, am I?
Yes. It's a most fascinating scent. Excuse me, may I offer you a liqueur?
If you don't mind, a little chartreuse. It's such a pretty green.
Yes, I know you like green. You wore a delightful green gown at the Casals concert in Berlin. It was charming. I didn't care so much for the black velvet gown you had on at the Chalyapin recital. It's too matronly for you. The pink dress at the Second Symphony concert suited you much better.
Oh, but...
I thought that was the loveliest dress I'd ever seen you in. Until tonight.
You must be very musical to know all my dresses.
Well, I have certain reasons for avoiding society, so music is my only diversion.
Do you only know my dresses, or, of course you know who's in them?
Of course.
Oh, why didn't you tell me you knew who I was?
I was waiting for you to admit it.
Of course. But I don't know your name.
Well, my friends call me Jim.
Jim. A charming name. Now we know each other. Delighted.
I am honored.
You know, I'm greatly flattered. You haven't missed one of my performances lately. And then your walks past my house. And the flowers. I felt that I have an unknown friend.
Yes, I'm a most sincere admirer of your art. I like you best in Tosca.
Oh, I'm glad you do. It's my favorite opera.
Yes, so I've noticed. I especially like the way you do the Tonight I'm Singing scene. Meet me at the stage door and we'll run off to the villa. The moon is out. The night is perfumed with flowers. You sing it with great sincerity. And if I may say so, with a sort of longing. An unusual conception.
Now, isn't that odd? We were talking of that only today. Isn't that odd?
You know, I'd like to rewrite Tosca. Kick out that whining painter Cavaradossi and make brutal Scarpia happy.
Oh, you like the brutal Scarpia best, too.
Of course, he was a man.
Yes. How many times in that second act I thought, what if I sank into Scarpia's arms instead of killing him? But I couldn't very well do that, being engaged to the other man, could I?
Well, why not? Why couldn't you?
Well, because my allegiance is to the man I'm engaged to.
Oh. And does allegiance mean so much to you?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh. That's because you've never been swayed by some stronger feeling. A tremendous impulse, something that sweeps you off your feet. And the man who teaches you will not be a whining painter like Cavaradossi. No, quite another sort of fellow, I should say.
What sort of fellow?
A Scarpia. cruel, violent, who doesn't ask permission but carries you off and stops your screams and protests with his kisses.
I think I'd better go.
Oh. Has it cleared up so quickly?
Why,
Or perhaps it wasn't raining at all.
oh, really? I'm leaving at once.
Oh, please don't.
I must.
Very well, then let me go with you.
What do you mean?
Well, you're dressed for an occasion. It'd be a shame to waste all those gardenias.
Well, where shall we go?
There's a little cafe just down the street. It's quiet, and they play soft music. And there's a balcony overlooking the river. It would suit you perfectly. Like it?
Lovely.
Look at those stars. You'd never think it was pouring an hour ago.
Oh, if you're laughing at me.
I am. I'm laughing at you, at myself, at chance, at life, at everything tonight. It's the most extraordinary night of my life.
Well, let me tell you that no one has ever laughed at me. I've always been treated with the greatest respect.
Yes, that's just your trouble.
Dare you?
You've forgotten to make the other remark. I thought you were a gentleman.
No, I didn't think you were.
Oh, you didn't? What? Do you happen to know who I am? I'm wondering.
No, and I don't want to know.
Well, whether you want to know or not, I'll explain to you something about myself and my profession.
Don't, please. Don't explain anything. It isn't necessary, and I couldn't stand it, and you wouldn't tell the truth anyway.
Why wouldn't I?
You wouldn't, and I hate lies.
Well, will you kindly tell me what you think I am?
I'll ask you something. You can answer it in one word, but I want the truth.
You shall have it.
Is it true that you are living at the hotel as a guest of the Marquesa?
Oh, yes, quite true.
Well, then, there's nothing more to be said.
What? Oh, I see. Well, why did you come to see me?
It was an accident.
Liar.
What?
You knew the Jacksons were out of town, didn't you?
Well, oh, what difference does it make?
Quite a lot, I should say. Listen. Do you hear what they're playing?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's one of my encore numbers.
I've heard you sing that song in Berlin, in Brussels, in Milan. The audience loved you. I wish you'd sing it now. For me, Nella.
For you?
Will you?
Well, I...
Please.
I have gathered my heart as a rose from the midsummer garden, and my love is the heart of its love, and its breath is a prayer for your pardon. Love, here is my heart.
Believed you that time, Nella.
Almost?
You were singing from your heart for the first time in your life.
How could you know that?
Was it because I asked you to sing?
You flatter yourself.
Then why did you come to me tonight? There must be some reason. Oh, when I look into those lovely eyes of yours, I know there is. You know very well that I've been going where I could see you. Concerts, the opera, your street. You knew I was in love with you, didn't you?
Oh, love. There isn't such a thing for a man.
Only you. I couldn't wait to get into my seat at the opera. I couldn't bear to leave it. When you came tonight, I hoped for a moment that perhaps you had caught something from me, that you had felt the spark.
A good many other men can't take their eyes off me in their seats at the opera. That doesn't mean anything.
Oh, they don't count. You're a public favorite. It's their vanity, not love. Women come after me in droves, but I don't flatter myself it's because
they come after you in droves.
Yes, women come after me in droves.
Women come after you in droves.
Yes, they do, and if you let me tell you why...
Well, I think you're shameless. Absolutely brazen.
Oh, just a minute, I'll tell you.
Oh, no. I'll put my fingers in my ears if you tell me any more.
But...
Don't, now, don't. Tell me about yourself, not other women. Tell me...
While I was wondering how to meet you, you came in tonight and spoiled it all.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I meant our first meeting to be wonderful. A breathless moment. You've turned my romance into a common intrigue. You've spoiled the longing for something I'd never found before. And now I'll never find again. Oh, Nella, why? Why did you come here?
Because I was lonely and something happened today. And I made up my mind that I wanted to live, really live. I wanted to meet someone who... So I thought of you.
Oh. So you came for no better reason than curiosity.
That's not true. That's not true.
Well?
You must believe me. Love me. It means everything to me. I want it. Why shouldn't I be honest and say it? I do want it. I want what my Tosca wanted and got. Someone who could carry her away from the stage door, carry her in his arms, but no, it isn't you. I can see that. I'm afraid of you.
Why now?
Because you're different. Strange. When you say you love me, I almost believe you.
I do love you. And you love me.
Let me go.
No.
Stop.
There, you see?
Oh, you're very possessive, aren't you?
Very, and I adore you.
You don't.
Shall I show you again?
No. Once is enough.
You hate me?
I don't know.
You love me?
I don't know.
All right. I'll give you 2 minutes to decide.
What?
You see that clock way up over there? When that clock strikes 10, I want your answer.
What?
If you're still here after 2 minutes, you love me, and I'll never let you go.
Well, I won't be here. You call me a taxi at once, and I never want to see you again.
Then this is the end of your little adventure?
The very end.
Oh, you'll be sorry, Nella. You'll never forgive yourself. You'll never know what you've lost, what you've been robbed of.
Robbed?
Yes, robbed. Robbed of something that makes your heart sing in the morning and beat at night. Robbed of the only thing that makes life worth living. You've still got a minute. Shall I order the taxi?
No. No, for that minute. Keep on. Keep on telling me what I'm losing.
Oh, Nella, you're losing the world. Because it doesn't mean anything without love. You're losing everything you've wanted for years, everything you've longed for. You know you have. You're losing the great adventure. That's what it is, Nella. To be loved by one man. To love one man only. Oh, Nella, don't lose it. Don't. Only 30 seconds left.
Please. Call a taxi.
Very well.
No, wait. Before I go, I want you to kiss me. Just once.
Darling.
Oh, Jim, please, call it.
No, darling. It's too late.
Yes, much too late.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX, Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Tonight or Never, starring Jeanette MacDonald and Melvyn Douglas, with Louis Alberni, continue shortly from the Lux Radio Theater. The grand opera of our time has known no personality more glamorous, no voice more thrilling than that of Mary Garden. Born in Scotland, she was the first Briton to sing at the Opera Comique in Paris, the first, at the composer's request, to create the role of Melisande in Debussy's Pelléas and Melisande. And when she became manager of the Chicago Opera Company in 1921, she was the first woman ever to occupy such a position. From New York's Metropolitan to auditoriums the world over, her performances have always decked the words Grand Opera in new glory. A month ago, Miss Garden came to Hollywood and is now engaged in discovering new singing personalities for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the world's great women, Mary Garden.
Mr. DeMille, I thank you. For the last 20 years, I have been hearing about you and wondering if and when we would ever meet. My gratitude is yours for your titanic motion pictures, for this remarkable radio program, and for your most excellent diction. When students ask me the correct pronunciation of English words, I tell them to listen to you on the Lux Radio Theater.
Dear me, now I'll probably start stuttering.
Well, then you take it easy, Mr. DeMille, and let me tell you what I think of Hollywood. Right here lies the future of grand opera. You cannot put opera, as I sang it, on the screen. But you can take the fundamentals of opera, surround them in new forms, and create a magnificent spectacle of sight and sound that will astound the musical world. I predict this will come, well, within 3 years.
If motion pictures borrow fundamentals from grand opera, Miss Garden, what can they give in return?
Oh, glamour, Mr. DeMille, glamour. The opera needs the loveliness of Hollywood's youth. It needs to say goodbye to its 200-pound prima donna and give its audience physical beauty as well as artistic beauty. You know, fact never helped anyone to sing. When I made my debut in 1900, I weighed 98 pounds. And today, I weigh 121. Therefore, I've gained 3 pounds in 30 years. Now, that's not bad, is it?
No, I'd call it perfect.
And I don't let my complexion grow old either. That Lux soap of yours is really wonderful. It keeps one's skin as vigorously fresh as a spring morning. But we were talking about opera, weren't we? Sooner or later, the Metropolitan Opera Company in New York will more than likely unite with Chicago, New Orleans, and Hollywood and make a great musical bridge over the United States. Motion pictures will help opera, and opera in turn is bound to help music on the screen. The future of grand opera rests with America, because I think Americans, more than any other people, possess the 3 rules of greatness: imagination, glamour, and brains. And that's what I'm looking for. And now, Mr. DeMille, good night, and good luck to you always.
Good night, Miss Garden. Good night. Once more, Tonight or Never, starring Jeanette MacDonald and Melvyn Douglas with Louis Alberni. 2 days have passed. On the evening after her meeting with Jim, Nella sang Tosca with magnificent success. The critics were unanimous in their praise, and her name is on everyone's lips. Tonight, she's to sing La Traviata. And Rudy has come to the house to give us some last-minute coaching.
Like last night. That's all I ask you, Nella. Sing tonight as you did last night, and all Paris will be at your feet.
Was I really so good, Rudy?
Good! You were magnificent. Some divine miracle must have happened.
Perhaps.
But I would like to see you now more excited, more triumphant. What is wrong, Nella?
Nothing.
Listen, I have some news that will cheer you up. Who do you suppose was in the theater last night? Collier.
Collier?
Yes, the man from the Metropolitan in New York.
Oh, yes, I know. I had a message from him.
A message? What was it?
A note. Here.
Let me see. Your Tosca was magnificent, but tomorrow is the real test. Then he will be in again this evening, eh?
Yes.
Tomorrow is the real test. Do you know what that means? If he likes you, you will go to America to sing at the Metropolitan. Oh, it is magnificent.
I suppose so.
What is the matter with you, Nella? You don't seem a bit enthusiastic.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, but you take it so casually. It was always the one wish of your heart to sing at the Metropolitan. And now you are sad.
It's because I'm thinking of something more important.
More important? What could be more important than it?
Rudig, I think I'm in love.
In love? And you are not happy?
No, I'm miserable.
So, alas, you have learned to suffer. That is the miracle. Who is the man?
You don't know him.
The gigolo.
Rudig.
The young man you went to see 2 nights ago, eh? That's who it is. You are in love with him. How did it happen?
I don't know. I can't imagine.
You have been seeing him?
No, not since that night.
You are going to see him?
Never.
Ah, good thing. What is his name?
I forgot to ask. Oh, it's Jim. Jim. Oh, it's a beautiful name, isn't it?
Jim the Gigolo. Yes, beautiful.
Oh, stop it. Please. Oh, you can't help falling in love, Rudig. It just happens. He could be a thief, a murderer, anything. It would still be the same. I just can't help it.
But you must think of your career. America.
I am thinking of it.
And you will never see this man again?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
Oh, good.
It's almost time to leave, madame.
Yes, I know.
Come, my dear, forget everything for a while. And remember only that you must sing.
Yes, Violetta, the girl who wanted love. My cloak, Emma, please.
Yes, madame.
All the
Places, everyone.
My door, the house is dark.
Very wet.
Good evening, my dear.
Oh, it's you. Good evening, Albert.
Nella, my darling, I've been trying to reach you all day. You were perfection last night. What brilliance, what emotion. I can't find words to express it.
How's Lady Linden, Albert?
Nella, is that my welcome?
Excuse me, please. Rudig has been giving me some points. What were you saying, Rudig?
I was saying in the second act, Nella, you must be...
Nella, wait. Are you angry with me?
Oh, no, not at all.
Then why do you act so?
Shut the door, please, Rudig.
Yes. Nella, I'm sorry about what I said the other day. Really, I am. And I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to make you very happy, Nella.
Really?
What's the matter with you? The other day you blamed me for not setting the date for our marriage. Now, when I'm ready to do so, what's happened to you?
Do you really want to know? Well, I have dined out. I've had a little flirtation.
What? I don't believe it.
You wouldn't. You're too conceited.
You dare to say that?
Well, never mind me. I can tell you what has changed you so suddenly. I'm singing now, better than ever. I'm somebody, and somebody else wants me.
Who?
Monsieur Collier, that's who. He's practically made me an offer.
What?
Yes. Everyone will want me after now. That's why you want to marry me. But you won't marry me, you understand? Because I won't have you.
Nonsense, you don't mean it. It's Linden. You're jealous of her because
I'm not. It's not Linden.
Monsieur, madame.
Yes, I'll be right there.
Nella, please, darling.
Don't touch me. I'm leaving here on the first boat I can get. I'm through with you. I'm through with Paris. I'm through with everyone. Goodbye.
Remember, Nella, tonight is the test.
Through with me. A flirtation. Did you hear that, Rudig?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Oh, she can't mean it, of course. She's just jealous. I know her. Am I right, Rudig?
You know, Your Excellency, I am always impressed by your knowledge of human nature.
Of course. I know her every...
evening, Hammer.
Good evening. Your cloak, madame.
Thank you.
How was it tonight, madame?
Oh, all right, I suppose. Has anyone telephoned?
No one, madame.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. But someone is here.
Here? Who?
The young man.
What's that?
He's in the living room.
Oh, dear.
I'll tell him to leave at once.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't do that. I'll see him.
Nella.
Wait here, Rudy. Please don't go away. Don't go away.
Let's see.
Well, hello.
You. What are you doing here?
Are the Jacksons at home? Or am I in the wrong house?
What do you want?
I've come to congratulate you. A very unusual performance tonight.
You were there?
Well, you don't suppose I'd miss it. Why haven't you been at home more often? I phoned 3 times.
I know. I didn't want to speak to you.
Well, that's frank enough. Why?
I think I'd better tell you. I'm going away. My plans are all made.
Oh, where are you going?
To America. I shall be very glad to leave this place. And forever. Very glad.
I'm going away too shortly.
Oh? Where are you going?
To America.
Oh. Is the Marquesa going?
Well, no, not at present. Later. Of course, you knew I'd come tonight.
I didn't. I didn't want to meet you again. Ever. Is this visit going to be long?
Probably. Unless you put me out.
Will you kindly tell me why you came?
I came to return your call.
Oh.
And to tell you again that I adore you.
Really? And how is the Marquesa these days?
Well, she's very well, thank you.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Nella, what's going to happen to us?
I don't know.
You think I'll let you go now? I know it wasn't love that sent you to me. But now, don't you love me just a little?
I don't know.
Darling.
All I know is that I'll never see a spring rain falling, that I shan't think of you in that little cafe and all you said and your kisses.
I love you.
You've shown me that I have a heart.
I love you.
You've taught me to love.
I love you.
Now I have to send you away.
I love you.
Oh, I can't bear it when you talk that way. Please don't.
Nella, my darling.
No.
Nella.
Go, please go.
Very well. But before I do, suppose we talk business.
Oh, What is your usual fee?
Well, you're very unkind. Will you sign this, please?
What is it, the check for supper?
Hardly. It's a contract. It calls for 2 seasons at the Metropolitan in New York.
Oh, you're mad.
No, I'm not. No, really, you sign there and I sign here.
Well, who are you?
Collier's the name, James Collier. The French pronounce it Collier.
Collier?
Yeah.
Collier?
Yes, C-O-L-L-I.
You're not. You can't be.
But I am. I can prove. I show it to you on my passport.
But the Marquesa, you and she.
What?
You're engaged to her.
I am not.
You are?
Well, don't tell me. I ought to know. She's my aunt.
Your aunt? Your aunt?
Yes, people do have them, you know.
Well, then you're not what Rudig said you were?
Of course not. I dance terribly.
Oh, Jim. I thought... Well, he told me... Oh, you'll never forgive me.
Oh, yes, I will.
No, you won't.
You're forgiven right now.
But I don't want to be forgiven. I don't deserve it.
Now, listen, you're going to be forgiven and you're going to like it.
You mean it?
Yes, and now I'll give you just 2 minutes, darling. Just 2 minutes to...
No. Not 2 minutes.
Why?
Because all I need is... Oh, Jim, darling. How long does it take to say, I love you?
We ring down the curtain on Tonight or Never, with promise of a word from Jeanette MacDonald a little later. As thousands of girls do every year, Marcella Knapp came to Hollywood 10 years ago to become an actress. And like thousands of girls, she found it almost impossible. But in spite of her cool reception, she liked the movies so well that she decided to go to work for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer as an office girl. Today, as a casting director, she occupies one of the most responsible positions on the lot, casting players in all MGM major productions. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcella Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. A casting director's job, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly this. We first read the story and then make a breakdown or analysis of every character. We then suggest to the producer and director as many names as are available for each part. Once they okay them, screen tests are made, and from these tests, the qualifying players are cast. For each part, there are usually from 10 to 15 excellent actors available. So you see, it's often just as difficult to determine whom we don't want as whom we do want. We comb the country constantly for new talent, but the big mistake that so many young people make is to come to Hollywood without experience, without having been seen by a scout, and try to get into pictures.
Well, that brings us to the work of the Central Casting Corporation. I'm sure the figures you must have, Miss Knapp, will startle our listeners.
First, let me say that Central Casting is an organization controlled by the studios to handle the tens of thousands who want to be film extras. But so many registrations are now on file, no new ones are being accepted. Every day, over 12,000 extras try to find work, while the average number of jobs is only about 600. They are paid by the day, the salaries ranging from $3.20 to $15. There is one exception, babies. An infant gets $75 a day and is under constant medical care. The $15 extras furnish their own wardrobe. We use them for ballroom and similar work. As most of these girls are used in close-ups, they must be exceptionally good-looking. One of the principal requirements is a clear, lovely skin. It's really surprising how many girls do have flawless complexions. So surprising, in fact, that time and again I've asked them what they use. The answer is almost unanimous: Lux toilet soap. This soap, it seems, is really a part of Hollywood. But no matter how lovely you are or how talented, don't come to Hollywood unless you have a job. Just remember that out of the 40,000 who have gone to Central Casting for jobs, only 13 have become stars. If you have what it takes, our scouts will find you. Thanks, and good night.
Good night, Miss Knapp. Good night. And now a word from our star. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It seems we only have time for hello and goodbye, but I do want to say it was particularly nice to come back again to the Lux Radio Theater. You see, our play tonight provided the first change I've had, so to speak, since last August when we started to make Maytime. But now that's completed, too, and after a little vacation, I'll begin work on Rudolph Rimmel's Firefly. Meanwhile, till we meet again, goodbye.
Good night, Jeanette.
Thank you, Miss MacDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Before Mr. DeMille tells you of the exceptional treat in store for you next week, may I say that Miss MacDonald, Miss Garden, Melvin Douglas, and Miss Knapp appeared tonight through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, Mr. DeMille Paramount, and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox. And now, Mr. DeMille.
For many weeks, ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater has hoped for the time when we could make the following announcement. The moment has come at last. And we know that you share our pleasure when we say that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater presents that outstanding motion picture success, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, with the original stars, Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur. This picture did more than shatter box office records. It added such words as pixelated and doodling to everyday vocabulary, and revealed Gary Cooper as the man who gave the tuba a soul. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper and Jean Arthur in Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fatima Cigarettes is proud to bring you its prize-winning radio program, winner of the Motion Picture Herald Fame Award. The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to Juvenile Bureau. You receive a complaint about an 8-year-old boy and his sister. A neighbor reports they've been going from door to door begging for food. Supposedly, the children are from well-to-do parents. Your job? Investigate. You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
You'll find they now cost the same. But in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, April 27th. It was overcast in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of Juvenile Bureau. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Kinsling. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from communications, and it was 4:38 p.m. when I got to 1335 Georgia Street, second floor, room 14.
Hi, Joe. Been waiting long? I was just checking the record.
No, I just got here.
What's this thing all about?
Well, just what I told you on the phone. 7-year-old boy and his sister covering the neighborhood begging food. You ready to go?
Yeah, let me put this away first. Kid's supposed to be from a wealthy family, huh?
Well, wealthy enough to live in the best part of Bel Air, yeah.
Doesn't make much sense. Must be some kind of a gag, huh?
No, not according to the neighbor who called in.
Yeah?
She says the kids are half-starved. Ben and I got in the car and drove out Sunset Boulevard to the Bel Air district. We pulled up in front of a large 2-story home near the corner of Brookline Avenue and Knightsbridge Drive. It was a white frame colonial mansion set back in the middle of well-landscaped lawns and gardens. The other homes in the neighborhood were just as large, $50,000 and up. It was the last place in the city that you'd expect to find neighborhood children begging food. 5:20 p.m. We went around to the rear entrance of the colonial mansion as we'd been instructed on the phone. We located the woman who'd called in the complaint, a Miss Jeanette Bejan. She was employed as laundress and cook by the owners of the house. She was busy fixing dinner.
They're from next door, officer. The children. As I explained on the phone, a boy about 7 years, a girl 5 years old, I guess.
Which side do they live on, Miss Bejan? The house on the corner?
No, the other side. Up here. A brown and white house. Just up the street next door.
Mm-hmm. Are the children there now? Do you know that?
No, but they were here this afternoon again. Here to the back door asking for something to eat. I do not understand it. Something must be wrong.
Well, have they been around often, Miss Bejan?
2 or 3 days, maybe 4 days. At first I thought they were fooling, but they were not. I gave them some cookies, sandwiches. They were very hungry. They ate them like they were starving. The little girl saved her cookies. She took them with her.
How about their parents? Are they at home?
Excuse me. What's that? There. That's better. No, I haven't seen the mother the last few days. I understand they are divorced. The mother, she lives there with the children. The father, I don't know.
Well, what's their name, do you know?
Kessler. Madame, the woman I work for. She says there are 3 children in the Kessler family. But I don't know. I have only seen the 2, the boy and the girl. I would go over and see what is wrong, but I do not know the Kessler. It is not my place. That's why I called you, officer.
All right, Miss Bejan. Well, thank you very much.
Oh, not at all, officer. You understand, I do not mind giving the children food. Well, I think only something is wrong if they do not get it at home.
Well, thank you very much for notifying us. We're going to check into it.
I'm just a little curious, Miss Bejan. What's that you're making?
This? Napoleon.
How's that?
Napoleon. You know, Napoleon pastry.
Oh, yeah. Sure smells good. Well, thanks again.
Oh, certainly, officer. If there is anything I can do, you will let me know?
Yes, ma'am, we will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
It's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Those Swedish women make pretty good cooks, don't they?
I don't know. She sounded French to me.
Huh? Maybe so. Most good at cooking, anyhow.
Yeah, that brown and white house next door, that must be it, huh?
Yeah, that name, Kessler, they fairly prominent around town, society?
I don't know. There's quite a few of them. Could be. Any way you look at it, it's hard to figure, isn't it?
Kids have been at it for 4 days. If it's on the level, they really must be in a bind.
Garage door is open back there. No sign of a car.
Kids' bicycles, though.
Let's try the front door, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Guess you better try it again, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Hello, son. Your name's Kessler, is that right?
Yes, I'm Richard. My mother's not home right now. Maybe you can come back tomorrow.
Well, we're police officers, Richard. If you're not busy, we'd like to talk to you for a minute. Is that all right?
Yes, sir. That'd be all right. Would you come in, please?
Thank you. Richard Kessler was a blonde-haired, wiry boy, polite, well-mannered. He told us that he was 8 years old and that he attended the neighborhood grammar school. He showed us back to the kitchen where he was warming a can of soup that he borrowed from a neighbor. It was a large house, richly furnished, but it hadn't been cleaned for weeks. Dust was piled up thick on the furniture, and children's books and toys were scattered around the rooms along with scraps of dried bread, half-eaten. The house was cold and musty. On a small bar in the dining room, there were 3 half-filled cocktail glasses, a plate full of cigarette butts. Evidently, they'd been standing there for days. On the sink in the kitchen, there were a few pieces of stale bread and an open bottle of milk that had turned sour. Next to it were a half a dozen empty whiskey bottles. The Kessler boy was well-dressed, except for the shirt that he had on. It looked as if he'd been wearing it for a week.
What did you want to talk to me about, officer? I haven't done anything wrong.
Oh, we know that, son. We'd just like to find out how you've been getting along.
I've been getting along all right. 2 A's and 4 B's on my report card last month.
Mm-hmm. Where's your sister, Dick?
Judy, she's down the street. She'll be back in a minute.
How about your mother? Where's she?
She's out, too. She'll be back.
When do you expect her, son?
Pretty soon. She's coming back pretty soon.
Well, your sister, Judy, she's younger than you are, isn't she, Dick?
Yes. Judy's only 6. I'm 8.
Any other grown-ups live here with you besides your mother?
No. Mom takes care of us. She'll be back pretty soon.
We'd like to have you tell us the truth now, Dick. How long's she been gone?
I don't know. Probably important. Taking her a long time. If you can come back tomorrow, she'll probably be here then.
When was the last time you saw her, son? Son, how about that?
A couple of days ago.
And this is Tuesday. You mean she left the house Sunday?
No, before that. Last Friday night she went out. Said she'd be back. I don't know.
Did your mother say where she was going, Dick?
No, her boyfriend was here. Larry, I don't know his last name. Mom went out with him to a party, I think. I don't know where. She'll be back all right.
Did you leave anyone to take care of?
No, we can take care of ourselves. Nobody's fixed the cooking, though. I don't know how yet. I'd better look at the soup on the stove.
I'll take care of it, son. You go ahead. Sit down.
Has your mother ever left you like this before, son?
Maybe once or twice. She never stayed away this long, though. I don't know.
What's the matter, Dick?
Well, Johnny, officer, my little brother. He hasn't eaten much for a while. Must be hungry by now. I was fixing the soup for him.
Yeah, well, where's Johnny?
He's upstairs in the nursery. He's been sick with a bad cold. Mom knew Johnny was sick. That's why I wondered. She hasn't come back yet. I don't think Johnny's feeling good.
Do you want to take steps to see him, son?
Yeah, all right, if you want.
Beth, you want to come on?
Yeah.
How long has Johnny had this cold, Dick?
A couple of days before Friday, before Mom left.
Mm-hmm. How old is he?
Johnny's just a little kid. He won't be 2 years old until July. Been wondering about him. Coughed a lot at first. Been giving him milk and cookies. That's what Judy and I had. I don't know.
Has the doctor been to see Johnny?
Oh, no, I thought of calling him. I didn't know the doctor's name. I was waiting until Mom got home. This is Johnny's room here.
Mm-hmm.
In the crib, officer. That's my brother Johnny.
Pretty cold in here.
Yeah, let's have a look. Hey there, young fella.
Hi, Johnny. You hungry now?
Joe, look at his eyes.
Yeah, I want to get to a phone, doctor, and ambulance. Tell him to hurry.
Right.
Oh, what's the matter, officer? What about Johnny's eyes?
You'll be all right, Dick.
Oh, he's been acting awful quiet, though. Hardly moved around at all. Most of the time he's jumping up and down in his crib like anything.
Has anyone at all been in here to see him since Friday?
Yes, sir. My sister Judy and I. We change his diapers and give him something to eat.
I see.
Gee, I sure wish Mom would get home. I'd like to talk to her.
Yeah, so would I. 5:48 p.m. We put in a call to the office for a policewoman. Then we got in touch with Lieutenant Lee Jones at the crime lab, and he sent out a man to photograph the condition of the Kessler home and the children. The doctor and the ambulance arrived, and little Johnny Kessler was taken to the general hospital in critical condition. The 22-month-old boy was in a coma. Richard Kessler and his sister Judy were taken to Georgia Street Juvenile Bureau and then transferred to Juvenile Hall and placed under protective custody, Section 700 sub B, Welfare and Institution Code. The two of them were given a bath and something to eat. Judy Kessler was interrogated separately by a policewoman. Ben and I talked to the boy, Richard. After a few minutes, he broke down and admitted that his mother had gone off and left the three children alone on at least a half a dozen occasions. He told us his parents were divorced. He rarely saw his father, but his mother had had 2 or 3 boyfriends at the house during the past year. He also told us his mother drank quite a bit.
But she's never been gone this long before, Sergeant. Maybe she's out somewhere and has no way to get home.
We'll find her all right, son. Don't you worry about it.
Well, this boyfriend of your mother's, Dick, his first name was Larry. Is that all you can tell us?
Yes, sir. I don't know his last name. Are you going to keep us here all night, Judy and me?
Just for a day or so. They'll take good care of you, son.
Where'd you take Judy?
Well, she's just next door, Dick. You can see her in just a minute now.
And how about Johnny? I always take care of him. Pretty fussy around strangers.
Well, they've got him over at the hospital, Dick. They're going to take good care of him now. You can count on that.
I don't know, officer. I better see him. He might get awful fussy.
All right. We'll fix that up for you.
Do you have any relatives in Los Angeles, son? Aunts, uncles, anyone like that?
No, just my father, but I don't know where he lives. We had a nurse who used to take care of us, Mrs. McIntosh. She was swell. My mom fired her, though.
Oh, how'd that happen? Do you know?
No, I'm not quite sure. Maybe my mom was drinking. Mrs. McIntosh got mad at her. Had a big fight, and Mom fired her.
Oh, now, this Mrs. McIntosh, you know where we can find her?
No, sir, I don't.
How about some of the other boyfriends that your mother had, Dick? Do you remember any of their names?
No, one of them was George something. I don't remember the other one.
Joe, give you a minute?
Yeah, Mac. You want to stay with the boy, huh, Ben?
Yeah. Hospital call. It's a lousy thing.
Well, what's that?
The Kessler boy, little Johnny.
Yeah?
He just died.
John Albert Kessler, white male American, age 22 months. All the pertinent facts and data would be listed on the crime report. And if and when the case was closed, the report would be filed away. Wouldn't be any different from 1,000 other dead body reports. Same size, same color, same number up in the left-hand corner. In the course of 10 or 20 years on the job, a police officer sees a lot of them. Most of them he forgets. A few of them he never forgets. The next morning, the body was posted to the county morgue. It was found that the youngster had been suffering from malnutrition, but the cause of death was listed as a basal skull fracture. Homicide detail was notified. The search for the mother, Mrs. Jean Kessler, went on. We talked to her neighbors, all of her friends that we could locate. We checked out an address book that was found in Mrs. Kessler's effects at her home. We got out a broadcast and an APB. No luck. Thursday, April 29th.
How about the youngster's brother and sister, Ben? You think it could have happened that way?
How do you mean?
Well, we were taking care of the little fella. They might have had an accident with him. They're afraid to own up to it.
No, I don't think so, Joe. No, that's not very likely, Mac. We talked to them quite a bit last night. A couple of pretty honest kids. Pretty sure that they wouldn't lie about something like that.
Where does that leave it, the mother?
Good possibility. We know Mrs. Kessler drinks quite a bit. She could have lost patience with a little boy. More chance of an accident there. I get it. Funeral Friday. Yeah, Bert. Where's that? Uh-huh. Right, thanks. Yeah? Woman answering Miss Kessler's description checked into the hotel down on South Hope last night. Still registered? Well, she checked out early this morning. They found a woman's sport coat in the room. What about it? Blood stains on it.
You are listening to Dragnet for the step-by-step solution to tonight's authentic case history. Here's step-by-step are the actual reasons why Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette. Why in Fatima the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties. Extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma. Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories. Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor. Compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you,
Ah, that's different.
yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima quality yourself. Insist on Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes.
Friday, April 30th. We were still without a lead as to the whereabouts of the missing mother, Mrs. Jean Kessler. The blood-stained coat, which had been found in the South Hope Street Hotel, was shown to Mrs. Kessler's friends and to her children, Richard and Judy. They identified it as belonging to the missing woman. Routine investigation of the hotel room failed to uncover any further leads. We got out a supplementary APB, and then we started rechecking with the Kessler woman's friends and acquaintances. Nothing. We rechecked a dozen taverns and cocktail lounges that she'd been known to frequent. No sign of her, no sign of her boyfriend. In rechecking her personal effects, we found a canceled check payable to their former nurse, Mrs. McIntosh. The endorsement carried her address. We checked it out. She'd moved. We traced her to the forwarding address. There we were told that she had a new job as a nursemaid with a wealthy family living in the Los Feliz district. We called there and talked to Mrs. McIntosh, and she told us that she was just leaving the house with the 3 children for an outing at the park and the zoo. We made arrangements to meet with her out there, 1:30 p.m. Ben and I located her at the head of the path leading through the main part of the Griffith Park Zoo.
I read about it in the paper, Sergeant, about Johnny. I didn't know you wanted to talk to me. I would have called in if I did.
We're still trying to locate the mother, Mrs. McIntosh. Can you help us out there at all?
No, I don't know. Have you asked at those places she used to go to all the time, where she used to drink?
Yes, ma'am, we have. They couldn't help us. Did you know any of Miss Kessler's boyfriends, the ones that had come to the house?
Yes, I knew all of them. Donald, don't you wander off now. Same for you, Patsy. You stay close.
The boy, Richard, he was telling us about one of the boyfriends, ma'am, a fellow named Larry.
Oh, yes. Donald, you heard what I said. You stay close. Yes, I knew Larry.
You remember what his last name was, ma'am?
Yes, Bartell. Some kind of an actor in the movies, I think.
Bartell. You know where he lives?
No, I think he had an apartment in Hollywood. I wouldn't know the address.
What kind of a man was this Bartell? I mean his temperament and things like that.
Well, I think he was kind of lazy. I think Mrs. Kessler was giving him money.
Mm-hmm. Did the two of them ever argue or have any fights?
All the time. He had a terrible temper.
Did you ever strike Miss Kessler?
Yes, I saw it happen several times. Not too close to the cage, Donald. Back a little.
How did this Bartell act toward the children, Mrs. McIntyre?
Different, I guess. They annoyed him sometimes.
Well, that was after that you had the argument with Miss Kessler?
Yes. It was about her drinking and the boyfriend and all the rest. I just got sick of it, and I told her what I thought.
She didn't want to admit she was getting old, not caring for the children, pretending she was still in her 20s.
Well, do you have any idea where we might locate the father?
Well, they're divorced, you know. He's the head salesman for a lumber concern downtown. He inherited most of his money. I have the name of the company at home. You can have it if you like.
Yes, ma'am. We'd appreciate that.
You know, it's the children I feel sorry for.
Yes, ma'am.
3 beautiful children. And that poor little Johnny, I just can't understand.
What's that?
How could anyone desert a helpless baby like that?
We'll ask his mother. Friday, 5 p.m. Mrs. McIntosh called us at the office and gave us the business address of the missing woman's ex-husband, Richard Lane Kessler. We called there, but they told us Kessler was away on a week's vacation. They had no idea where to contact him, but he was expected back in a few days. We called Central Casting and asked them to check their talent list for a bit player by the name of Larry Bartell. They had no such name listed. Saturday, 8 a.m. The Kessler children, Richard and Judy, remained in the custody of juvenile authorities. The search for their mother continued. All day Saturday, Ben and I ran down what few leads we had. They went nowhere. Checks to the morgue, the city hospitals, and the drunk tank at the main jail still failed to turn up the missing woman. We checked again at the different drinking places she used to patronize. No one had seen her. 5:30 p.m., we went back to the office.
A lot of mileage today.
Yeah, there's not much to show for it.
Not going to be much fun for those Kessler kids this Sunday.
Why? What do you mean?
First Sunday in May.
Huh?
Mother's Day.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Mac.
Hi. Got a piece of news for you.
Yep.
The Kessler woman's boyfriend, Larry Bartell.
What about him?
He's been located.
When he'd seen his name mentioned the previous night in the newspaper stories concerning the case, Larry Bartell had contacted the office to let us know that he didn't consider himself a fugitive. At least that was his story. He'd called just a few minutes before we got back to the office. He left word that he could be found at a Wilshire address all day Sunday. In the meantime, he'd be at the Spotlight Club, the club for theatrical people located in West Hollywood. 6:25 p.m. Ben and I located him at the club back in the billiards room. He was tall, dark-haired, dressed expensively.
I told the cop when I called in you weren't supposed to contact me. It was important.
That little Kessler boy's dead, Bartell. We think that's pretty important.
Well, I didn't know anything about that. You didn't have to interrupt me. That's an important man I was playing with. Now, what do you want to know?
Where's Miss Kessler?
Well, why ask me? I don't know.
You're a pretty good friend of hers. You were the last person seen with her.
Oh, it was a week ago. We went out to a party last Friday night. I haven't seen her since the following Monday. Last Monday. I'm through with her anyway.
What do you mean?
I just got sick of her, that's all. Pawing all over me, asking me to marry her. I just got sick of it. It wasn't worth it.
You accepted money from her?
Just to tide me over. She had plenty of it. Why not?
Where'd you last see her?
Keep your voices down. I wouldn't like to get around the club. There's a hotel downtown on South Flower. I can give you the address.
Were you at another hotel with Miss Kessler last week?
Yeah, on South Hope, around 9th Street, I think. Oh, that's where you found a coat, huh?
You got an explanation for that?
Blood stain? Sure. Crazy Jane. So I saw her, then she tried to hit me with a bottle. Cut herself. Boy, I tell you, this wasn't worth it, that's all.
I guess you can prove everything you're telling us, sir.
Of course I can prove it. It's the truth.
And what about the little boy? How'd that happen?
I didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't my fault.
Well, how'd it happen?
Well, that Friday night, just before we left the house. The old lady and I were downstairs having a few drinks. She put the little kid to bed, but he wouldn't stay there. He kept getting up out of bed and running downstairs crying.
Yeah, go on.
Well, she finally took the kid, gave him a good spanking, threw him back in bed. I think he hit his head and wanted to push the quit.
Why didn't you do something about it?
Well, I told her, but she said it was nothing. Didn't matter. Got a coat from us, that's all. Kids are all right when we left.
You mean all the times you and Mrs. Kessler went out, you knew those children were being left all alone in that house?
Oh, what out of cheese, the mother, not me. Oh, look, I gotta get back. I kept that game waiting on.
No, just a minute. It's going to wait a little longer. Come on. Larry Bartell was taken downtown and held for questioning on suspicion of 702 WIC, contributing to negligence of minors. He gave us the address of the hotel where he'd last seen Mrs. Kessler. Ben and I checked it out. It was a typical cheap downtown hotel with a bar opening off the lobby. The desk clerk told us a woman answering Mrs. Kessler's description was registered in a room on the second floor. They had an old-fashioned player piano going full volume in the bar. The sound followed us up the stairs.
Tenants here sure must like their music.
Yeah. That's it there, isn't it? 216?
Yeah.
better try it.
Yeah. Let's have a look.
Who's there? Who is it?
You Mrs. Jean Kessler?
What is it? Who are you?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
I haven't done anything. What do you want with me?
I want to talk to you about your children, Miss Kessler.
But I didn't do anything. Johnny was sick, that's all. I didn't do anything.
That's not what Bartell says.
Larry, have you seen him? Is he coming back to me?
You better get up, lady. Get your coat.
I gotta have Larry back. He's everything to me. I love him. Is he coming back?
You've been gone over a week. Aren't you a little worried about your children?
They're all right. I'm too young to spend my life on children. I need Larry. Where is he?
See if you can find a coat, will you, Ben?
Yeah, all right.
I've been drinking off this. I felt terrible.
Yeah.
I need Larry so bad. He's young like me. I love him. I gave him all my love. Gave him every bit of it.
Yeah, you gave him too much.
What?
You didn't have any left for your kids.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On July 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thanks, sir. Friends, if you're with us week to week, you've heard me say, in Fatima, the difference is quality. It's a difference that you can prove just by buying a pack and smoking them. You'll find Fatima's extra mild, with a rich, better flavor and aroma. Stop in at the store in the corner and buy a pack of Fatimas the first chance you get. You'll find in Fatimas, the difference is quality. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment to thank all of you for your very fine response to our program, Dragnet. Since the first show went on the air about a year and a half ago, your cards and letters have been a constant source of encouragement and guidance. In the field of radio presentations, we felt that we were attempting something a little different, and we were not altogether sure that it would meet with your approval. Possibly, we were sure that our approach to this type of presentation was a sound one, but the final approval had to rest with you. If we may judge by your response, you've placed Dragnet high among the programs that you enjoy most, and for this we're indeed grateful. We've tried to bring you, first of all, an adult program worthy of the 30 minutes that you spend with us each week. We've tried to bring you an honest and authoritative report on the work of your police force. We've tried to bring before you documented police cases that were informative as well as entertaining. In forthcoming weeks, we sincerely hope that Dragnet remains one of your favorite shows. Your letters have been read by all members of the Dragnet production staff. So if you like to listen to Dragnet, it's because you, our listeners, have helped to guide us in presenting the kind of entertainment that you want. And for this, our thanks.
Mrs. Jean Kessler was filed on and found guilty in Superior Court, charge of manslaughter. She was sentenced to 1 year in the county jail and deprived of the custody of her children. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now, stay tuned for Counter Spy. Then it's Screen Directors Playhouse on...
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. Calling San Mateo County Sheriff's cars, broadcast 78. Father Patrick Heslin of the Colma Parish is missing. All cars be on the lookout for this man. That's all.
Tonight, Rio Grande presents an outstanding Northern California police case. And this is an opportune time for Rio Grande to express appreciation to Northern California motorists for their enthusiastic reception of cracked gasoline. Only 9 months have passed since cracked gasoline was first introduced in Northern California. Yet in Northern California alone, it has been necessary for Rio Grande to build 19 new gasoline wholesale distributing plants to supply the demand. Sales and distribution have made spectacular increases. Thousands of motorists, curious to know what Rio Grande's exclusive cracking process does to gasoline, have experienced the thrill of police car performance in their own car. And now, ordinary gasoline fail to satisfy them. Among these many thousands of new users, Rio Grande is proud to list many of the leading cities in Northern California which have officially adopted the same cracked gasoline specified by so many cities and counties wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is marketed. Today, it is more true than ever before that wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. And now it is our pleasure to introduce Sheriff James J. McGrath of San Mateo County, who will speak to you from the studios of station KFRC in San Francisco. Sheriff McGrath.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The problem of crime prevention and deterrence is one of cooperation here in the San Francisco Bay District. It is rarely that a crime concerns only the officers of one community, for our cities are so close together here that invariably the criminal attempts to escape or hide away in a neighboring community. So we Bay District enforcement officers have had to learn the lesson of cooperation. In the case you are about to hear, although the crime was committed in my jurisdiction and the body discovered in San Mateo County, the invaluable persistence of the San Francisco police ran down the criminal and turned him over to us. Once we had the suspect in custody, then our work of developing the case against him began. Together, the San Francisco officers and the men of the San Mateo Sheriff's Office were able to build a powerful case which sent the prisoner to San Quentin for life.
On an August evening some years ago, in the little town of Colma, near San Francisco, a stranger stands at the door of the parish priest.
What is it you'd be wanting at this hour of the night?
I want to speak to Father Heslin.
And why can't you come back tomorrow? The father is in his study.
Very important. I got to see him.
And what's it about?
A friend of mine, he's dying. He's asking somebody to pray over him. Extra-unction, he calls it.
Well, why didn't you say so? Just a minute, and I'll be calling Father Heslin.
I heard it. Hurry, Father. Had much more time to live.
Very well, just as soon as I get into my coat.
Oh, not so very far, Father, but hurry.
Yeah. Now I'm all ready.
I'll have a cup of tea brewing for you when you get back, Father.
But Father Heslin does not return for his cup of tea that night. And the following morning in the study of the Archbishop of San Francisco.
Please pardon the interruption, Your Grace, but I think I should call this message to your attention.
What is it?
It carries no signature, and it's typewritten.
It reads, Your Grace, if the Mother Church ever wants the services of Father Heston again, you must pay me $6,500. He's unconscious now, and if you refuse to pay this amount, Father Heston will be done away with, and you'll never even find his body to give him decent burial. Don't mention this letter to anyone, and don't try to notify the police. Get the money, and I will send you another letter in a few days, telling you how you must pay the money. And here's a postscript written in ink. If you or the people you send with the money try to capture me, you will all be blown to pieces by an infernal machine.
May God have pity on such a miserable sinner.
What are we to do?
Well, perhaps it is a practical joke some thoughtless person is playing on us.
I hope so.
Never mind, I'll answer it. Hello? Yes? You didn't return last night? I see. Yes. Well, don't worry, my daughter. Yes, I'll take care of it. Goodbye. It is no joke, brother. That was Father Heslin's housekeeper. And he did not return home last night.
God preserve him. With the news of the abduction of the Colma parish priest, public indignation flared. The citizens of Colma offer $1,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of Father Heslin's abductors. Priests of the San Francisco Diocese offered a reward of $5,000 for the return of Father Heston, dead or alive. San Mateo County adds a $1,000 reward for information concerning the kidnappers. And in a cheap hotel in San Francisco sits a man poring over the screaming headlines, thinking aloud.
$7,000 reward. Better than $6,500 ransom. Far better. $500 better.
So, a week after Father Heston's disappearance, an itinerant baker appears at the San Francisco police headquarters.
What do you want?
I want to speak to the captain.
Cap's busy. What can I do for you?
I got to speak to the captain direct.
Oh, what about? You'll have to state your business.
I got a tip on the kidnapping of Father Heslin.
Oh, that's different. Wait a minute. Beg pardon, Captain. There's a man out here who says he knows something about the disappearance of the Colma priest. Show him in. Yes, sir. Right this way.
Thanks.
Well, good afternoon. Have a seat.
Thanks.
Now, what is it?
I know all about Father Heslin.
Yes?
Yes. He's dead.
What?
Yeah, dead and buried.
Where's he buried?
Out in the sand dunes at Salada. Near a flapjack sign with a miner on it. Do I get the reward?
Wait a minute. Not so quick about the reward. How do you know this?
Oh, a drunken foreigner told it to a girlfriend of mine at the corner of Ellis and Mason the other night. That's what he said. Father Heston is buried out in the dunes at Salada Beach.
What's your name?
William A. Hightower.
What's the girl's name? Who told you this?
Ella. Yeah, that's her name. Ella Howard.
Where does she live?
I don't know.
Where do you live?
At the Tenbo Hotel. Did I get the reward?
Well, we'll see about that after we've checked your story.
Oh, my story's straight, all right. Come along with me and I'll show you.
You will lead us to the grave?
Sure. You'll give me the reward.
Well, nobody else has claimed it so far, and that's all I can say now.
Accompanied by newspaper reporters, the officers follow Hightower out to the lonely Salada dunes. For a half mile, they trudge through the deep sand. And then, as they approach the beach...
Hey, there's a sign with a miner on it. Is this the place?
Yeah. If you dig here, you'll find him. According to the foreigner.
Hold that pose pointing like that, Mr. Hightower. I want to get a picture. Thanks.
Okay, boys. Start digging.
What did this foreigner look like, Mr. Hightower?
Well, I didn't talk to him, you understand, but Ella said that he was short and dark and drunk.
That's not much of a description.
Well, how women are, they don't notice much.
Not my wife. She can see a blonde hair on my coat a half block away.
The shovel just hit something, Captain. Yeah, listen, go easy then, boys. There he is.
That's the priest, all right.
Well, give us a hand while we get him out of this hole here.
Okay, Cap.
Okay, now
Leg it over here.
Yeah, put your hands under there.
I got it.
All right, now up you come.
Right.
That's right. All right, easy. Lay him over here.
Right.
All right. Well, a fractured skull. Apparently hit by some blunt instrument. Here's a bullet hole in his body, Captain.
Hey, they sure did for him, didn't they?
Yes, Mr. Hightower, they did.
While Hightower is kept in technical custody for questioning regarding the murder, newspaper reporters thronging over the site of the grave make a discovery.
Got enough shots of the place, Ben?
Yeah, I guess so.
We better get back to town if we're going to make the bulldog.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Here are a couple of tent stakes by the grave.
Well, what of it?
Maybe nothing. But look at this fish line tied around one of them. And here's a timber with fish lines tied around it in the same kind of knot.
Yeah? That's not mysterious.
Maybe not, and then again, maybe it's a clue.
Oh, you've been reading too many Sherlock Holmes stories.
Well, just the same, I'm going to take them in and turn them over to the police.
Meanwhile, back at headquarters. Well, Captain, I judge you the body. I get the $7,000 reward now?
What's your hurry, Mr. Hightower? A few questions I'd like to ask you.
Sure. If there are any questions you like, but I've already told you everything I know.
Well, not everything. Where were you on the night of August 2nd?
August 2nd?
Yes. The night that Father Heston was summoned from his home.
Why, Captain, you don't think I had anything to do with this, do you?
Well, I'm asking the questions. Where were you on that night?
Why, on the night of August 2nd, I was out riding with a lady friend of mine. We drove down to San Jose and back.
How are you so sure of the date?
Oh, I just remember. It was a week ago yesterday.
Oh. What was the lady's name?
Edith Stanley.
Where does she live?
The Berkshire Hotel.
Edith Stanley, Berkshire Hotel. Whose car did you ride in?
I rented it.
Where?
Oh, at Tommy Carroll's garage on Golden Gate Avenue.
I see. Just a minute, please. Send in Martin and Brannigan. Yes, sir. Bring in Edith Stanley, who lives at Berkshire Hotel.
Yes, sir.
And Brannigan, you check with Tommy Carroll's garage on whether Mr. Hightower rented an automobile there on the 2nd of August. And, oh, yes. Tell Kelly to take a man and search Mr. Hightower's room at the Ten Bow Hotel.
Yes, sir. Hey, now, look here, Captain. You think you're exceeding your authority?
I do not.
Is there anything else you want to ask me?
Well, not for the moment.
Well, I'm free to go.
You are not. You're still in technical custody until I check your story.
While Detective Martin searches for Edith Stanley and Brannigan checks with the garage, Detective Kelly and his partner search Hightower's room.
Well, let's see what's in this closet. Looks like a tent. Help me get it out of here.
Yeah. Look, sand on it.
And tuberculosis written across the side. What the devil do you suppose that's for?
Search me. I think we'd better take it in.
All right. Anything else on there?
Yeah, funny-looking box. Look.
Let me see. Looks like a bomb of some sort to me. Better be careful with it. Say, there's a rifle in the corner.
Yeah, and look over here on this desk. A 22 pistol and some shells from a 45 automatic.
And Father Heston was shot with a 45.
Well, it looks like we're getting somewhere, partner.
It sure does. Only watch how you handle that box. I don't like the look of it.
Got a young lady registered here by the name of Edith Stanley?
No, she checked out.
When did she check out?
On the 3rd of August?
On the 3rd of August. Where'd you go?
I don't know.
Don't give me a runaround. I'm from police headquarters.
Oh, that's different. You see, she told me not to give out her new address.
Okay, but you're going to give it to me.
Well, she moved around the corner to the Alcatraz.
Thanks. Is William A. Hightower in the car here on August 2nd?
Hightower. Let me look through the book. Yes, of course, I remember him. He left some tent poles here.
Tent poles? What for?
Well, asked me to take care of them.
How long did he have the car?
Well, he took it out around 6 o'clock and brought it back around 2 a.m.
What kind of a car was it?
Ford.
That's fine. Mind showing me those tent poles?
Why, they're Mr. Hightower's property. I don't think I should.
I'm from Central Station. I'm going to take these tent poles in for evidence.
So, just to be sure, I brought the stakes in with me, Captain. Here they are.
Well, tent stakes aren't unusual things to find on the beach, you know. Lots of people camp out.
Yeah, I suppose it was foolish of me.
No, I appreciate your interest, and I'll keep them around in case they tie in with anything. Oh, hello, Kelly. What you find in Hightower's room?
Plenty. A rifle, a .22 revolver, and some 45 shells.
45 shells?
Yep, and a suspicious-looking box. Eddie took it down to the ballistics man. But here's the one thing we found that doesn't make sense.
Hey, what's that?
Look. A tent with the word tuberculosis written on the side.
Hey, let me see that. Look, Captain, there's some of that same fish line tied through this ring here. And it's tied in the same knot as on these stakes.
Hey, Golly, you're right.
There's sand on the tent, too.
Harry, those stakes you brought in are an important link. I'm glad you reporters make yourself useful sometimes.
Yeah, what do you mean, sometimes? Where'd you coppers be without us?
Sometimes I wonder. Well, Captain, I got rented a car from Carroll, all right. About between 6 in the evening and 2 a.m. Fine. What the devil are you carrying? Oh, there's some tent poles he left with Carroll. Well, I'd bring them in. I'd come in handy. They do. Now, boys, we're getting somewhere. We got the stakes, the poles, and the tent which is pitched by Father Heslin's grave.
All we need's a frying pan. We can go camping.
Need circumstantial evidence, Captain, but don't forget Hightower's alibi.
Don't worry. We'll check on that. Well, Kelly, it was an infernal machine, all right.
Hey, don't point it at me.
Don't worry. The ballistics man took the shells out of it. An infernal machine, huh? Is this the one you found in Hightower's room?
Yes, sir.
It was rigged with 10 shotgun shells to go off when you release the trigger.
And the ransom note threatened Archbishop Hanna with an infernal machine if he didn't come across.
Hello? Yeah? Fine, yeah, bring her in. Yeah, that's Martin. He's got Hightower's alibi with him.
Mind if I stay while you question her, Captain?
No, I owe you something for those tent stakes.
Thanks.
Right this way, Miss Stanley. Captain, there's Miss Stanley.
How do you do?
Won't you be seated, Miss Stanley?
Thanks.
Have a cigarette.
No, thanks.
Miss Stanley, are you acquainted with William Hightower?
Yeah?
Did you see him on the evening of August 2nd? That is, a week ago yesterday?
Yeah, that's the last time I saw him.
You said that you went on an automobile ride with him to San Jose that night. Is that true?
It is not.
But you did see him that night.
Yeah.
What were the circumstances under which you saw him?
He called for me about 6 o'clock and drove me downtown.
What did you do for the rest of the evening?
I had dinner by myself, went to a movie, and came back to the hotel and went to bed. And then about 2 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Hightower came up to the room. He wanted to talk to me, he said. I wouldn't let him in.
She moved 5 times during the past 5 days, Captain. Ask her to explain that. I had to follow her to 5 different hotels.
I was trying to get away from Hightower. I'm engaged to be married to another fella. Mr. Hightower kept running after me. That night, after he tried to make me let him in at 2 in the morning, I made up my mind to hide from him. I knew I'd get into trouble if I had anything to do with that guy. Now look at the mess I'm in.
Well, you're in no mess, Miss Stanley. We're not accusing you of anything.
You can't, because I'm innocent.
And you've convinced me of that. And you've been of great service to us.
Oh, may I go now?
Well, yes, but keep in touch with us in case we want to question you further.
Very well, Captain. I will.
All right, thank you, Miss Stanley.
Good day, then.
Bye, Miss. Good night. Well, there goes Hightower's alibi high up in a kite.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I'm going to put that guy where he belongs. Hello. Get me Constable Landini of Colma.
Thanks for letting me in on this, Captain. I got to flash the city room now, and I want to get a picture of that Stanley dame.
Okay. Hello? Hello, Constable. Well, I've got the murderer of Father Heslin. Yeah. Sure, I got the evidence. Well, it's circumstantial, but it's sufficient to hold him to answer for murder. Okay. And bring the warrant with you.
So on the 13th of August, Constable S.A. Landini formally charges William A. Hightower of the murder of Father Heslin. The suspect is moved to the San Mateo County Jail at Redwood City, where Sheriff Michael Sheehan questioned him further.
An attack spot, Hightower. We've enough on you to hang you. Now, why don't you make our job easier by confessing? Well, you might get off as life imprisonment.
How can I confess to this murder when I didn't do it? Can't browbeat a confession out of me.
No, nobody's trying to browbeat you, Hightower. Has anyone laid a hand on you?
No, but you would if you weren't afraid of my influence. I know you, cop.
Don't you think that remark's a little silly? Now, look here. What were you doing camping out at Salado Beach?
I wasn't camping out there.
Oh, come on now. We have the tent stakes found at the grave. We have the tents found in your room with the same kind of knots, tied with the same cord. Why lie about it?
Well, I have camped out there, yeah.
Why?
Well, during the fire in 1906, I had a trunk full of valuables out there in the dunes. I've been trying to find them ever since. I bought there sometimes for a couple of days and dig for them.
That's a pretty weak story, don't you think, Hightower?
That's the truth.
All right. What about that word tuberculosis written on the side of the tent?
Oh, that. That was to keep people away. I don't like people.
To keep people away while you had the body of Father Heslin in your tent?
I never had his body in the tent.
Not even while you were digging the grave?
No, I'm innocent.
Hightower, you killed Father Heslin.
No.
You killed Father Heslin. Confess. Confess your sins. You killed Father Heslin.
Now, listen. I'm as smart as you are. You can't break me down. Well, you have the cooked-up story. Haven't anyone who can identify me.
No? Wait a minute. Ray, have you ever seen this man before?
That's him. He's the one who called for the father that night. He said that a friend of his was dying. That's him. Oh, you devil. You murderer.
Thank you, Maria. That's all for a moment. Take her out, Sergeant. Well, Hightower?
Paid witness. She never saw me before. She first introduced, she said the man was a dark foreigner.
Now she's changing her story. Do I look like a dark foreigner?
When you say the Father Heslin's porch at night, you might.
Rubbish. What's the dope, Sheriff? Trying to make a bid for re-election that you're so eager to railroad someone for this murder?
That isn't even funny. So you won't confess?
Well, I have nothing to confess to. I'm innocent.
You know an awful lot about the location of Father Heslin's grave for an innocent man.
Now, look here, Sheriff. Let me ask you this. You think I'd have led the office to that grave if I'd been guilty?
You're a sufficiently shrewd man to think that you're very daring to throw suspicion away from you. And, of course, there's the reward.
I acted with the best intentions as a law-abiding citizen. I tried to help the police, and now look at the fix I'm in. Why, it's ridiculous. All I know about this whole thing is what that dark foreigner told Ella Howard at the corner of Ellis and Mason that night.
Well, I'm willing to play with your story. I'll give you a break. Where's Ella Howard? I'll question her.
Why question her? Find the dark foreigner. He's the man that murdered Father Heslin.
Let's start with Ella Howard. What does she look like?
Oh, she's pretty.
Blonde?
Think so.
Suppose we have a mug of her here. She ever been arrested?
Might have been. I've been too careful about the company she keeps.
All right. Let's take a look through this book. See anything like her here? These are forges.
No, she ain't there. You're there.
Well, let's look at the pickpocket. Is Ella Smith's purses?
Yeah, she might.
See her on this page?
No. Turn over.
All right.
Hey, there she is.
You sure?
Yeah, positive.
But this woman's name is Sally Lawrence.
Well, Ella might have used an alias.
Yeah, but you see, Hightower, here's where you're mistaken. Because Sally Lawrence, according to this record, is still in San Quentin.
Think you must have broken out.
No, that won't do, Hightower. I'm going to send you back to your cell until you decide to come clean.
I have come clean.
I don't believe you, but I'll give you as much rope as you want. I'm going out and get Ella Howard, if there is such a person, and I'm going to see what she has to say about the dark foreigner.
The word goes out to the Bay District Police to bring in Ella Howard, blonde and pretty. Finally, the enterprising newspaper reporter finds a blonde girl whose name is Ella Howard, working as a waitress in the Market Street restaurant. He telephones Sheriff Sheehan, plans a trap, and then drives the bewildered girl out the Bayshore Highway to Redwood City.
Say, look here, Mr. Buckley. I don't get what this is all about.
I've been trying to tell you that you're the star witness in the Hightower case.
What are you talking about?
Where were you on the night of August 2nd?
Oh, waiting tables at the restaurant.
Can you prove it?
Say, listen, if you get me into any trouble...
Hey, listen, Ella, I won't get you into any trouble. Like I told you, you're going to get your pretty pan smeared all over the front pages of the evening newspaper.
Oh, gee.
And all you have to do is take a ride out to Redwood City with me.
That sounds fishy.
It isn't. Did you ever know William A. Hightower?
I never heard of him until that priest was murdered.
Ever know any dark foreigners?
Well, I knew a Mexican boy down in Los Angeles once, but he left town on me.
He wasn't drunk on the corner of Ellis and Mason the other night, was he?
Say, what are you trying to do?
Make Hightower out a liar.
Honest, you're the craziest
The more I talk to you, the more I think I am. Well, Sheriff, Ella Howard's waiting outside.
Good. Now, boys, don't watch me or Buckley here. Just keep your eyes on Hightower and the girl. See if they recognize each other. Okay, Buckley. When I push the buzzer, bring her in. Ryan, get Hightower.
Yes, sir. I'll beat it outside and be sure my little bird hasn't flown the coop.
Okay.
Honest, Sheriff, she wins the grand prize. Wait till you see this little bundle of stupidity. Boy, I must love my work to ride all the way out here with that number.
All right, beat it before Hightower gets here.
Right.
Now, don't forget, boys, keep your eyes glued on this bird. Sit down, Hightower. You made up your mind to confess?
I have nothing to confess.
All right. You ever been arrested before, Hightower?
No.
You ever pulled any jobs before?
What do you mean?
Well, burglaries or hold-up?
Of course not.
Burglaries or hold-up?
Of course not.
Well, before we release you, just to make sure, I want to have some victims of recent hold-ups take a look at you. Don't mind, do you?
No, so long as you let me out of here.
And we'll see about that. I'll have the first victim brought in. Come in, miss. Now, is this the gentleman here? The one who held you up?
Why, I never been...
Why, it's a dumbbell. Answer yes or no.
No.
Never seen him before?
No.
That's all.
Come on, that's all he said.
And do I get picture in the paper for that?
Yeah.
For that?
Yeah. Scram.
Hey, what's the idea of making a train steal of me?
Never see that?
A train steal out of me.
Never see that girl before,
No.
Hightower? You positive?
Positive.
That's all I wanted to know.
Well, inasmuch as you don't recognize her, Hightower, it may interest you to know that girl is Ella Howard, your lady friend, whom you claim heard from a dark, drunk foreigner about the grave of Father Heslin. Now, both of your alibis have been broken down. We have enough circumstantial evidence to put you away for good. Now, why don't you confess? You murdered Father Heslin and you buried his body at Salado Beach. Isn't that the truth?
No, it's a lie. I'm innocent. You can't prove a thing. You're framing me. Go ahead and try me for murder. I'll beat your case. You never send me up.
2 months after the mysterious disappearance of Father Heslin, William A. Hightower went on trial for his murder. In addition to the circumstantial evidence procured by officers and reporters, the state proved that the handwriting on the ransom note was Hightower's, and that timbers found at the grave stained with human blood proved Hightower's guilt more convincingly than his inconsistent defense argued for his innocence. And so on October 13th, the defendant was found guilty and was sentenced to life imprisonment in San Quentin Penitentiary, where he still is today. No longer William A. Hightower, no longer William A. Hightower, but merely convict number 34458. Have you wondered why Rio Grande calls its leading gasoline cracked? That unusual name accurately describes a patented refining process developed after years of research and the expenditure of millions of dollars by the worldwide Sinclair Refining Organization, of which Rio Grande is the western subsidiary. Only Rio Grande is licensed to crack gasoline by the Sinclair process in the West. And so only in Rio Grande cracked gasoline can you get a gasoline refined by this advanced refining method. In Rio Grande's new cracking plant, the finest plant of its kind in America, the costly cracking process produces a gasoline that averages a 10-point higher anti-knock rating. A gasoline that so excels all others in fast starting, acceleration, speed, power, and mileage that it has been chosen through competitive tests to power the police cars and emergency engines of the West's leading cities. Yet with all its advantages and superiority, you can get this same Rio Grande cracked gasoline from your neighborhood independent dealer at no extra cost. Those of you who have enjoyed calling all cars, but have not experienced police car performance in your car, may I personally ask that you try Rio Grande cracked gasoline tomorrow.
Calling all cars, attention all San Mateo County Sheriff's cars. The cancellation of broadcast 78 regarding the disappearance of Father Heslin. His body has been found and the suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley, saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Throughout the western United States, the career of the mysterious phantom figure of the plains has been told and retold until the present day. He did more than any other individual to bring law and order to the lawless frontier. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he roamed the West, fighting crime wherever he found it. And now, the thundering hoofs of Silver return us to those days of danger and adventure. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Hurry, old fellow! There's trouble ahead, and Tonto is waiting for us! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
As the Lone Ranger rode by on Silver, he said there was trouble on the trail ahead. Nearly 12 miles from the town of Cranston, two men, hidden in a gully, watched the approach of a horseman. The older of the two, Ed Scott, was in his 40s, with features that bore the marks of his years of crime. The younger, Lefty Cullen, was under 30, but his mouth was thin and cruel. The stock of the rifle he held to his shoulder revealed notches representing a dozen killings. They stared at the nearing rider until he came within range, and then...
There. I reckon we got him all right, Lefty.
Looks like it, Ed. We sure knocked him out his saddle anyhow.
Pretty good shooting, I calls it, for that distance.
Yeah.
We'll get on our horses to make sure he's done for.
Here's hoping he's got them papers on him.
He'll have them. He told me when I was in jail with him over to town that the sheriff was holding them for him. He aimed to get him just as soon as his term was up. Steady there, Paint.
Gosh, Ed, I can't savvy a fella like him. Here he's owned the Lazy Y spread in Texas ever since he was a young fella. He's never claimed it. Come on, get up there. Get up.
Get along.
Get up there.
Sure he claimed it. He only stayed there long enough to put his wife and kid on the place, then lit out.
You're sure his wife is dead?
You're blame right I am. So's the lawyer that handled the spread when his uncle left it to him.
I never heard of a sweeter setup.
Read them papers, there's nobody can prove I ain't Jim Bear.
I'm sure hoping that girl of his ain't hitched up yet.
If she is, we'll sell the ranch and split what we get 2 ways.
That won't be so bad either. From what I've heard, the Lazy Y's a mighty big outfit.
Yeah. There he is. He's done for all right.
Uh-huh.
Whoa there.
Now to get them papers.
What's that in his pocket? Ain't that them?
Well, just a second. Papers, sure enough. I don't know whether they're the ones we want or not, though.
Let me look at them. Here you are. Yep. These are them, all right.
Good enough.
Come on, let's get going. It wouldn't do to have anybody find us here.
Now, what about Bear?
Leave him be. Don't nobody know who he is. We got all he had to identify himself.
How about the sheriff that jailed him?
Shucks, he never told nobody but me his real name. He told the sheriff his name was Simmons. Come on, we gotta hurry.
Just as you say.
We're heading for Texas, and we ain't wasting no time. Get up. Get on. Get up. Come on. Get up.
We see the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto riding toward the town of Cranston. It is 3 days later, and the burning afternoon sun sends up waves of heat from the dry earth.
I hope we reach town soon, Tonto. Our canteens are empty. We'll fill them and buy more provisions. Look! What is it, Kimosabe? Look! Head! There's something on the ground. Man there. Yes, we'll find out what's happened. Come on, Silver.
White fella.
It looks as though he's been shot. And I think he's dead. Come on, Silver.
Him not move.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella. Poor fellow. He was murdered without being given a chance to defend himself.
Why? Why you say that?
See? He was killed by bullets from a rifle. Someone shot him from long range.
Oh. That's right.
Wonder who he is.
Tonto not know him.
I'll see if he has any identification on him. There should be something to tell his name. There's nothing in his pockets, though. That's strange.
Wait.
Do you see something, Tonto?
There, paper.
Yes. I have it. It was beneath him. Probably fell from his pocket when he was shot, or... No, Tonto. This didn't fall from his pocket.
What you mean?
Tonto, he placed that paper there on purpose.
Huh?
I think I know what happened now.
What that?
You remember that I said he was shot from long range?
Yeah.
He didn't die immediately. He must have written this in the last few moments of his life, hoping his killers wouldn't discover it.
What it say?
He was shot by Ed Scott and Lefty Cullen.
Them plenty bad feller.
Yes, I've heard of them, but I've never seen them.
Tonto not see 'em.
He must have died before the note was finished. He named the killers and started to write something else, but the sentence isn't completed.
What him write?
The Lazy Y. He has that much written, but no more. I wonder what it was he wanted to say about the Lazy Y.
Tonto know that place.
Yes, I remember it, too. It's a big ranch in the northern part of Texas.
That right?
Wait, Tonto. This note tells us more than I thought at first.
That's good.
He didn't live to sign this. But it's on the back of a letter he'd already written. The handwriting is the same on both sides. And the letter is signed Jim Bayer.
What letter say?
There's nothing there to help us, Kimosabe. This is the last sheet, and it contains only a few words besides the signature. How long would you say Bayer had been dead, Tonto?
Maybe 2, 3 days.
Which means that the killers have had 2 or 3 days to get out of the country. I wonder why the body wasn't discovered before.
This trail not used much.
That must be it.
What we do now?
First, we'll give this man a decent burial and inform the authorities of his death. And then we'll try to find his murderers.
That'd be plenty hard.
Yes. We don't know where they are, and we don't know what they look like.
That's right.
But we have 3 clues. The names of the killers, the name of the dead man, and the Lazy Y.
Them maybe help.
This note alone wouldn't convict anybody. But we're going to the Lazy Y and see what we can learn there.
That's plenty long way.
It's many miles from here, and it may lead us on a false trail. But we're going there, Kimosabe. And if we can, we'll bring the murderers of this man to justice.
With the papers they had stolen from Bayer, Ed Scott and Lefty Cullen lost no time getting to Butler City, near the Lazy Y Ranch. There, the 2 men carefully investigated the situation before Scott announced himself as the owner of the ranch. We see them, 2 days after their arrival, in the living room of the ranch house. Also present are Catherine Bayer, the daughter of the murdered man, Bill Landis, the young sheriff of the county, and Tim Brady, foreman of the Lazy Y for many years. Ed Scott is speaking.
Well, you've all seen my papers. I reckon there ain't no doubt in anybody's mind but when I'm the rightful owner of this outfit. What you got to say, Sheriff?
As far as I can see, everything's legal.
You just bet it is.
That's your marriage license to Kate's mother. And there's the papers Lawyer Peebles drawed up for you when your uncle left you his ranch.
It's them, all right.
So I reckon that settles it. I guess this here's your pa, sure enough, Kate.
Yes, I guess so.
You needn't look so doggone sorrowful about it. Ain't you glad to see me?
Why, of course I am, but it just seems sort of strange at first.
Uh-huh. Maybe so. But I don't like to see folks around me that scowls. You better smile a little for a change.
I'll try.
As long as I'm your pa, I'll ask you to call me that same.
Yes, Father.
Yeah, that's better. I reckon it'll come easier to you by the time I've sold the ranch and we're heading east.
You mean to sell the ranch?
Say, Mr. Bayer, you wouldn't do that, would you?
You got any objections?
Well, by golly,
Wait, Tim. You see, Tim knows this place is home to me, Father. He knows how hard it'd be for me to leave it.
I don't give a hoot what he knows or thinks. He's only the foreman, and I don't stand for the help talking up.
I reckon you don't savvy, Mr. Bayer. I've been sort of a pa to Kate ever since her ma died,
And so you figure that gives you the right to forget your place. Well, it don't. If you forget it again, I'll find me a new foreman.
Say, if that's the way you feel, you can...
Please, Tim. I'm sure he didn't mean just what he said.
I ain't in the habit of saying nothing I don't mean.
Look here, Mr. Bayer, you'd really take Kate east, away from her friends and all?
You ain't fooling me none, Sheriff.
But
I've seen enough these last couple of days to savvy what's going on. You're sort of sweet on Kate, ain't you?
Well, we've been keeping company for quite a spell.
Bill and I are real good friends, Father.
Good enough friends to call him by his first name, eh?
Well, there's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, you ain't going no more. You ain't keeping company with him either.
But, Father...
Just because you got a lot of cash in the bank, he figures it'd be a good idea to play up to you. But I'm putting a stop to it right here and now. And don't you think different.
Just hold on a second, Mr. Bayer. Kate's got the right to see anybody she's a mind to.
Are you trying to set my own daughter against me?
Please, both of you, don't argue.
You stay out of this.
It ain't true that I'm after Kate's money. I'd like her if she didn't have a penny.
I know better than that. The only time I want to see you on my place, Sheriff, is when I call you here on business. The business you come on today is over. Now you can get.
Father, don't say that.
This is my ranch, and nobody can set foot on it unless I tell them they can.
All right, I'll go. But I'm telling you right now, you ain't going to come between Kate and me.
I ain't bluffing, Sheriff. You stay away from the ranch and stay away from Kate.
We'll see about that. That skunk leaves Kate alone for 20 years, then comes back and starts raising Cain. If he weren't Kate's pa, I'd have taken a punch at him. Steady there, boy. Yeah. Poor Kate. There was only something I could do. Come on, get up there, boy. Get up there, come on.
Sheriff, I want to speak to you.
What the? A masked man and a redskin. Hold it.
They're not outlaws.
My golly,
Careful, Sheriff. You forced me to draw. I only want to ask you some questions.
How'd you know who I was?
I saw your badge, and I believe I have information in which the law would be interested.
Right now, I'm too darn mad to talk to anybody, outlaws or not.
But you're going to answer my questions.
It's lucky for you that you got the drop on me.
I want to know something about this ranch, the Lazy Y.
What do you want to know?
Who owns this ranch?
Well, up to a couple of days ago, it was Kate Bayer's. But now her pa showed up.
Kate Bayer, you say?
Yeah.
And her father only arrived here a couple of days ago?
That's what I said, ain't it? He come here with a rat-faced young fella that I'd feel right pleased to fill full of lead.
Bayer? Name on paper.
It is, Tonto. I wondered what connection there was between Bayer and the Lazy Y, but now I believe I can guess a part of it.
Hey, what are you doing? Let go of my bridle.
Sheriff, you and I have a lot of talking to do. You're coming with me.
But look here, listen.
And you're coming right now.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. A man named Bayer was murdered by two outlaws, Ed Scott and Lefty Cullen, to gain possession of a ranch Bayer had inherited 20 years before. The outlaws stole Bayer's identification and rode to Texas. There, Scott posed as the rightful owner of the Lazy Y Ranch. The Lone Ranger found a note written by Bayer, telling enough to send him on the trail of the killers. In Texas, the masked man met the young sheriff, and we see them now in the Lone Ranger's small, well-hidden camp.
So that's the story, Sheriff. We found this note beside the dead man's body. And we believe him to have been the real Bayer, and the man at the ranch an imposter.
I don't know. If you wasn't masked like an outlaw, I'd have more reason to believe what you say.
I think I can get proof that the man who claims to be Kate's father is the outlaw Ed Scott.
Don't get me wrong, stranger. I don't cotton to this fella that come here, none at all. He started to mistreat Kate already. If he ain't Bayer, there ain't nobody more anxious to find it out than me.
Then give me the chance to prove it.
I was just thinking. It hadn't ought to be hard to prove whether he's Bayer or not.
Yes?
Being an outlaw, he's been in jail. I could send out letters to the peace officers around the country, and maybe one of them could identify him.
That would prove nothing.
And why not?
Everyone knows that Bayer left his family because he was an outlaw. It would have been natural for him to have changed his name.
Yeah, but
and Scott could insist that he had changed his name from Bayer to Scott to hide his disgrace. Could you prove that he hadn't?
I reckon I couldn't.
And even if you could, Scott would likely sell the ranch and disappear before you got your evidence.
He seemed mighty set on selling out.
I may be wrong. I came here only because the name Lazy Y was written on that note.
I was wondering how you come to figure things out.
But I think I know now what happened. You said that these two men arrived with papers showing the older man to be Bayer. Bayer had been gone so many years, no one could identify him by sight.
Yeah.
Then obviously the real Bayer was killed for those papers.
That could have happened all right. But just a minute. How about that note you showed me? That's hanging evidence right there.
Not by itself. It isn't signed. The only signature the paper bears is on the other side of the sheet with the last few words of a letter that mean nothing.
By golly, there don't seem to be no way at all of getting anything on them fellas.
But I have a plan that will.
Yeah? What do you figure on getting out at?
Nothing.
Well, that don't make sense. Nobody'd go to all this trouble just for the fun of it. Except maybe one fella I've heard of.
Yes?
He's a fella that travels with an engine and calls his horse... Say, didn't I hear you call that horse of yours Silver?
You did?
Thundering buzzards. Why didn't I think of that before? Go right ahead, stranger. Tell me what you got in mind. And whatever it is, I'm with you.
Early the following morning, Ed Scott inspected the ranch he had stolen. Before the day was done, he'd seen enough to convince him that the Lazy Y was even more valuable than he'd expected. When he re-entered the ranch house that evening, Catherine Bayer was in the living room.
Well, Kate, I've been over as much as the ranch as I could cover in one day. And I'm here to say I ain't never seen a finer spread anywhere.
Jim should get the credit for that, Father. He's been a wonderful manager.
Don't mention that old fool to me. I ain't got no use for him. If I wasn't selling out real quick, I'd chase him off the place.
But Jim has been honest and loyal. I can't understand why you've taken this dislike to him.
He's a meddling fool, for one thing. And even if he did run the place good, it wouldn't surprise me to find out it was because he figured on getting the place for himself some way.
I guess it won't do any good to tell you that isn't so.
You're darn right it won't.
But, Father,
Huh?
I do wish you wouldn't sell. Don't you think that you could learn to like it here?
I'm selling the place, and that's that. Now, let me see. What do you think it might be worth?
It can't be worth any less than $150,000.
That's just fine. Then I shouldn't have no trouble at all making a quick sale for $75,000 or $100,000.
You wouldn't do that.
Wouldn't I, though? I want to get out of here without wasting no time.
But why?
I don't like it here, that's why. And one reason is I don't want that no-good sheriff around where you are.
I wanted to talk about that. Bill isn't after my money. I know he isn't.
You don't know a blame thing about it. He looks like a mighty crooked customer to me. And anyway, I got other plans for you.
I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't seem possible that you can be...
That I can be what?
Oh, nothing. It wasn't anything important. What other plans have you?
Well, Lefty, the young fella that come here with me, is a mighty fine hombre. It'd please me a lot if you and him got hitched.
Oh, no.
Say, what have you got against him?
Well, I just couldn't, that's all. I couldn't.
Now, hold on there. I'm your pa, ain't I?
Yes.
Then, by golly, don't you be so pesky high and mighty. It ain't right for a girl to set herself agin her pa.
Ever since I can remember, I was hoping my father would come back to me, but no.
You needn't go to crying. It won't change what I said none. You're too used to having your own way and everything. That's all that's wrong with you.
Hello there, Mr. Bear.
Come on in. We were just talking about you.
Yeah? Howdy, Miss Kate.
Don't talk to me. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk with you.
What the? Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to my room.
All right, get to your room and stay there. While you're in it, you can start packing.
Packing? What for?
Because we're starting east tomorrow. And you're going along. Maybe I can't tell you who to marry, but I sure as the dickens can tell you where you're going to live. And I don't want no argument.
I can't help it. Even if you were my father, I hate you. I hate you.
Well, doggone if she ain't got a sight more spunk than I figured she had.
Yeah? Well, I'll take it out of her.
Did you mean that about leaving tomorrow?
Uh-huh. There's a fella up Denver way I think he'll buy the ranch. I aim to see him.
Shucks, I'm beginning to like the place. I'd just soon stay on.
Then what if something happens to show the law I ain't really Bear?
Yeah, that's so. I reckon it's good sense to get out.
As the stage goes by here tomorrow noon, we can get that and make connections with the train that goes by west of here.
Gosh, I don't know whether I want to ride one of them things or not. If I got to get someplace, a horse looks a heap safer to me.
Uh-huh. But there ain't a horse alive that can catch us once we're on that train. And that's what I'm thinking of.
Well, I don't like 'em, but I'll take the chance if you want to.
So far, everything's going fine. Except for that blame girl.
Yeah?
It was me saying I wanted her to marry you that got her riled just now.
Look here, Ed, you leave her to me. Maybe you're smarter than me in some things, but when it comes to women, I ain't so bad. Before I'm done, she'll be downright glad to marry me.
The Lone Ranger had explained his plan to the sheriff, who agreed to help, but certain arrangements prevented their acting at once. It was 2 days later when the masked man, Tonto, and the sheriff reined in their mounts at the Lazy Y Ranch house.
Oh, Silver, old fellow. The house looks deserted. I wonder where they could have gone.
It's plenty strange. Golly, I don't know. Kate's usually sitting on the porch about this time of day. Say, there's Tim over there. We'll ask him.
Yes, we've got to find them.
Tim! Hi there, Tim.
That you, Sheriff?
Come over here. We want to ask some questions.
By thunderation, Sheriff. I'm sure glad you come. Who's the masked fella?
I ain't got time to explain. Where's Kate and them two fellas that come to the ranch the other day?
They've gone.
Gone?
That's why I was so glad to see you. Looks fishy to me, them lighting out so fast. They're on the stage aiming to catch the eastbound train.
What?
How long ago did they leave?
About an hour past. They ought to be more than halfway there by now.
Then they got away from us.
Say, what the...
They haven't escaped yet, Sheriff. It's up to us to stop that train before they've gone.
We can't do it. We ain't got the time.
But we'll try.
Listen here, what's all this about?
We must hurry. Hail,
Get him up, white boy!
The three men raced across country to reach the railroad ahead of the stagecoach. But when they topped the last hill, they saw in the distance smoke puffing from the stack of the engine as it slowly got underway. The Lone Ranger turned in his saddle and shouted to his companions.
I'm going ahead.
What say it?
I'm going to stop that engine. Then you and Tonto can board the train and take Scott and Cullen off.
You can't catch that train. It's going faster all the time.
Do as I tell you.
But I tell you.
Silver knows that we're depending on him. He won't fail us.
No horse can run as fast as the train can go.
Watch. Come on, Silver.
Good luck to you. We'll get there as fast as we can. Get up there. Get along there, boy.
All right, Silver, old boy. It's up to you now. Come on, Silver.
Hey, look! Look at that white horse coming!
Men, stop that engine!
Gosh, the feller's mad! I bet it's a holdup!
Stop that engine, I tell you!
Get away from here! We ain't stopping for nobody!
I fired in the air that time. The next time I'll mean business.
Blast you! If it wasn't for that white horse of yours... Come on, Landy, he's got us all right. You better stop him before he shoots us through a hole.
rode up was the sheriff and the redskin wanted, Lefty.
Yeah, and the masked fellow that rode on ahead of them.
What is it? What's the matter?
Keep still. Lefty, you don't figure they're after us, do you?
Well, I don't know.
They ain't gonna do nothing to us. They can't do a thing.
There is something wrong, I know it.
Keep your fool mouth shut, will you?
The sheriff got on the train. Him and the redskin are coming this way.
Keep your head, Lefty. I tell you, there ain't nothing they can do.
Hey there, man. I'm arresting you for murder.
What the?
You hear that?
Don't try to get away or I'll shoot.
What's the idea? You can't arrest us.
I can't, eh? Take a look at this reward notice.
$5,000 for the capture of Jim Bayer, dead or alive, wanted for murder. Well, Father, what...
You want Jim Bayer? Me for murder?
You can read the handbill, can't you?
Why,
Don't go for your gun, Bear. I have you covered.
Don't talk, Ed. Don't you say nothing.
But I ain't killed nobody. I ain't gonna hang for what somebody else done.
Shut up, will you? You're gonna spoil everything.
Don't interfere, Lefty. Let him say what he has to say.
Go ahead, Bear, and talk fast.
Well, I ain't Bayer. I ain't the fella you want at all.
You aren't my father?
Honest, Sheriff. I'm giving it to you straight. You can't hang me for what Bayer done. I'm Ed Scott.
Say that again. Maybe I didn't hear you clear.
I was just pretending to be Jim Bayer. That's the truth. I swear it's the truth.
What have you to say, Lefty?
Ain't no use me saying any different. The yellow rat's lost his nerve and told everything now.
So you see, Sheriff, you can't hang me. I ain't Bayer at all.
Has everybody here heard this man's confession? And I reckon it won't hurt none to tell you if this reward notice don't mean nothing at all.
What's that?
You heard me. Your pa was an outlaw, all right, Kate, but he warn't no murderer.
You tricked us.
Yep, and it was the masked fella's scheme. He told me to have this notice printed and run a bluff on you.
We'll get him. We'll fix him for this.
No, you won't. Because now I'm arresting you for the murder of Jim Bayer and for trying to steal the Lazy Y.
Hey, you can't do that.
We got all the evidence we need. We got a note Bayer wrote accusing you both of shooting him.
But you can't...
Hold on, I'll do the talking. That note weren't no good till we proved that Scott here warn't Jim Bayer.
I told you not to shoot off your mouth, Ed.
But now that you admit you ain't Bayer, it stands to reason you stole them papers. And together with that note Bayer wrote, there ain't a judge in this country would believe you killed him to get them.
I reckon they got us, Lefty. Blast him.
And it only goes to show that when you try a stunt like this, be careful you don't run up again the Lone Ranger. Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's justice to be done on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver!
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Chase Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
You know, when Thursday rolls around, it'll bring more top radio entertainment to you over these NBC stations. Thursday starts right off in high gear with Robert Young starring as heroic and harassed Jim Anderson of Father Knows Best. The Andersons are just like your family, but funnier, for the head of the household can get himself involved in situations that take the concerted effort of wife and progeny to get unraveled. And usually Jim rises from the battle bloody but unbowed, and still firmly convinced that Father knows best. For adventure fans, Thursday holds the promise of top mystery listening also, as NBC presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who matches his deductive reasoning against the violence and murder of crime. Later, join Jack Webb as Sergeant Joe Friday of Dragnet, the true story of your police force in action. Father Knows Best, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Hear all these and more Thursdays on NBC. Now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Blood Trail.
It is 7:30 on a Saturday evening in July 1929. For a week, an oppressive blanket of heat and dust has surrounded the town of Whitney in the Texas Panhandle. Despite the unpleasant weather, however, Whitney is enjoying its usual Saturday night activity as Sheriff Dave Fellows strolls down Main Street.
Red, you're as stubborn as a mule. Oh, howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Harry. You having trouble?
Oh, just a little argument with Red.
Another one?
Well, he's just plumb stubborn. Won't admit nothing.
Well, what won't he admit this time?
Well, it's like this. I've been living near Whitney 40 years now. Been around the Panhandle all my life. And I say this is the hottest July since '02.
And Red says different, huh?
Red says it's hotter the summer of 18. I say 18 wasn't near as hot. Now, what do you say, Sheriff?
Now, Harry, you know I make a practice of never taking sides in an argument. But if you want the facts, well, I just come from my office. Weather report on my desk says it's the hottest July in 65 years.
I knowed it. Yeah. I sure wished I was wrong, though. If this heat don't let up, I'm going to be a poor man. Don't look like nobody's going to make a crop.
Yeah, everybody seems to be worried.
Can't remember when we had such a... Hey, who's that over there, Sheriff?
Huh? Where?
Oh, yonder, coming towards the drugstore.
Uh-oh, looks like a drunk. I better get on over there.
He sure got a snootful. Hey, Sheriff, ain't that old Doc Thomas?
Doc Thomas?
Yeah. You're right, Harry. I didn't know Doc was a drinking man. Besides, he's got office hours till 7 on Saturday.
Better help me get him off the street. People are starting to look at him.
Sure. Who'd have thought that old Doc would take... Sheriff, he's walking out in the street. He'll get hit. Doc! Look out! Doc! Look out! Doc! Come on, Harry. Hope he ain't hit bad.
Maybe not. The car just grazed him.
Move into it.
Sheriff.
Now help him out.
He's hurt bad.
Do something.
Hey, one of you folks call Dr. Fields and tell him to hurry.
Right, Sheriff, we'll do it.
Give me a hand, Harry.
The rest of you boys, come in here.
We'll get him up onto the sidewalk.
Sure.
Easy now. Poor Doc.
Get him out of here.
Reckon this was the first time he ever took a drink. This had to happen.
All right, folks, move back, will you? Give us some room here.
All right, Sheriff.
Set him right down here, Harry. Easy now. Easy. There we are.
Is he hurt bad?
Yeah. Oh, that blood. I didn't think that car hit him that hard.
It didn't. Look at his shirt. It's soaked. He's been bleeding a long time.
You mean when he was staggering down the street, he was already hurt?
It appears that way. From the look of it, somebody gave the doc an awful whack on the head.
But who'd want to do that to old Doc Thomas?
I don't know. But I'm afraid we're not going to find out from him. Doc Thomas is dead.
It was easy for the sheriff to trace Dr. Thomas's path before he was hit by the car. Drops of blood on the sidewalk led directly to the doctor's office on a side street, 4 blocks from the scene of his death. The sheriff called for a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned joining the sheriff outside the doctor's office at 5 o'clock Sunday morning.
Sorry I couldn't get here sooner, Sheriff.
Austin told me you were the nearest ranger, Jace. But they said you were quite a piece away.
Yeah, Wichita Falls.
Reckon you'd like to take a look at his office first. This is the waiting room. Not much to see here. It's the office that'll give you a shock.
You know what the actual cause of death was yet?
Loss of blood. Had a skull fracture, too. Haven't found what he was hit with, though. Look at there, Jace.
Some mess.
Not a stick of furniture left in one piece. Look out for that broken glass. Never would have thought old Doc Thomas could put up such a fight.
Didn't he ever have a nurse here with him?
No, I figure he couldn't afford it. Treated everybody, rich or poor, the doc did, and didn't mind waiting to be paid.
Did he have any money on him when he died?
Oh, I don't believe it was robbery, Jace. He had about $15 in his pocket.
Uh-huh. Well, the phone's ripped out. Looks like he was trying to call somebody.
Maybe not. Could have been tore out during the fight.
I don't think so. Cord's out of the way of any furniture that got pushed over. And look at the way the wires are torn. Now, I'd say somebody meant to pull them out of the wall.
One thing I don't understand. If the fellow that had this fight with Doc wasn't after money, he probably meant to kill him.
Sounds likely enough.
Well, then why didn't he? The way the Doc was weaving when I saw him, it would have been a cinch for the killer to catch him before he ever got to Main Street.
I think this will answer your question, Sheriff.
That spot of dried blood? Oh, but how, Jace? There's blood spots all over the office, and some in the waiting room.
None as large as this. From the size of it, he must have been lying here at least a few minutes. Could be he got knocked unconscious. Killer thought he'd finished his job and took off.
Then you figure the Doc came to, got up, and staggered downtown, huh?
Yeah. Say, the fight must have made quite a racket. Any of the neighbors hear anything?
Yeah, I checked that. People on both sides were out, downtown for the evening. You looking for something special, Jace?
Yeah, and I've got it. Doc's appointment book. Only one appointment after 5 o'clock. 6:30, Carl Hinkle. You know him, Sheriff?
Sure. German fella. Lived here about 10 years. I guess he would... Hey, wait a minute. I think we're on to something, Jace.
How do you mean?
Carl Hinkle's wife. The Doc delivered her baby about 6 weeks ago. Mrs. Hinkle died right after the baby was born. I've heard around town that Carl blamed the Doc for her dying.
I see. Where does Hinkle live?
Not far from here, over near the Santa Fe depot.
Come on, Sheriff. Let's wake him up and have a talk with him. It was 6:10 when we reached Carl Hinkle's home. It was a small but neat frame house fronting the railroad tracks. Nobody answered our knock, so we walked around to the back door. Hinkle was washing something out in a laundry tub on the porch. He was a big, blond man who looked at us stolidly as we walked toward him.
Morning, Carl.
Good morning.
Carl, this is Ranger Pearson. He and I'd like to talk to you.
Well, entschuldigen Sie bitte. I tie my hands.
Pretty early be doing washing, isn't it, Mr. Hinkle?
Yeah, I wash for the baby.
Some of your own clothes there, too, aren't there?
I wash for myself, too.
You always do the baby clothes yourself, Carl?
Well, nobody does for the baby but me. My wife is dead, so I got to do for the baby.
Mr. Hinkle, did you visit Dr. Thomas last night?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
I owe him money. I go to pay him. Every week I pay a little.
Do you usually make an appointment just to pay him money?
No.
But you made a special appointment last night. Why?
Why, I have an ache in my leg. I asked the doctor to fix it. So, why do you ask me these questions?
Somebody murdered the doctor last night.
Murdered?
He was killed just about the time you were in his office.
No, but I didn't do it.
We're not saying you did, Carl.
Yeah, but this is what you mean. I mean, what's what you think, nah?
Mr. Hinkle, your wife died while she was under Dr. Thomas' care.
Yeah?
Did you blame him for her death?
You should have been more careful. Now I'm left with an empty house and an empty heart. If he'd been more careful, this wouldn't be.
But you still say you didn't go in there last night and kill him.
I went in there for the ache in my leg.
What are you giving us, Carl? You in to get treated by a man you didn't trust?
Well, with my wife, he made the mistake. For this, he'll be with me twice careful.
You know, Mr. Hinkle, you were the last person to see the doctor before he was attacked.
Nein, I was not.
Then who was?
Well, when I come from the office, a man sits in the waiting room.
Do you know who this man was?
Yeah, sure. I've seen him many times. Mr. Horner.
He must mean Tim Horner, Jason. Cowhand on Jim Ford's ranch.
Yeah, that's the one. He goes into the doctor when I leave.
All right, Mr. Hinkle. We'll check your story, but if it doesn't hold up, we'll be back to ask you some more questions. Let's go, Sheriff. We drove out to the Ford Ranch. It was a small place that had seen better days. The ranch house needed a coat of paint. Some rusty farm machinery leaned against the side of the barn, and an old jalopy sat next to the house. In a corner of the barnyard, a Mexican was hammering some crates together. As we approached, he started kicking at some chickens which pecked around his feet.
Howdy, amigo. Buenos dias, senores. Chickens, they're always on the foot. One cannot even do the work. There. Can I help you, senor?
Is Mr. Ford around?
Pero no, senor. He's with the cattle. But he's going to be here any minute now.
We're looking for a man named Tim Horner. Is he with Mr. Ford?
Oh, I'm pretty sorry, senor. I only come to the rancho yesterday to help Senor Ford with the boxes, sir. There is one man who worked with Senor Ford, but I don't know his name.
Big fella, about the size of the ranger here, got black hair?
Si, that's the fellow, si. Yesterday afternoon I see him.
What about this morning?
No, senor. This morning when I come to drink the coffee, he is not here. When Senor Ford go out to the cattle, he is still not here. Caray, make him very angry.
Oh?
Si. When this man, he is not there, Senor Ford, he curse and swear, and he do... Here's Senor Ford. He gonna tell you about this man.
Oh, boy.
Howdy, Jim.
Howdy, Sheriff. Morning, Ranger. What can I do for you?
We're looking for that hand of yours, Tim Horner.
Well, I reckon that makes three of us. When I find him, I'm going to break him in half. It's the only hand I got, and he walks out on me just when I need him most.
When did you see him last, Mr. Ford?
Yesterday evening. He asked me if he could go into town. I said sure if he'd be back here at daybreak this morning. He ain't showed up. Don't reckon he will, neither.
What makes you think that?
I checked the place where he sleeps. All his stuff's gone. Look, why don't we go over on the porch where we can sit and be comfortable? Take care of the horse, Jose.
Si, senor, I do that for you.
After all I'd done for that boy, Tim Horner, now when I only need him a day or so longer, he takes off.
Are you moving somewhere, Mr. Ford?
I'm selling out, Ranger, lock, stock, and barrel.
Well, I didn't know that, Jim.
I ain't said much about it. But figure I've had about all I want of ranching. Party's been after me a long time to sell him the place. Here, sit down. Yeah. I'm going to take it easy from now on.
When Tim Horner left you yesterday, was he sick?
Sick? That boy never had a sick day in his life. He was just lazy, that's all. Here, how come you're so anxious to find out about Tim?
A doctor in town by the name of Thomas was murdered last night.
Oh, yeah. I heard about old Doc Thomas. It's too bad. He was a fine fella. What's that got to do with Tim?
We're pretty sure Tim was in his office just about the time Doc was slugged.
That's so. You think maybe Tim was the one that killed him?
We don't know yet. But his skipping out's not going to help him any.
No, I don't reckon it will. You just never know, do you? Now, who'd have thought a boy I had working for me was a killer? Well, I sure hope you find him.
We will. Come on, Sheriff. Let's get back to town. On the way to town, I radioed Austin and requested an all-points bulletin on Tim Horner. Then the sheriff and I started combing the countryside. The rest of Sunday passed without any luck. Early Monday morning, I stopped at the sheriff's office to pick him up.
Morning, Jace.
Howdy.
We didn't get an awful lot of sleep last night, did we?
We'll make up for it after we get Tim Horner.
Yeah, but when that's going to be, I don't know. Appears like he just plain disappeared.
That's one thing people can't do, Sheriff. Sometimes they take a little longer to find, but sooner or later they turn up. You ready to get moving?
As soon as I finish marking these last two reports. You know, it just beats me, Jace. Why Tim Horner'd want to kill old Doc Thomas.
Don't guess we'll know that till we find Tim.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I'm ready. Where you want to start today?
How about the Stony Creek section?
Suits me. Just a minute, Jace. Sheriff, fellas. Yeah? You did? Where? Yeah, we'll take care of it. Well, you were right. Tim Horner's been found.
Good. They're bringing him in?
We have to go get him. He's dead.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
America needs more nurses. Nurses are a vital factor in our country's all-out defense preparations. And in addition, hospitals and clinics, growing by leaps and bounds, have an ever greater demand for trained staffs. All this spells opportunity for you if you are a young woman looking for a good career. It means a secure job at good pay, a chance to serve your community in a fine profession. Your nurse's training will provide you with a first-rate education, too, at far less than the cost of 4 years in college. You'll study interesting subjects such as psychology, chemistry, anatomy, and child care. And when you receive your nursing degree, you can choose from among the wide variety of interesting fields open to nurses. You can enter the armed forces with the rank of lieutenant. You can choose hospital or private duty, industrial or public health nursing, the airlines, or the Veterans Administration. Start now on a good career of which you can be proud. Visit your local hospital and learn about the opportunities open to you in the field of nursing.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Blood Trail.
Tim Horner's body had been located 10 miles out in the brush by two boys on a camping trip. We drove within a mile of the spot where a highway patrolman was waiting with the boys. The youngsters pointed out where they'd found the body. We left them with the patrolman and then took horses the rest of the way.
You reckon Tim got scared and took his own life, Jace?
That's something we'll know pretty quick.
There's the 3 big boulders, Jace. Just like those kids said.
Yeah, it must have been their campfire off to the left. Ooh, Charlie. Ooh.
It sure is a wild spot. Hadn't been for those kids, we might never have found him.
Uh-huh.
Should be right around this middle boulder from what those kids said. Jace.
Yeah. Pull that brush away from him, Sheriff. That's the man we've been looking for?
It's Tim Horner, all right. Shot twice, through the chest.
At close range. Look at the powder burns. Let's turn him over. Uh-huh. Well, we can be sure of one thing, Sheriff. He didn't kill himself.
How do you figure that?
No blood on the ground, so he wasn't shot here. Whoever did it carried him out here after he was dead.
He sure went to a lot of trouble.
He probably figured it was worth it. Almost was, too. See what you can find in his pockets.
All right. Wallet. A little bit of money. Hey, Jace, look at this.
Box of pills.
Reckon Tim was ailing after all.
Could be.
Yeah, but Jim Ford said Tim hadn't been sick.
Jim Ford could have been wrong. It's a cinch there's a tie-in between this murder and Doc Thomas getting killed. If we find out what kind of an ailment Tim had, we might get a lead.
But how do you figure to do that? Tim ain't going to do any talking now.
Maybe he will, Sheriff.
What's on your mind?
Autopsy? Let's get moving. We got a lot to do. We got Tim Horner's body into Whitney at 1 that afternoon and requested the county medical examiner to make a rush autopsy. He told us to wait in the pathology lab of the hospital. A little less than an hour later, he joined us.
Well, gentlemen, must say I've never done such a quick job.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but it's necessary.
I dare say it is. If it helps find out who killed old John Thomas, I'll do anything.
What'd you find out, Doc?
Hey, careful, Sheriff. I don't want to break this slide. I've only made a preliminary examination, but I can tell you one thing definitely.
What's that?
Tim Horner died sometime Saturday night, probably before midnight.
Why, that'd be only a few hours after Doc Thomas died.
Anything else, Doctor?
Yeah, Tim was a pretty sick boy even before he died.
What was wrong with him, Doc?
I'm going to tell you in a minute, as soon as I examine this slide under the microscope.
You got an idea what it was, Doc?
Uh-huh. On this slide is a section of the dead man's spleen. It was very badly diseased. Could mean any number of things. As soon as I get it set here... Yep. Yes, I thought so. But I wanted to be sure.
You know what it was now?
It was anthrax.
Anthrax? What? But that's a cattle disease.
It's also found in man. Contracted from sick stock and from contaminated ground. Does that help you, Ranger?
Maybe. It might just clear up our whole case.
I don't follow you, Jace.
I'll explain on the way. Thanks, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Jace, where are we going?
Out to Jim Ford's ranch.
Jim Ford? You think he's the man we're after?
Look at it this way, Sheriff. If Tim Horner had anthrax, chances are he got it from sick cattle. Maybe from burying them at the place where he worked.
You mean Jim Ford's cattle are sick with anthrax?
It won't take long to find out, but I think they are.
Say, that could explain why Jim was so anxious to sell out all of a sudden.
Right. And why he couldn't let anybody discover his stock was sick. Otherwise, it'd have to be destroyed and he'd lose everything.
So the way you figure it, Tim knew the cattle had anthrax, but he didn't know he had it.
Until he saw Doc Thomas. And once Doc knew there was anthrax around, he was bound to report it.
Well, how would Jim find out about that?
Could be he picked up Tim at the Doc's office. Found out he had anthrax.
Yeah. And that might be why he had to kill both the Doc and Tim to keep him quiet.
Something like that.
Now I understand why you're pushing that accelerator so hard. Jim would be anxious to get his money for the property as soon as possible and then beat it.
If he hasn't already.
Well, suppose he is gone.
Let's find out first.
Jim's old jalopy ain't here.
Well, it could be a good sign. He said he was selling out lock, stock, and barrel, and I doubt if he'd try to make a getaway in that thing.
Maybe he's in town or somewhere closing the deal for the ranch.
Won't take long to be sure. Let's try the door.
Yeah.
Looks like the bedroom's back this way.
Mm-hmm. Don't appear like he's taken much with him if he has gone.
Yeah, but if he's skipped, he's probably traveling light. Hey, Sheriff, listen.
What is it, Jace?
Sounds like that jalopy of his coming up the road.
You don't think he's coming
I don't
back?
know. Let's get outside. We want to take him alive. Don't shoot unless you have to, Sheriff.
What he did to old Doc Thomas, shooting's too good for him. Oh, that ain't Jim at all. It's Jose.
Buenos dias, senores.
Where's Mr. Ford, Jose?
Oh, he make the big deal. Senor Ford get money for the ranch. Ooh, so much money. I never...
Where is he?
I take him to the railroad depot so he can wait for the train.
Which train?
The one that go that way.
North? That's the limited.
What time's it leave Whitney?
4:32. And it's 4:15 now.
Come on, Sheriff. We're going to catch a train.
I don't know if we can make it, Jay. She's just pulling out. Come on. I don't think we'll catch her.
We'll make it.
Hey, Porter, don't close those doors. Hold it.
Grab for that railing, Sheriff.
Got it! Can you make it, Jace? Yeah. You know, this ain't the easiest way to board a train.
Keeps you young, Sheriff. You ready to go?
Yep. Well, he's not in this car, Jace.
Yeah, we'll try them all.
I sure hope Jose didn't give us a bum steer.
Somehow I don't think he did. There's a diner up ahead.
Reminds me, we haven't eaten since morning.
Yeah, better not to think about it.
That food sure smells good. Jason.
Yeah. Looks like Jim Ford got hungry, too.
His back's to us. We move in and take it?
No. Talk to him first. Sit down at his table. Come on.
Howdy, Jim.
What?
Mind if we join you, Mr. Ford?
Well, no. Sit down. Didn't know you fellas were traveling north.
Neither did we till a few minutes ago. How about you, Mr. Ford?
Well, me, I sold my ranch like I said I was going to do.
I don't mean to get nosy, Jim, but how much did you take for the ranch?
I don't mind telling you, Sheriff. $16,000.
A little expensive for run-down property and sick cattle, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
What are you talking about, Ranger?
Tim Horner had anthrax. He got it from your cattle.
Why, you're crazy.
Not as crazy as you for thinking you could get away with killing Doc Thomas and Tim Horner.
Well, can you prove that, Ranger?
I think so. And we'll start with this.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just taking the gun out of your shoulder holster. So big I couldn't miss it.
Well, Ranger, you got my gun. You still can't prove nothing.
I won't have to. We got a ballistics lab for that. And while we're waiting for the lab report, you'll cool your heels in jail.
On what charge? You can't hold me until you get some proof.
That's right. And in the meantime, we're holding you for carrying a concealed weapon in a public place.
Why,
What table, Jace? He's going out the far end. Don't fire too many people. Grab him, Jace, grab him. I got him.
Let me go.
Take it easy, Ford. You'll get off soon enough. Then you'll take another little trip that ends in Huntsville.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
There's more good radio listening Wednesday night on NBC. Wednesday, come to Ivy College in the town of Ivy, USA. Yes, walk the pleasant campus of Ivy College with Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman as Dr. and Mrs. Hall of Ivy. There's adult comedy and heartwarming human philosophy in each sparkling broadcast of the halls of Ivy. Then, Peavy, Gildy, Judge Hooker, Leroy, and all the gang bring you a half hour of mirth and music with the one, the only, the great Gildersleeve. Later, Groucho Marx is your genial paymaster of ceremonies on You Bet Your Life, radio's merriest quiz show. There's prize money for lucky contestants and fun for everyone as Groucho Marx asks the questions and provides the laughs. And for High Adventure on Wednesday, hear both Big Story and Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Yes, Wednesday means top entertainment on NBC. Stay tuned to the NBC Radio Network. Every day of the week, the finest entertainment is as close as this station. Now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Ballistics evidence proved conclusively that Jim Ford had killed Tim Horner. He was tried and convicted of first-degree murder. 10 months later, he confessed to the killing of Dr. John Thomas with a paperweight from the doctor's desk. Jim Ford died in Huntsville Penitentiary of a kidney disease on June 17, 1930, just 20 days before he was due to go to the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McRae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McRae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production, Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Tim Graham, Henry Rowland, Parley Bear, and Barney Phillips. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Starting Wednesday, Robert Montgomery tells how a citizen views the news over NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.